Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Met S-Rank Fugitive? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Information. Shuriai Kuratsuki is 21 years old, alive, and classified as an S-Rank fugitive. She was a former member of the Leaf Village Special Forces known as the Death God. For unknown reasons she left the village and became a fugitive. She struggles with a nicotine habit she claims to have quit and with a gambling problem. She is enigmatic and cold, making it difficult for others to approach her, though she can be persuaded by offers that benefit her. She wears an eye patch over her right eye, which conceals one of the reasons she fled. Ability: Dead Bone Skin. This ability allows her to manipulate blood and bone through touch. She can use parts of her own body but must be cautious to avoid serious harm to herself. She can control blood flow and the structure of bone to immobilize opponents or to stabilize and heal injuries. Medical Ninjutsu. She is skilled in healing techniques used to treat and cure injuries. Bloodline Limit, Eye Technique. Her eye technique grants enhanced visual perception, the ability to anticipate and react to movement, and the capacity to copy many techniques. It also allows her to cast illusions that can trap opponents. As it evolves, it grants access to increasingly potent abilities. Main characters and relationships. Shuriai Kuratsuki S-Rank Fugitive. She often stated that death was inevitable and that she would do whatever was necessary when faced with danger. Itachi Uchiha S-Rank Criminal and member of the Akatsuki. A primary romantic interest. He expressed profound trust in Shuriai and indicated he would accept whatever dangers came from their connection. Kakashi Hatake Elite Leaf Village Ninja. A romantic interest. Kakashi suggested resolving matters privately by invoking their history as former partners. Sasuke Uchiha Missing Ninja. A romantic interest with complicated feelings. Sasuke resented the attention Shuriai gave to Itachi and developed a complex attachment to her after being introduced to her. Shisui Uchiha Elite Leaf Village Ninja. Shisui advised Rei to always follow her heart. Obito Uchiha, Tobi, deceased, with uncertain motives. Obito proposed that they shared beliefs and invited Shuriai to join him. Naruto Uzumaki Jr. Leaf Village Ninja. A platonic interest. Naruto declared he would try to change her beliefs. Shikamaru Nara Mid-Level Ninja, later promoted. A platonic interest. Shikamaru observed that she was difficult to read and hard to get into. Sakura Haruno Medical Ninja of the Leaf Village. A platonic interest. Sakura warned that Shuriai seemed dangerous and advised caution. Gaara Leader of the Sand Village. A platonic interest. Gaara recognized Shuriai as dangerous and admitted he felt an unusual fear when they met. Akihiko Senju A-Rank Fugitive. A platonic interest. Akihiko scolded Shuriai for reckless behavior. Other characters appear throughout the story and will have their moments, but the listed characters are the ones most often shown and referenced. Playlist filled with paradox. Eventually Tame Impala. He wished there were another way. It felt like tearing his own heart apart to continue. He had always promised he could never hurt her, but this time he resolved it would be the last time. Never saw the point cults. She never saw the point in crying. She could not be what he wanted, and she did not want to sit and wait for him to change his mind. High and Dry Radiohead. He pushed himself to extremes for recognition, fracturing the reflections of who he thought he was. He could feel himself becoming someone unfamiliar. Break Stuff Limp Bizkit. It was one of those days when he did not want to get out of bed. Everything felt wrong and everyone seemed frustrating. He could feel a surge of anger and imagined wildly exaggerated, cartoonish fights rather than hurting anyone for real. This Place Is Death Deftones. She peeled back the covers and let him in, both of them tangled in restless anxiety. She hoped to learn his ways, sensing that this place weighed on them both. Bring Me to Life Evanescence. He felt hollow, as if his spirit slept somewhere cold. He longed for someone to find it and lead it back home. Playing God Paramore. He stated his opinion firmly because he believed in it. He challenged those who only saw themselves, insisting that such narrowness did not deserve the last word. Freak on a Leash Corn. Sometimes she could not stand where she was. Life tasted flat and numb. Even so, she vowed not to lose herself. A brief pause followed the last song, a quiet moment to breathe and gather thoughts. Naruto scratched the back of his head and asked why they had been called together. The others in the room looked at him with a mix of disappointment and mild amusement at his habit of addressing the Hokage with endearments. Tsunade gave him an irritated look, sighed, and told him she had warned him to stop calling her that. Tsunade then turned her attention to the two standing before her and noticed one of the ninjas she had asked to summon was missing. She asked where Kakashi was. Since she intended to name him leader of the mission, he seemed the best choice because of his connections to their objective. Sakura replied that Kakashi had said he would be there, and then Kakashi appeared behind her, apologizing for being late. Sakura jumped and scolded him for trying to startle them. Naruto and Sakura both chided him about his habitual tardiness, warning him not to use an old superstition as an excuse. Kakashi closed his visible eye in a smile, rubbed the back of his head, and explained that he had taken a detour because he had seen a black cat and did not want to risk bad luck before a mission. He chuckled at his own explanation and the others reacted with varying degrees of amusement. Despite Kakashi's casual behavior, everyone in the room knew he was one of the village's strongest jonin, famed for his skill and the nickname he had earned. His students admired his strength, though his private habits often puzzled them. Tsunade quieted the bickering and asked everyone to pay attention. She announced that they would be assigned an A-rank mission. Naruto reacted with wide eyes at the rank and immediately asked whether the mission involved Sasuke. He insisted he would bring Sasuke back, reminding everyone that it had been years since Sasuke left the village to become stronger and pursue his own goals. Tsunade clarified that the mission was not directly about Sasuke, but it was related. She needed them to find someone outside the village who could give them an advantage with Sasuke and other problems, including the Akatsuki. She explained that the person had fled the village years ago and no one knew why, so persuading her would be difficult. The woman in question was an S-rank ninja who had become a fugitive after her sudden disappearance, and her history would have to be discussed another time. Tsunade then looked at Kakashi and said she was leaving the task to him. Kakashi reacted with surprise and concern, asking whether she was serious. The news brought him mixed feelings. Tsunade trusted his history with the woman and believed he could reach her, suggesting she might respond to him. Kakashi warned that it would be a difficult search and that convincing the woman might be impossible since no one knew whether she was alive or dead. Naruto and Sakura exchanged confused looks and realized they, too, sensed there was a past between Kakashi and this woman. Tsunade admitted she did not know the full story, only that Kakashi and the woman had been partners during their time in ANBU. She mentioned rumors of a woman in small villages who resembled the person they sought and instructed them to follow that lead. She also said the woman's name, Shuriai Kuratsuki. Kakashi sighed, acknowledged the challenge, and said he and his team would do their best while cautioning them not to expect an easy success. Tsunade smiled at his response and approved of their resolve. Somewhere on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, a casino thrummed with noise and bright lights. A passerby would have been stunned by the volume. Laughter, the clink of coins, and the tense murmur of gamblers filled the air. A woman with dark purple hair taunted an elderly man, pointing out that he had lost for the third time in a row. The old man snapped at her, his face flushing with anger, and accused her of ruining him. The woman only laughed and, with a devious smile, lifted a heavy suitcase of winnings and turned to leave. She enjoyed the thrill of gambling, the rush of not knowing if a risk would pay off. As she considered whether the money would be enough to cover a night at an inn, shadows fell over her. Gangsters surrounded her in a narrow alley, and the same old man from the casino stood among them, furious. She raised an eyebrow and asked innocently what they wanted. The old man accused her of cheating him out of 150 million ryo. She responded that she had won fairly and mocked his threats, suggesting that he could be the one to lose everything if he pressed the issue. He ordered his men to beat her. She said she did not want to get her hands dirty but that they were leaving her no choice. The old man barked orders to finish her off. One thug charged with a kunai. She sidestepped, reached out, and used a quick, decisive move to disarm him. Chakra flared and coalesced into a gleaming katana of energy in her hand, the weapon taking shape with an almost theatrical shimmer. What followed was a swift, stylized fight. She moved with precise, brutal efficiency and almost balletic display of skill that left the attackers incapacitated around her. The alley ended up scattered with unconscious figures and broken weapons. There was no gore, only the aftermath of a clean, relentless victory. The old man's confident expression dissolved into horror as she advanced. The old man pleaded for mercy and begged to be spared, offering money and promises. She accused him of underestimating her and of stereotyping her as weak. She told him she hated being belittled and, with a single decisive strike, ended his threat in a manner that left no graphic detail behind. After the confrontation, she stood in the quiet that followed and adjusted her clothes, noting that the night had taken an unexpected turn. She reflected briefly on her life since she had disappeared, how she had struggled to pick herself up but had chosen this path and accepted its consequences. Footsteps approached. A black-haired man wearing glasses and a long coat stepped into view and remarked dryly that she should control herself. She rolled her eyes and told him she did not need his opinion, saying she had already had enough drama for one night. He pointed out that she had caused another violent incident, and she responded with an exasperated request for a favor. Shuriai ordered Akihiko to gather all the bodies and fetch the items she needed. Akihiko rolled his eyes, told her he knew the drill, and sneered at her, calling her a disgusting beach. Shuriai met his sarcasm with the same hardened attitude. Maybe Kakashi shouldn't have used that black cat as an excuse. Naruto asked who she was as the three of them walked out of the office. Kakashi remained silent until they were outside, then sighed. Kakashi explained that Shuriai Kuratsuki was an S-rank fugitive and that the mission would be difficult and test their patience. When Sakura wondered whether someone of that rank must be dangerous, Kakashi confirmed that she was. Naruto recalled that his grandmother had mentioned Shuriai as one of the village's formidable ninjas alongside Kakashi and asked why there was so little word about her. Kakashi stopped walking, which brought Naruto and Sakura to a halt, and explained that everything about Shuriai had been erased by the Umbu. Kakashi clarified that she had been an Umbu member before she suddenly disappeared, and that working with the Umbu involved pledges of loyalty. The higher-ups had not taken her disappearance lightly because she had been a valuable asset to the village. They decided to remove any public records of her existence, even official documents, making it as if she had never existed. Sakura said that the decision seemed cruel and that there must have been a reason for her disappearance. Kakashi admitted that no one knew the full truth and that he himself did not know. There was an unmistakable tone of bitterness when he spoke. Kakashi had once been Shuriai's partner in the Umbu. Even though their training taught ruthlessness, Shuriai had been one of the reasons Kakashi had not become entirely heartless. They had shared a bond, and that bond was why Kakashi still felt unsettled by her unexplained absence. Kakashi dismissed Naruto and Sakura and told them to prepare their things. They would leave first thing in the morning. Akihiko woke Shuriai by slamming the in-room door open that morning. Over the years they had known each other, Shuriai still refused to sleep in the same room as him, joking that Akihiko might strangle her in his sleep. Normally, if anyone threatened her like that, she would defend herself fiercely with a small concealed blade. Because Akihiko both helped her and was a close friend, she would not seriously harm him. She might rough him up, but she would not kill him. Shuriai turned to the other side of the bed and asked for a few more minutes. Akihiko ignored her and jumped onto the bed, forcing her upright. Shuriai complained about his habit of doing this, and Akihiko replied that they had a big day ahead and she needed to get up. Shuriai retorted about his weight and he protested at the jab before getting up and leaving the room, telling her he would wait outside. Shuriai sighed, pushed herself up, and, feeling an odd lazy heaviness she couldn't explain, went to get ready and walked into the bathroom. She just hoped that what would happen today would not be too bad. Somewhere nearby, 3 ninja from the Leaf Village were moving from one village to another. Naruto and Sakura followed the gray-haired man as they discussed the woman they were searching for, her whereabouts, and the history that seemed to have been erased, which made the mission harder with so little information. It had been almost 2 days since they began the search, and they had visited far too many villages without luck. Naruto suggested that they take a break since they had already been traveling since morning, admitting he was a little tired from all the walking. Sakura agreed that the trip felt like it was getting them nowhere. Kakashi sighed and gave a closed-eyed smile, agreeing to a short rest before they continued to the next village. They sat by a nearby lake. Naruto drank some water, passed onigiri to Sakura, and offered one to Kakashi, who declined and said they should save energy for their continued journey. Sakura took a bite and pointed out that Kakashi had seemed unusually gloomy and quiet since the mission began. Naruto echoed the observation and asked if Kakashi knew the woman they were searching for, Shuriai Kuratsuki. Kakashi admitted that they knew each other back when she had been in the leaf. Naruto and Sakura speculated about the nature of their relationship. Naruto asked whether they had been partners or lovers. Kakashi laughed nervously and shook his head, explaining that they had been partners and nothing more. There had been tension once, but it was not a romance. He had been unsure of her age at the time, and the matter had remained ambiguous. Sakura asked about the woman's abilities, especially since Tsunade had described her as a formidable ninja. Kakashi explained that her power was unsettling, a chakra technique that could alter and control the bodies of others in unnerving ways. He said the ability had been the reason she had been placed in Umbu, because it was ruthless and suited to extreme missions. Talking about her had always left Kakashi uneasy, and he suspected part of his current gloom stemmed from being on the hunt for her again. Naruto noted that this explained why she was an S-rank fugitive and wondered whether she might have killed over the years. Kakashi agreed that it was possible. She was the kind of operative who avoided attention and worked silently. Sakura asked if they would arrest her if they found her. Kakashi said she would likely be held in custody for a short time before Tsunade summoned her to the Hokage's office to deal with the matter. Naruto asked what she had been like. Kakashi said they would find out if they managed to locate her, warning that she was difficult to understand and hard to persuade. He rose and declared that the break was over and they needed to move on. Naruto and Sakura followed, bracing themselves for another long stretch of travel. Walking through a crowded market, someone bumped into Sakura and a pouch fell to the ground. Sakura stopped, picked up the pouch and handed it to the man. The man apologized politely, thanked her with a charming smile, and walked away. Sakura was slightly flustered by his appearance. Kakashi, however, stopped and seemed to scan the crowd with his eye. Naruto urged him to keep moving, but Kakashi focused on the man who had bumped into Sakura. Kakashi activated his Sharingan and attempted to track the man's chakra, but as moments passed the trace dissipated into the throng. He then said that the man who had bumped into her was of interest. Sakura looked at him, confused and wondering what he meant. Akihiko noted that one of the targets bore traces of chakra from Shuriai. As they walked toward a meeting with some unsavory clients, Akihiko warned Shuriai not to kill anyone that night. Shuriai grumbled while hauling two heavy sacks that contained the bodies of two A-rank criminals. Akihiko glanced at her and kept his distance. He did not want to provoke her and become the next victim of her temper. They entered a small building and looked for the room where the clients waited. When Akihiko opened a curtain, he revealed an older man flanked by several bodyguards. Akihiko explained that they were late and made a teasing remark about his partner taking too long to prepare. He put a friendly arm around Shuriai, and she returned his gesture with an irritated look. The old man waved his concerns away and assured them that as long as the job was done, there would be no problem. Akihiko confirmed that the two sacks held the requested targets and set them on the table. The client grimaced at the sight. The old man offered only 50 million ryo because of the delay. Shuriai immediately objected, pointing out that each of the targets carried a bounty closer to 100 million ryo. Akihiko tried to smooth things over with a laugh and a light pinch to Shuriai's cheek to calm the negotiation. After a pause, the old man said he might increase the payment if they agreed to one additional condition. Akihiko asked what he meant. The old man made an inappropriate suggestion and then reached toward Shuriai in a way that made everyone uncomfortable. The proposal was offensive and unacceptable. Before Akihiko could react, Shuriai moved decisively. With a precise kunai strike, she incapacitated the client and sent him sprawling across the room, then grabbed the two suitcases of money. Shuriai urged Akihiko to run, and they bolted from the building as the bodyguards scrambled to respond. They escaped into the village and headed for the crowded market to blend into the crowd. Akihiko chastised Shuriai for the violence, and she shrugged, saying she hated being treated with disrespect. The client's lackeys pushed through the square, drawing attention as they searched for the pair. Shuriai handed one suitcase to Akihiko, seized his hand, and they dashed through the stalls, trying to lose their pursuers in the bustle. From a window at a small inn, a young man with blonde hair looked out at the commotion and called to his companions. One of them, who had gray hair, sensed a familiar chakra passing by and said they should go after it. The third person questioned what would happen to their inn, but the gray-haired companion urged them to move quickly. Shuriai demanded to know what Akihiko had gotten them into as they were pushed back into the edge of the forest by armed men. Akihiko only glared, irritated by her accusation. He had been patient and tried to think of options. He did not like the idea of handing Shuriai over or treating her like a fragile object. Akihiko dropped the suitcase, raised his hands, and offered to surrender, proposing in frustration that they would take another job for the men instead. He even offered to hunt the Akatsuki for free if they would let them go. One of the men responded that there was no reason to accept. The boss who should have decided was dead because of the two of them. Shuriai insisted that it was not her fault the boss had been behaving inappropriately and that the boss had been unfair toward Akihiko's hard work. She suggested the men walk away and forget the whole incident, but instead they grew angrier and prepared to avenge their boss. Shuriai told Akihiko that she knew neither of them wanted to get their hands dirty tonight, but this seemed to be the only way out. Akihiko sighed, removed his glasses, and put them in his coat pocket. He muttered that they did not really have a choice, and the two exchanged a look before smirking and preparing to fight. Akihiko performed a precise sequence of hand signs. His hands began to glow and spectral chains snapped into being. A chain struck a man and bound him, winding around him as he struggled and realized he could not break free. Akihiko explained, with a cold laugh, that it was a technique he rarely used because it was such a hassle, but the boss had finally pushed him past his limit. He called the technique heaven-binding chains. Dimensional, and a small void opened beneath the bound man. The man screamed and then was pulled away into nothingness. Another assailant tried to strike Akihiko, but Akihiko intercepted with a swift roundhouse kick and leapt aside. Shuriai rushed into a small group of men with an unsettling smile. She attacked anyone who came near with a flurry of precise strikes. One of the men lunged with a blade in an attempt to stab her the same way their boss had been taken, but Shuriai laughed and shrugged off the attempt. She taunted him that his stunt would not work on her and then animatedly produced a weapon from condensed chakra at her shoulder. A sharp energy axe formed in a flash. The man recoiled in shock as he was incapacitated by the sudden energy strike. His teammates froze, stunned by how quickly their ally had been taken down, and Shuriai tossed the energy axe, striking another man and leaving him crying out as he fell. As the others tried to retreat, Shuriai moved through them with fluid hand signs and channeled a technique that conjured crimson, vine-like tendrils of chakra. The tendrils sprang from a struck opponent and snaked out to entangle those attempting to flee, drawing them back toward her. Akihiko stood beside her as the tendrils corralled their attackers. He remarked that she was going too hard on them, and Shuriai scoffed, calling him a loser for not having more fun. Akihiko rolled his eyes and pointed out that he knew how to enjoy himself. He simply did not take pleasure in torturing and killing people continuously. Shuriai only laughed and continued to press the attack. Akihiko pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, watching her with a resigned expression. He reflected on how meeting Shuriai had changed his life. She was fierce, impulsive, and unafraid to take matters into her own hands. Because she handled the dirty work, he had learned to accept certain things from her. He found her temperament both exasperating and, in a strange way, useful. Someone from behind moved to put a kunai to his neck, but Akihiko did not look surprised. A voice announced their arrival and multiple clones of the collar quickly surrounded the black-haired man. A pink-haired woman scanned the scene, frowned at the mess, and crouched to check on a wounded man with a cut on his head, noting that they had arrived a bit late. Shuriai continued to press the attack. One man was left, pleading for mercy with a familiar, begging look. He begged to be spared and promised silence, But Shuriai only smiled coldly as she raised the axe. Before she could bring it down, someone gripped her wrist tightly and stopped her. Her breath hitched as she stared at the familiar figure before her. The chakra, the hand holding her wrist, everything felt painfully recognizable. Shuriai had not felt this in years. He told Shuriai quietly that it was enough as he looked at her. Shuriai looked at him and pulled her hand away, shock crossing her features. Shuriai asked what he was doing there. Akihiko and Shuriai were brought into the inn where the Leaf Village ninjas were staying, each tied to a chair. Shuriai met them with an expressionless gaze and a raised eyebrow. She had not expected to see Kakashi again and briefly regretted her earlier actions. Kakashi stood over them with Sakura and Naruto at his side, demanding an explanation. Sakura examined Shuriai closely, noting that she was strikingly pretty but that her chakra and demeanor marked her as dangerous. Caution was necessary. Shuriai forced a small smile and remarked that she had not expected Kakashi to become a teacher, implying he lacked the usual traits for the role. Kakashi replied that life had taken him down a different path since she left. Akihiko remained silent, watching the exchange and deferring to Shuriai, who was more familiar with Kakashi. When Kakashi and the others made it clear they were investigating the incident that night, Naruto insisted it concerned them because their mission was to find Shuriai. Naruto still remembered the aftermath they had found at the site, the room bearing the signs of a fierce fight with several fallen men. Shuriai responded coldly that she did not care who those men had worked for. If they tolerated their boss's actions, that reflected on them. Her tone sent a chill through Naruto and Sakura. She was difficult to read. Kakashi pointed out that killing those people also said something about her character, calling her ruthless and cold-hearted. Shuriai scoffed back that Kakashi was no stranger to such things himself. Naruto bristled and defended his teacher, making it clear he would not tolerate insults toward Kakashi. Shuriai only said she knew more than they did. Kakashi then stated that they were to take her into Leaf custody. Shuriai asked why, and Kakashi explained that it was by order and that after what she had done there would be consequences waiting at the village. At that moment Shuriai slipped her bonds and produced a kunai, moving to attack. Naruto and Sakura prepared to react, but two kunai were suddenly pressed against their necks. Akihiko had freed himself as well and now stood behind them with a closed-eyed smile. He said he had to return a favor from earlier, recalling when Naruto had once pointed a kunai at him. His voice carried a near-playful bitterness. He said he disliked leaving things unresolved. When his eyes briefly flared a deep red, Naruto and Sakura felt a shiver, as if Akihiko were staring into their souls, while Akihiko simply chuckled. Shuriai taunted Kakashi about their hunt for her, insisting she would not be captured easily. Kakashi then revealed that Sasuke had defected from the village. Shuriai reacted with stunned surprise, momentarily forgetting about her eye patch in her shock. She had last seen Sasuke as a child. Kakashi explained that Sasuke had gone missing years ago and that the search was intended to track him down and find Itachi as well. The reminder of Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha still weighed on her. She had been left with Sasuke's care when Itachi left, and the memory made her lower her guard for a moment. Kakashi added that Sasuke was not the same boy she remembered, that he had gone to Orochimaru years ago seeking strength in the way he thought best. Shuriai looked disgusted at the name and then demanded to know Kakashi's true motive, accusing him of acting under orders from some man. She threatened to take them all down and escape rather than be used. A flash of intense aggression rippled through her, and Naruto and Sakura reacted with alarm. Kakashi and Akihiko, however, remained composed, familiar with such fierce outbursts. Kakashi explained that the order had come from the Hokage and warned her not to start a fight she could not finish. The surge of aggression passed, and Shuriai laughed, saying Kakashi could not kill her even if he wanted to. Kakashi's response was softer. Their purpose here was not to end her life but to persuade her to return to the Leaf Village. He urged her to go back home, to be with people who could use her as an advantage against the threats posed by Sasuke and the Akatsuki. Shuriai fell silent for a moment and then refused outright, asserting that she would not be treated as a weapon to be used whenever the village needed someone expendable. The standoff held, each side firm in their convictions as the night around the inn settled into tense quiet. Shuriai explained that she did not want to return to the village where people who once despised her still lived. Naruto pointed at the dark purple-haired woman and scoffed, insisting that she would be going back no matter what. Kakashi began to protest, but Naruto interrupted, declaring that he would not allow her to go on as before. Naruto said that the way she had been treated in the village in the past, used like a weapon, forced to be cold and ruthless, would not be allowed to continue. Shuriai questioned Naruto's certainty and called him a brat Kakashi was teaching, but Naruto looked at her confidently and said that she could still change. He argued that there was hope for her in the Leaf Village, that people there could help her and that the Hokage would assist. Sakura observed him quietly. Shuriai laughed in disbelief and walked in front of Naruto, asking if he was serious. Akihiko told Shuriai to calm down, but she ignored him and dropped her smile. Shuriai said that no one had the right to tell her what to do. She admitted that she could not change her nature. The people she had killed haunted her dreams. She explained that she honored those she had defeated by keeping mementos from the battles so they would be remembered. Naruto reacted with incredulous anger, calling her actions cruel and accusing her of thinking herself above others. Shuriai acknowledged that she was aware of how it looked but insisted that death was inevitable and that some people were fated to die by her hands, a belief she used to justify her actions. Naruto then brought up Sasuke, arguing that Sasuke had done many things after leaving the village and going to Orochimaru, and asked what Shuriai intended to do about him. Naruto said that even if he did not want to bring her back, if she was the only way to get Sasuke home, he would have to cooperate. He explained that Sasuke was like a brother to him and asked Shuriai politely to return to the village. Shuriai studied Naruto and, curious about his determination, admitted that she had not known this news until that night. She wondered what she might gain by returning, and then smiled slightly. She commented that she was glad Sasuke had made such loyal friends. Kakashi watched her, surprised and wondering if it had been that easy to change the situation. Shuriai asked what she would get in return. Akihiko cleared his throat, dropped a kunai between the two ninjas, and moved to Shuriai's side, putting an arm around her. Kakashi looked at them awkwardly before looking away. Akihiko then changed the question to what they would get in return as a group. Kakashi asked what she wanted. Shuriai replied that no one would question her actions and that he would face the higher-ups in her stead. She also demanded access to the information she needed in exchange for her cooperation. Kakashi sighed and agreed, on the condition that she would not go off on a killing spree and that he would try to work things out with the Hokage. Akihiko added that they wanted amnesty as part of the deal. Shuriai laughed and nodded in agreement. She suggested they continue the discussion the next day. Shuriai sat by the window of the room Kakashi had arranged for her. She was cuffed to the bedpost under his direction, already planning to slip away the moment the guards were inattentive. The little thrill of possibility lingered even as she held a cigarette between her fingers and exhaled, letting the smoke drift across the glass. She was sharing the room with Akihiko, although he was not present now. Kakashi had explained that Akihiko had been moved to another room to avoid complications. Naruto and Sakura would be watching over him in the meantime. The thought made Shuriai sigh. Her one source of company and entertainment had been removed. Shuriai could not help thinking about being caught. It had been years since she had left the village. She had let her guard down after so long, believing she would never have to see anyone from there again, and tonight she had been unlucky. She had not left because grief or misery had broken her. She had left to find answers she could not find in the village. Staying would only mean more of the same, and she could not remain idle. Kakashi was beside the window, and he asked if after all these years she still had not given up. She tapped the cigarette and watched the ash fall, and she replied that she was old enough to decide her own path. Kakashi sighed. The years weighed on both of them, and he knew it would be difficult to pry anything personal from her. When Shuriai inquired about Akihiko, Kakashi explained that Akihiko had been transferred to another room and that Naruto and Sakura would keep watch. Shuriai's irritation showed. With Akihiko gone, one of her diversions was gone as well. Kakashi suggested they catch up as former partners. Shuriai raised an eyebrow, and she let him know that she was not easily charmed and that he should have known that already. Kakashi admitted he wanted to talk about village matters and was curious about the truth behind her disappearance. Shuriai only smiled with a hint of mischief and told him that mysteries were not for everyone, that they were a game of patience and restraint. She teased that he was predictable and asked whether he could keep his patience long enough. Kakashi felt his patience thinning, but he did not back down. He asked what she was hiding that made her vanish without a trace. Shuriai chuckled and said that if she told him, it would spoil the fun. She enjoyed watching him try to unravel her. The deeper someone tried to solve the puzzle she presented, the more convoluted it became. Kakashi pressed, asking what would happen if he could not solve her. Shuriai warned that if he failed, he would be left with endless questions, forever confused. Her smile and teasing tone concealed something sharper, but Kakashi remained steady and told her he was not there to play games. Shuriai countered that his determination would keep him going no matter what, though she insisted that truth would not be handed over easily and that confronting her repeatedly would not force answers. Kakashi warned that persistence would eventually reveal everything. Shuriai merely laughed lightly and advised him to be careful. Curiosity had a surprising way of undoing people. Kakashi shifted the conversation. He asked if she had any information about Orochimaru's whereabouts, saying he believed she might know something. Shuriai frowned at the name. She had once been Orochimaru's apprentice, and his influence had been one reason she had left after his disappearance. She admitted she had run into him a few years ago but had not seen him since. It did not surprise her that he was targeting Sasuke. She remarked that he seemed to be lowering his standards by preying on the only Uchiha within reach. Kakashi's eye narrowed when she mentioned Itachi. He asked how she knew about that. Shuriai's expression darkened briefly before she said that she knew many things. When Kakashi pressed for more, asking if she knew where Itachi might be, she exhaled smoke and said she did not. She recalled that their last meeting had been tense, marked by threats and danger, and that her memory had grown hazy over the past couple of years. She laughed dryly and admitted she could not be precise. Kakashi sighed and told her that they had found a trace linking Sasuke and Orochimaru some time ago. The information hung between them while the afternoon light moved across the room. Kakashi observed that they had managed to find the man, but he had not been easy to talk with. He added that the man reminded him of Shuriai, albeit as a much lesser version of her. Shuriai scoffed and gave a short, dry laugh. Shuriai insisted that Kakashi did not know her anymore. The girl he once knew was nothing like who she was now. Her stay in the village was only temporary until they secured what they had discussed. Kakashi stood, reached out, took the cigarette from her fingers, and tossed it away. Kakashi acknowledged that he understood, but warned that negotiating with the elders would be difficult given her past, the possible crimes she might have committed during her disappearance, and her recent admission of a connection to Orochimaru. Shuriai rolled her eyes and said she did not care. She felt they had not persuaded her and still needed to figure some things out for herself. Kakashi asked why she had left the village in the first place, and if all the information she needed was back there, why bother returning? Shuriai laughed and smirked, telling him that if only he could see the whole picture, as she watched the gray-haired man with a predator's calm. Naruto cheered with a huge grin, thrilled that they were heading back to the village. He had expected the mission to last half a week, but they were returning after only a few days with Shuriai Kuratsuki. Kakashi sighed at Naruto's antics as he led the way. Shuriai and Akihiko were a few feet behind, bound together with HNDCFFS. Akihiko raised an eyebrow and wondered why Shuriai had agreed to come with them, given her history with the Leaf Village and her earlier insistence that she did not want to return. Shuriai answered in a quiet tone that time had changed and she had come to realize some things. She was still searching for the truth. She admitted that the prospect of adrenaline and the thrill of discovery made her excited, and Akihiko felt a shiver run down his spine before he sighed. Akihiko made it clear that he did not want to be dragged into whatever cults she might be chasing and questioned whether they should follow these people, reminding her that she had worked hard to leave the village only to risk going back. Shuriai smiled at him in response. Akihiko said he did not trust her to handle things, since the last time she had acted recklessly it had led to a fatal incident that forced them to move from village to village. Shuriai scoffed and dismissed the description as an exaggeration, insisting she had simply fought the dangerous men they had encountered. Akihiko rolled his eyes and asked if she could keep things down for a few minutes. Shuriai responded with sarcastic humor, imagining a tea party with tiaras and gowns, and Akihiko ignored her and continued to roll his eyes. Naruto and Sakura exchanged bewildered looks as they realized these two were an S-rank and an A-rank fugitive pair, and they felt awkward watching the bickering. Naruto decided to try to ease the tension by asking Shuriai if she knew who Sasuke was. Shuriai hummed and recalled that Sasuke had once been a small child who had followed her everywhere. When she returned from missions, he had often waited for her at the gate. Naruto and Sakura were surprised by the suggestion that their teammate had once been clingy. Shuriai added that she could not say the same about him now, admitting sheepishly that she had not seen or heard anything about him for years and feeling a pang of guilt for leaving him on a random night when Itachi had asked her to look after him. Naruto thought to himself that they must have had a special bond for Sasuke to react to her presence, and he smiled and declared that he would bring Sasuke back home. Shuriai paused, unsure of Kakashi's companions' names. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki and identified Sakura beside him. Akihiko stated his own name and, when Sakura asked where he was from, said he was from the Hidden Cloud Village. Sakura was surprised and asked how they had met, given the distance between their homes. Shuriai smirked and explained that they had met in a random forest on the outskirts, where Akihiko had been cornered and badly beaten. She could not leave him there, and he had ended up following her and devoting himself to her. Akihiko snapped back in irritation that he was not a damsel in distress, while Shuriai declared that she was not the sort of person to sit idly by. Akihiko muttered that if they were not handcuffed together he would have strangled her, and Shuriai retorted with a teasing remark that he could not do it. Both of them exchanged exasperated expressions, and Shuriai admitted she was enjoying the rare chance to speak with other ninjas without them being afraid to get close to her. She reflected on how, in the past, people had been wary around her and how most of her companions had been older than she was. Kakashi walked ahead, listening and observing. He thought that Shuriai had changed since their earlier days. She had become more talkative and had clearly grown. He felt a small, grudging gratitude that she had found herself and was no longer so closed off. Itachi's influence had been important in helping her open up, and Kakashi felt a quiet, complicated twinge of jealousy over the bond she had shared with that boy. The dark purple-haired woman considered that if he asked about the Uchiha, she would not speak ill of him. Despite everything Itachi Uchiha had done, his role in the tragic loss of his clan, his joining an organization of S-rank criminals, and his deliberate actions towards Sasuke, she still felt a quiet respect and concern reserved for him alone. Kakashi sighed as they walked back toward the village. He did not notice that the woman watched him with a small smirk. An observer told the others to forget it. It was her. Shuriai saw Kakashi and the name came to her like a whisper. Flashback. Shuriai looked at Itachi, cautious and bandaged around her right eye. Itachi stood before her with an emotionless expression that softened into a weary sigh. He explained that he had no other choice and asked her to take care of Sasuke once he was gone. Shuriai met his request with regret. She felt powerless to stop what was about to happen. Shuriai admitted she did not know if it was the right thing, and she confessed that she had a bad feeling about the night, still mourning Shursui after a year. Itachi acknowledged how hard it would be for all of them, especially Sasuke, and said that since they were already in too deep, the least they could do was think of Sasuke. Shuriai told Itachi that she had no right to interfere, that this was between him and the Uchiha clan, and that if he thought it was right she would not stop him. Itachi apologized for dragging her into the matter. Shuriai let out a bitter laugh and said it was too late to hold grudges, that she had done what she could and that he had acted as he believed best. Itachi looked at her gently and asked her to take care of Sasuke and to find their way back to each other. Everything felt connected to Shuriai. She wondered what Kakashi wanted with her. Tsunade, the blonde-haired Hokage, welcomed Shuriai Kuratsuki back as she stood in the office. Akihiko had already been taken into custody for interrogation. Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura stood behind the Hokage. Shuriai looked at Tsunade and gave a faint, closed-eyed smile. She acknowledged that she knew who Tsunade was, since Tsunade had once been a teammate of her former mentor. Tsunade studied Shuriai and noted their similarities. She observed that Shuriai favored an unconventional, edgy style, a short skirt, a dark patterned tank top, bracelets and spiked straps, a studded belt, fishnet stockings, heeled boots, and a black jacket. The Hokage allowed herself a small, amused expression. Shuriai grinned at the look and teased Tsunade about lingering on her appearance. Tsunade bristled at the remark. Naruto then blurted out that Shuriai was much younger than Tsunade, which only made Tsunade more irritated before she returned to a more serious demeanor. Tsunade cleared her throat and addressed the reason for Shuriai's return. She stated that Shuriai was aware of why she had been brought back to the village. Shuriai confirmed that she understood. Tsunade declared that, because Shuriai was an S-rank fugitive and considered dangerous, she would be placed under Kakashi Hataki's supervision for the time being. Shuriai looked surprised and displeased at the decision. Shuriai asked why she had been assigned to Kakashi's care. She explained silently that she could not imagine being comfortable under Kakashi's supervision, given their shared history and how difficult her return would be for him. Tsunade responded that Kakashi had served in the village the longest among available ninjas, and that staying with someone who knew the village well would likely make Shuriai more comfortable. Shuriai sighed inwardly at the thought. Tsunade added that no one else in the village was likely to volunteer to take Shuriai in, and that Shuriai would not be allowed to move about unsupervised yet. The elders had not been informed of her return, and given Shuriai's past, they might not react kindly. It was already notable that she had not been placed in prison. Shuriai promised that once their arrangements were concluded and she had what she wanted, she would leave again, confident the elders could not stop her. Kakashi's expression, partially hidden by his mask, tightened at her. Carefully chosen words. Tsunade said she would see how that played out and then dismissed Naruto and Sakura so she could speak privately with Kakashi and Shuriai. Naruto and Sakura left the office at once. Tsunade told Shuriai and Kakashi that the Akatsuki were active again. Based on Jiraiya's report, a two-person team had been attacking neighboring islands and invading villages across several lands. There would likely be a mission in a few days, though Tsunade had not decided who would be assigned. Tsunade asked Shuriai if she was familiar with the Akatsuki. Shuriai admitted that she was familiar with them but did not know their motives. Tsunade explained that the Akatsuki were targeting Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts they carried, and that this was why Naruto, as a Jinchuriki with the nine-tailed fox inside him, was of particular concern. Shuriai looked surprised for a moment and then clicked her tongue, recalling rumors about a boy who housed the nine tails. Tsunade told Kakashi that she trusted him to handle Shuriai's custody. Kakashi inclined his head in acknowledgement. Kakashi moved to lead Shuriai away. Shuriai, still wearing HNDCFFS that limited her movements, ignored his tug and addressed Tsunade. She requested permission to visit the Kuratsuki compound to handle some personal matters. Kakashi and Tsunade exchanged curious looks. Tsunade asked why she wanted to go to her compound. Shuriai said the matters were personal, but that Tsunade was the one she needed permission from to investigate. She paused and offered to provide a small hint. Shuriai and Kakashi walked through the village, noticing how much it had changed since she had left. There were many more shops now and the streets were far more crowded. This was not the village she remembered. She kept to herself when she had no missions or important tasks. Kakashi and Itachi were the two who visited most often. She also thought of Shursui, remembering him with a quiet ache. She would probably still be more present in the village if he were here. Shuriai smiled slightly at the memory. She missed Shursui more than she admitted. She rubbed her wrists, where her HNDCFFS had just been removed, and asked Kakashi if she could tag along on his missions. She explained that it would be boring to be left alone when he was away. Kakashi hummed, hands in his pockets, and said that he had been advised to keep an eye on her at all times because she tended to get into trouble when she acted on impulse. Shuriai pouted and complained that he made her sound dangerous, which hurt her feelings. Kakashi thought to himself that her impulsive instincts often won out, no matter the situation, and sighed. A familiar voice called their names, and they turned to see Naruto and Sakura approaching with a group of friends trailing behind them. Kakashi offered a small wave in greeting. Sakura smiled politely and asked how Shuriai's stay was going so far, hoping she was enjoying the village. Shuriai chuckled and said it was all right, though Akihiko was not with her yet. She noted that Kakashi was there to keep her company. Kakashi explained that Akihiko was still consulting with the forces and would be out shortly. He also admitted, privately to himself, that he was curious about who the man was. The group behind Naruto and Sakura murmured among themselves as they regarded Shuriai. Naruto introduced his friends in turn: Kiba and his dog Akamaru, Choji who was always eating, Shikamaru who seemed lazy, Niji who had a serious presence, Lee full of energy, and Ino and Hinata. Some of the younger shinobi admired Shuriai's appearance, whispering that she stood out. One of them commented that she was very pretty. Others tried to be clever about the situation, but the conversation stayed light and teasing rather than mean. A large dog barked as if in agreement. Niji and Kiba traded mild barbs about dating prospects, but the exchange stayed casual. Rock Lee, earnest as ever, declared that Shuriai was impressive enough to inspire grand gestures, though his tone was joking and exaggerated. Ino suggested they ask directly, but some of the others were reluctant. Shuriai, curious about the commotion, asked who the group was, motioning at the crowd. Naruto cheerfully introduced everyone again. Shuriai found the man with a pineapple-like hairdo oddly familiar but could not place him. She introduced herself as Shuriai Kuratsuki and said it was nice to meet them all. Ino asked if she was new to the village, noting that she did not seem familiar. Shuriai replied that it was a long story and that she had been away for quite some time. Shikamaru's expression shifted as he studied her. He sensed something different about her presence. Niji beside him seemed to sense the same thing. Their glances exchanged silently, both picking up on something in her chakra that felt strange and heavy, though she carried herself as if nothing were unusual. Shuriai noticed their attention and recognized Shikamaru as Shikaku's son from the times she had seen him around the Hokage office. She made a mental note not to underestimate him. He likely inherited more than a few sharp traits from his family. A pale young man approached and looked from Kakashi to Shuriai, immediately leaping to a conclusion about her relationship with Kakashi. Sakura quickly scolded him, reminding him to be respectful and not to jump to such assumptions. The others reacted with mild embarrassment at his bluntness. Kakashi flushed faintly at the attention and seemed at a loss for words. Shuriai could no longer contain her amusement. She laughed, the sound bright in the street. Then she asked, with a teasing tone, whether they had seriously assumed she was with Kakashi. A short, friendly silence followed before she continued the conversation with the group. Shuriai cackled that it had been obvious since they arrived and looked at the woman. She then wiped a tear from laughing and explained that they were not a couple, that Kakashi was merely showing her around, and she smiled slightly at the others. Ino asked why Kakashi's face was so flushed. Kakashi snapped back to the moment, shook his head, and courteously reminded everyone that Shuriai was not there to entertain questions and asked for respect. He added that she was there on business. Before anyone could continue, curiosity showed on Ino's face as she pressed about Kakashi's flushed expression. Kakashi hurriedly insisted that it was nothing and told them to drop it. The others offered light teasing over his discomfort, and the group fell into a mix of giggles and raised eyebrows. Shuriai laughed, keeping the tone light and playful. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, inwardly groaning as the snickering continued. The teasing faded. Sakura then suggested that she and Naruto could accompany Shuriai to keep her company. Shuriai raised an eyebrow, but Kakashi quickly responded that it was not a good idea since she had just arrived and that she might be tired, offering to show her to where she would be staying. Shuriai smiled with her eyes closed and accepted the offer. Ino and Sakura squealed with excitement and immediately crowded around Kakashi, continuing their eager pleas. Kakashi hesitated as the young ninjas pressed him. Naruto adopted a pleading expression and urged him to agree. Lee struck a dramatic pose and urged everyone to seize the moment for fun. Kakashi scanned their enthusiastic faces and weighed his options, recalling that he wanted to ask Shuriai about the village and about her claimed familiarity with the Akatsuki. Sighing in defeat, Kakashi agreed that they could go together only until after sunset. The persuaders cheered at his concession. The two girls linked arms with Shuriai and chatted about her boots and skirt as they set off. Kakashi followed the group of young ninjas. Shuriai told the Hokage that it was related to the Kuratsuki massacre that had happened a decade ago. Tsunade promised she would see what she could do, and they were both dismissed. Shuriai felt relieved that the Hokage had been persuaded and was curious about the massacre, but she decided to leave the matter to Tsunade's influence. If Tsunade disagreed, Shuriai had no one to stop her from pursuing what she wanted. As they left, Kakashi reached out and gently pulled her back, asking what she had been talking about earlier. Shuriai replied that it was confidential, which made Kakashi click his tongue and cross his arms. He wondered whether that was the reason she had left in the first place. Shuriai, irritated, asked why he was so eager to know and complained that he was acting as if he would be consumed if he did not get an answer. Kakashi felt he deserved an explanation and demanded to know her motives. Shuriai scoffed and smirked, telling him that he did not need to ask and that he would figure it out eventually. She stepped close to him, almost nose to nose, and, smiling with her eyes closed, told him that since he was practically her guard now, he should do her the favor of showing her around. Then she pulled away. She noticed that her closeness had flustered Kakashi and found his reaction quietly amusing. They had been mistaken for a couple in the past. Kakashi would always insist they were not, but she had learned to read his body language well enough to see what he tried to hide. Kakashi felt a momentary unease when she had stepped so close, but he resolved to make it his mission to learn the truth. It was going to be a long day. Kiba asked where Shuriai was from, staring at her with bright curiosity. They were eating at a barbecue restaurant, seated at a long table with the girls on one side and the boys on the other. Kakashi was not at the table. He had gone outside with his friends Guy and Asuma, who had been invited so Kakashi would accompany his own age. That left Shuriai with a moment alone among the younger group. So far Shuriai felt like she was in an interview, answering question after question. None had been deeply personal yet, and she planned to steer the conversation if they pushed too far. The sizzling at the grill filled the silence after Kiba's question, and Shuriai noticed the group turning their attention to her. Shuriai sighed and explained that she was actually from here. The group reacted with surprise, creating an awkward pause. Tenten remarked that Shuriai did not look local and seemed like an outsider, and the other girls agreed. Shuriai smiled faintly and admitted she had heard that a lot, but reaffirmed that this was her hometown. Sakura then asked how long she had been away. Shuriai hummed, put a hand to her chin, and said she had lost count. The last time she remembered being here was when the third Hokage was in charge. Naruto asked why she had left, and the question shifted the atmosphere. A subtle change crossed Shuriai's face, and Shikamaru and Niji watched her more carefully. Shuriai found the question interesting and let the moment stretch. She told Naruto that it was for her to know and for them to find out. Her tone suggested she was enjoying the unease she provoked. Sakura urged her not to leave them hanging, and Shuriai chuckled. She compared people's curiosity to a riddle and said some riddles were more fun unsolved. She admitted that if she revealed everything, it would spoil the mystery, and she preferred to keep things playful. People leave for many reasons, she added, and she did not see why her reasons should be different. Naruto pressed the point, saying she had disappeared without a trace and must have a reason. Kiba echoed the word disappeared and mentioned he had heard that from Lady Tsunade. Shuriai paused, savoring the moment, and said that telling them would ruin the fun. She suggested that knowing the answers too soon was boring and that she liked treating the matter like a game. Shikamaru frowned, puzzled by the evasive line of conversation. He and Niji exchanged looks, and Niji accused her of dodging the question. Shuriai avoided his eyes and replied that she was not dodging but choosing not to answer. Sakura, concerned, offered that Shuriai did not have to share anything that made her uncomfortable and apologized on the group's behalf. Shuriai assured Sakura that discomfort was not the issue. She simply enjoyed the game of curiosity, where every answer led to more questions. When Shikamaru asked what game she meant, she described it as a little twist on curiosity that prolonged interest rather than satisfying it. Niji, clearly frustrated, found her explanation unsatisfying, but Shuriai only smiled and suggested that keeping the mystery would only increase their curiosity. The group exchanged uneasy looks as she let her words linger. Shuriai then proposed they either ask another question or return to eating and talking about random things. They were here to have fun, after all. Laughter rippled around the table as most of them went along with her suggestion, leaving only Shikamaru and Niji unconvinced. Naruto rubbed his stomach and sighed in relief, saying he was full. He had mostly put the earlier incident with the dark purple-haired woman out of his mind, though a new determination was slowly igniting inside him. Kiba wrapped his hands around his head and teased that Naruto's big appetite had eaten the leftovers along with Choji, so it was no surprise. Naruto glared and warned that if he had not eaten, he would have challenged Kiba then and there. Choji, content after a good meal, did not care what others thought and only wanted to go home and rest. Sakura told the group that she and the girls would use the bathroom and pick up the bill, noticing that Shuriai had grown unusually quiet compared with earlier. Sakura invited Shuriai to join them, but Shuriai, propping her elbow on the table and resting her chin on her hand, said she would rest for a bit and asked them to wait for her outside. Sakura smiled and left with the others to chat and take care of the bill. Naruto stood and said he would go with them and wait for Shuriai outside. Lee and Kiba also rose. The others called after them as they left, and Shuriai watched them go before turning back to the remaining people in the room. Shuriai gave a polite smile and mentioned it had been nice meeting everyone, adding that it had been a while since she had attended such functions or spoken with people outside her usual age group. Her voice was smooth and measured, but it did not reflect the intensity she had shown earlier. Shikamaru crossed his arms and observed the woman. He noted how unpredictable she was and how little she revealed about herself. He clicked his tongue. There was something alluring about her, not just in appearance but in the way she carried herself. He still had suspicions about her unexplained disappearance long ago and why she refused to disclose any details. Niji felt there might be a threat in her presence. An uneasy feeling about her unfamiliarity and the stunt she had pulled earlier made him more wary. Her chakra was unusual in a way he had not seen from a woman before. Shuriai's eyes shifted between them as she teased whether they needed something or were simply enjoying the view. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and said he would not call it enjoying, but that she had a talent for keeping people on edge, and he asked who she really was. Shuriai continued to smile in a way that did not reach her eyes and said they would be acquaintances from now on, which meant they would see each other more often. She suggested they do their best, wearing a mischievous look that earned only distrustful stares from Niji and Shikamaru. Niji asked what her purpose here was, his sharp gaze fixed on her. Shuriai replied that it was none of their business, though her eyes dared them to dig deeper. After a pause, she said she was here for her own reasons which might or might not align with the village's goals, and wondered whether anything truly made sense anymore or whether everyone was just trying to make sense of chaos beyond their control. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his head and asked whether she had a habit of avoiding direct answers or whether she was doing it on purpose, his frustration audible despite his usual laid-back tone. Shuriai laughed softly and said straight answers were tedious. She preferred the thrill of a mystery that kept people guessing and encouraged them to find things out for themselves. Niji, who had remained silent until then, said he did not believe in mysteries lasting forever because every hidden thing eventually revealed itself. Shuriai scoffed lightly but smiled and told him he could try to figure her out, though some mysteries had no clear solution. She warned that whatever business she had here was her own, and they could keep their suspicions, theories, and questions, but they might end up going in circles. She suggested that even if they uncovered the truth, they might discover that not everything known should be known and that not everything they thought they understood would be true. Shikamaru glared and said he would figure her out eventually, reminding her that not everything went according to plan and that there would be an ending point at some stage. Shuriai laughed and said her words were never lies when he replied that he had not claimed they were. She told him he had intrigued her and praised his rare way of thinking, contrasting him with earlier companions who dismissed events as nonsense. She said his presence would make her stay more entertaining and that she would keep his words in mind. Shikamaru retorted that she was not the only hard person to crack there. Shuriai admitted she enjoyed a challenge and mused about his intelligence. Shuriai praised the Nara clan and wondered how long someone could keep their self-control when faced with everything they might learn. The clan was one she admired, and now a boy from that clan was trying to unsettle her, which she found thrilling. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and smirked, making it clear he was not a puzzle to be solved quickly and that she would likely grow bored before cracking him. Shuriai tilted her head and said she had no intention of cracking him and did not need to. People like him were more entertaining when they believed they had everything figured out. She added that they were most amusing when they thought everything was going their way, and her grin never faltered as she assured them she enjoyed playing games and would not be bored. Niji, who had been silent the whole time, watched Shuriai closely, finding her words increasingly interesting as she spoke. He asked what she was on, keeping his tone clipped, and Shuriai averted her eyes but gave no visible reaction. Deciding that enough questions had been asked for the night, Shuriai stood to wrap things up. A small giggle from the doorway drew their attention, and they turned to see Sai. Niji, surprised, wondered aloud how long Sai had been standing there, noting that he had been so engrossed with Shuriai that he had not noticed Sai enter. Sai's tone was polite and direct, his expression emotionless as usual. He glanced around the room before fixing his gaze on Shuriai. He introduced himself as Sai and indicated that he had heard quite a bit about her, his voice remaining neutral and revealing little. He appeared almost robotic, showing very little emotion. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at the suggestion that Sai had heard of her. Sai nodded slightly and explained that he had been observing the events that had occurred earlier, and since there was more to Shuriai than she had shown, his flat words carrying an implied challenge. Shuriai hummed and noted that another person had come to observe her. She warned that it would not be easy to figure her out. Sai offered a small, unreadable smile and said he did not want to waste time but would keep an eye on things, since he did not want any further threats. To the village. Shuriai laughed softly while Niji and Shikamaru exchanged glances. Sai thought the situation kept getting stranger and stranger. Kakashi announced that they would be leaving, and the group waved goodbye as the two departed. Shuriai offered a faint smile, a familiar gleam in her eye as she watched them disappear. She admitted to herself that the kids had kept her company and that she had enjoyed their presence, especially the three boys she had spoken with before they left. Kakashi watched her closely and sighed at the deepening expression on her face, though it was clear she had enjoyed herself. As they walked toward the apartment where she would be staying, Kakashi observed that she seemed to enjoy their company. Shuriai responded that they were interesting and that it was rare for her to have people around to keep her entertained. Kakashi kept his hands in his pockets and maintained a cautious, sharp gaze, mindful of their history and aware of her past antics. He suggested he had expected her to be difficult to cooperate with and suspected she might have a hidden agenda. Shuriai admitted that if she was returning to the village, she would at least keep herself entertained. She explained that she loved playing games and the thrill of gambling, and that the excitement allowed her to pursue her own investigations while remaining entertained. Kakashi remarked that she did not make things easy. She countered that where was the fun in easy, and assured him that he would catch up eventually. Kakashi regarded her with a sharper look, uneasy at the thought that she might be up to something with his students. Shuriai yawned and said she was tired from all the socializing and felt she needed alcohol and nicotine. Kakashi responded dryly that there would be no smoking or drinking in the apartment and that he would dispose of any cigarettes or bottles he found. Shuriai muttered that it was no fun. They stood in front of the apartment she used to occupy. Kakashi reiterated his warning about no smoking in a dry tone. When they opened the door, the apartment was empty and silent, appearing untouched and too clean, too hollow. Shuriai scoffed, a cigarette dangling between her lips. She raised it between her fingers and let out a small plume of smoke, noting that the place looked oddly familiar to the one she had once lived in. Shuriai observed that it felt like no one had lived there for years and found the irony striking. When she turned, Kakashi was already studying her with a sharp gaze, and she let out a dry chuckle. Shuriai teased that he had not changed and that his habit of staring made her suspect he was trying to read her, though she insisted he would not succeed easily. She smiled, keeping her eyes on him. Kakashi's expression remained unreadable beneath his mask. He asked what if he was trying. Shuriai sighed and told him he would be wasting his time. Her lips curved in a lazy, teasing manner as she made it clear she was not an open book to be skimmed at will. Kakashi scoffed lightly and stated that he would figure her out eventually, speaking in a straightforward tone. Shuriai scoffed in return but kept her grin, noting that they seemed destined to spend a long time together and that he would have plenty of time. She turned toward him and stepped closer. At about 5'9" or 10, she met him eye to eye. She chuckled and admitted she enjoyed watching people struggle to uncover truths that were never meant to be revealed. Her amusement showed as she leaned against him in a casual, non-romantic way. They sat in a brief silence as darkness settled. The purple-haired woman brought a cigarette to her lips and exhaled as Kakashi watched the embers glow. He stayed in his laid-back posture and took the cigarette from her. Kakashi said that there would be rules in the apartment. The woman looked at him with an odd expression. Shuriai asked if he thought she was some sort of brat, but Kakashi ignored her. Kakashi listed the conditions: no smoking or drinking in the apartment, a 10 p.m. curfew, no going out without his supervision or permission, and she must be accompanied by other leaf ninjas such as Naruto and Sakura. He added that he would bring her necessities first thing in the morning. Shuriai let out a dramatic sigh and frowned, asking if he was trying to keep her like a prisoner and accusing him of acting like a father, then bitterly noted that she did not have a father. She walked around the room, inspected it, placed a hand on her hip, tapped her boot on the floor, and reminded Kakashi that she was not a child and did not need those rules. She argued that he did not have the right to stop her from her habits and that life was less fun without them. Kakashi offered a dry response and then allowed a soft expression to flicker across his face. He acknowledged that she was right to say she was not a child anymore, but he made it clear that did not mean he would not set boundaries. Shuriai sighed tiredly. Shuriai sat by her bed with damp hair, a towel wrapped around her head. She had just finished showering and water still clung to her scalp. She sighed and glanced at the cigarette pack on the nightstand. Shuriai dismissed the rules in her head and told herself she needed the habit to cope. She knew smoking threatened her health, but the craving had become a daily presence. She decided to have one and took a cigarette, lighting it and feeling the ember glow as she inhaled the menthol. The smoke filled her lungs, and she let it settle into her thoughts. She turned toward the window and watched the village below and the pale moon above. In moments like this she felt a rare calm. The apartment fell quiet apart from the distant hum of village life and the soft footsteps and voices outside. She exhaled and watched the cigarette ember flicker with each breath. The menthol smell mingled with the weight of her thoughts, and for a moment she wished the smoke could ease the burden she carried. Her eyes wandered over the room, noting the untouched walls. The place felt painful in its familiarity. It resembled her old apartment in the village. Shuriai realized with irritation that this was indeed her old apartment, emptied and cleaned. That meant Kakashi lived just another floor down in the same building, and she internally scorned how clever that move was. Her gaze lingered on the empty spaces and memories returned, the days she had spent as one of the Umbu captains, the missions carried out in the shadows, and the weight of the choices she had made. She shuddered at those memories but knew the past could not be buried forever. At times it rose up behind her, demanding attention. She remembered the sounds and fears of those who had faced her judgment, and the atmosphere in the room tightened as those recollections surfaced. Years in the shadows had shaped her years when she had been used as a tool of the village, tasked with sending people to their ends. She had been regarded as ruthless, but in her own mind she had been something else. A judge, a purifier, someone who believed the guilty must be held accountable. Shuriai scoffed softly and told herself that people had to face the consequences of their actions sooner or later. The convictions that had guided her were like a companion, steadying her through the darkest parts of her life. Those beliefs had justified the cost in her mind. She had offered enemies a last chance to repent, even if that chance had come through deadly means. She thought about the people she had judged and about the heavy responsibility of deciding fates. It had never been about power for her. It had been about balance and preventing further harm. Each life she had taken had been offered, in her belief, for the greater good. The acts had been cruel, but she had convinced herself they were necessary. She exhaled another plume of smoke and admitted to herself that she might have regretted some of it at times, but that realization had come too late to change what had been done. She clung to the hope that the consequences of her actions would make sense in the future. She promised herself that she would find the truth behind the things that had haunted her. She suspected there was someone with an obsession for clans and power involved, and she vowed to make that person answer. Shuriai muttered Danzo's name under her breath. Her concentration snapped when she felt something watching her. She turned to the window and froze. A crow perched on the sill, staring at her with an unsettling familiarity as if it understood the burdens she carried. The bird's eyes held a strange, almost knowing look, and for a moment Shuriai felt a peculiar connection. The room was silent except for her breathing and the soft rustle of the bird's feathers. She tried to place where she had seen such a bird before. The recognition clicked into place, but before she could act, the crow took flight. She called after the bird and clicked her tongue, then noticed a small feather drift down onto the bed. She picked it up and inspected it. She sensed a faint flow of chakra and immediately recognized whose it was. She quickly put on a shirt, a cloak, and slippers, grabbed the feather, and moved toward the door. She hesitated, thinking that Kakashi had probably placed a sensor on the door. She went to the window, opened it, and jumped out without hesitation. The village was quiet, everyone was likely at home, resting, or spending time with their families. She landed silently and ran toward the nearest forest, adrenaline rushing as she smirked. Chapter 08 Nocturnal Visit. Shuriai walked through the forest, holding the feather the crow had left. She kept her gaze on it. A faint trace of chakra clung to the quill, barely perceptible. The feeling was familiar enough to tug at something inside her, but too faint to be certain. She scolded herself quietly for overanalyzing an old habit, yet the adrenaline that had driven her here would not be ignored. She examined the feather and thought of the only person she associated with crows, Itachi. She worried that she might be imagining things, but the thought of him was the only explanation that made sense. The night air was cold, and Shuriai pressed her hand to the patch that covered her right eye, debating whether to use it. It had been a long time since she relied on that power. Whenever she did, the memory of a particular person returned sharply with it. The eye beneath the patch pulsed, eager and insistent. A shiver passed through her as she remembered the day she received the eye's power and the heavy consequences that followed. She recalled his words urging her to do what she believed was right, even at great cost. The memory brought a constriction to her chest. She told herself that he must have acted for what he thought was best, though the weight of his death never felt wholly like her own burden. For a moment she wondered if he would hate the way she had become, then dismissed the doubt with a breath and the faintest smirk. She decided to give it a try. She removed the eye patch and the right eye opened, revealing a vivid red. A powerful surge moved through her, sharp and startling, a constant reminder that the ability did not feel entirely hers. She resolved to make use of it. Her Sharingan activated, the 3 black tomo rotating smoothly. Her vision sharpened until every detail of the forest seemed almost painfully clear. Chakra traces that had been invisible before came alive under the new sight. She slid the eye patch into her pocket and laughed softly at the feather. Sensing another presence, she turned toward a nearby tree. She assumed a teasing tone and announced that it had been a long time and that she loved games. A dark figure stepped out from the shadows. Raven hair framed a face partially hidden by a cloak patterned with red clouds, and the man, too, bore the Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha stood before her. Shuriai greeted him with a small grin, amusement and mischief in her expression as their eyes locked in a silent stare. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, probably since her disappearance. She understood the broad strokes of what had happened. The Uchiha massacre and Itachi's choice to join the Akatsuki with the aid of others had driven them apart. Motives had diverged, and their paths had split. Itachi's demeanor remained controlled and distant, though his eyes flickered with something unspoken. She teased that perhaps he had missed her. He responded with a quiet acknowledgement while keeping his features impassive. Shuriai noted that his ability to hold a calm facade had improved, and she told him she had risked a small gamble tonight to confirm her suspicions about the crow. Itachi admitted that it had been some time since she had used the Sharingan. She explained that curiosity had driven her here. She did not want to be consumed by doubt. Itachi conceded that her instincts were rarely wrong. Shuriai laughed and confessed that she suspected Itachi had been watching her through the window in the form of a bird. He attempted to explain that he had not been stalking her, only checking on matters, though his clipped defense suggested otherwise. She teased him about whether his checking had been an excuse, and he sighed in resignation. She stepped closer and tied the eye patch back around her right eye, returning it to its place. A brief, neutral pause followed as the two regarded one another under the dim trees, each holding the history between them like a fragile thing. They sat by the nearby lake. Shuriai rested her chin on her hand and sighed. A quiet comfort settled between them, the kind that felt like the old days when they were still teenagers and free of the burdens that followed adulthood. If anyone asked Shuriai who she was closest to, the one who knew all her deepest secrets, she would have named Itachi. He had not only been a comrade in Umbu, they had known each other through childhood, academy days, and everything in between. Their bond was older than their roles. She did not blame him for what had happened to his clan. They had both been driven by forces beyond them. If Itachi knew her darkest truths, she knew she held some of his as well. She took a cigarette from her pocket and a lighter, setting it between her lips and bringing the flame to life. Itachi raised an eyebrow and asked if she still had not quit. She shrugged and let out a dry laugh, then asked if he wanted a drag. He sighed and agreed, but only this once. She grinned and handed the cigarette to him. He took it, pulled back his cloak to reveal his undershirt, and turned toward the woman with dark purple hair. She watched as Itachi inhaled, curious about how he would handle it. He coughed when he tried to exhale. Shuriai laughed, and Itachi looked at her with irritation and surprise, asking how she managed it. She told him he would get used to it, but admitted it had been a poor idea given his health. She apologized, using the old nickname she had for him. He paused at the name and looked at her with a soft expression. He assured her it was all right and not so bad, and she took the cigarette back and drew another drag. Itachi said that he had come to check on her. It had been years since he had last heard from her, and the first thing he learned was that she had returned to the village. He wondered why she had allowed herself to be taken in. She explained that she had her own terms and that those who detained her probably thought they could control her. She did not care, she said, as long as she could get what she needed. Itachi asked if it had to do with the Kuratsuki clan. She confirmed it with a small smirk. He acknowledged her straightforwardness and asked after Akatsuki, mentioning their hunt for tailed beasts and that he expected to see her more often because she was currently with one. She replied that things were progressing, each step bringing her closer to peril but still far from the end. He spoke of Sasuke, saying Sasuke remained distant from strength, consumed by hatred. Shuriai listened, expression unreadable as she stared at the lake. She found herself unable to speak about certain things, knowing how stubborn Itachi could be and how difficult it would be to change his mind. They sat in silence for a while before she asked if he ever wondered what life would have been like if they had never left the village. He admitted he sometimes did, but believed their choices had been for the best. She sighed, musing about how events might have turned out differently if he had not turned against his clan or if she had not vanished and become a fugitive. She worried that her choices had been selfish. Itachi looked at her and, with gentle reassurance, told her that if she believed she had acted for the better, especially for herself, then it was not selfish. He reminded her that her time in Umbu had not been something she deserved less for. She confessed guilt about leaving Sasuke alone, offering an apologetic smile. Itachi returned a faint smile and said it was not entirely her fault, admitting his own role in Sasuke's path but insisting that Sasuke had needed to grow and become strong. Shuriai hummed and told him not to be so hard on himself, promising she would always be there for him. Itachi acknowledged that he felt the same. As they spoke of the past, a memory made her laugh when she exhaled a plume of smoke. Itachi asked what she found amusing. She remembered the party at the Uchiha compound where they had been younger and had gotten carried away by the adults offering alcohol. She laughed at the irresponsibility of it all and recalled that it had been the night of an awkward, intimate moment between them. They had been teenagers then, and Itachi had not realized the implications until the morning after that memory. It was the day he realized he had feelings for the girl, and it was hard to ignore. Shuriai stopped laughing and wiped a tear from her eye. She remembered the moment when he had started becoming more touchy, and she teased him about it, smiling wider as she watched Itachi grow red. She raised an eyebrow and continued to prod, noting how flustered he appeared. Itachi insisted it was nothing, but she only laughed. She studied him, thinking how well he had grown into a fine-looking man. He had been handsome even back in the old days. A prodigy, top of his class, always surrounded by attention. As his best friend, she had often been approached by girls wanting to know his preferences or to pass along letters, and sometimes she had faced jealous remarks for being close to him. She paid those things no mind. As long as she and Itachi were happy, nothing else mattered. She had never analyzed her feelings in depth. Maybe at one point she had liked him, but their lives as formidable village prodigies left little time to explore what anything meant. She had been content to be his friend, and it seemed Itachi had been too. She smiled at the memory of their first kiss, light-hearted and simple, followed by laughter and quiet closeness that had lingered until morning. From that day on she would sometimes steal small, affectionate kisses just to see the expression on his face, and he would sometimes return them. Those were good days. A mischievous idea formed, and she looked at the raven-haired man who was already watching her. She asked if he wanted to replay that moment, teasing him in a way that made him gulp and clear his throat. Itachi asked what she meant. She answered with a single teasing word, and he went even redder. He questioned why, and she said she missed the old days and missed him, pointing out that things had not been the same since their paths had diverged. He thought about her words. He would not openly admit it, but he had missed her company. Their routine together had taken time to get used to not having. His mind urged him to act, but he felt shy. Shuriai pressed the point, observing that his eyes showed emotion and that he was avoiding eye contact. He tried to return to his stoic composure and deactivated his Sharingan, but the effort was difficult. The tension between them grew as she leaned closer and casually flicked a cigarette away. She teased him about being at a loss for words, and then she placed her hand lightly on his wrist. He flinched at the small contact. Then Itachi closed the space between them, placing his hand gently at the back of her neck and drawing her in. He pressed his lips to hers in a brief, tender kiss that carried the weight of years of unsaid feelings. Shuriai, surprised for a moment, melted into the gesture and returned it with a smile. The kiss lasted only a short while but felt like an eternity, and when they pulled apart they both wore the same flustered expression from earlier. She laughed, a genuine sound he had not heard in a long time, and he smiled back, looking at her with a softer, more affectionate expression. No matter how long they had been apart or how much they had changed, moments like this reminded them that their connection remained. It was a quiet affirmation that, together, they could face whatever came their way. Somewhere in a cave, a woman with blonde hair tied into a loosening braid ran against the wind. Strands of hair clung to her face, damp with sweat, and her chest rose and fell with every labored breath. She kept her guard up and glanced back repeatedly, scanning for any sign of pursuit. The atmosphere felt heavy and tense, as if danger could close in at any second. When she sensed Chakra approaching, she leaped across the other side of the sewer they were in. A three-headed scythe swung after her and narrowly missed. The woman's breath hitched as she panted. Two figures in the same black cloaks marked by red clouds watched her. One had silver hair pushed back and carried a cult pendant. The other wore a mask with mismatched green and red eyes. The woman gritted her teeth at them. Kakuzu said that they should begin, but Haydn suddenly halted. Haydn announced that he needed to pray to his god before continuing, holding the pendant up to his face and closing his eyes. The grin he had dropped into a solemn expression as if in a trance. The woman narrowed her eyes and held her ground, watching Haydn with growing unease. Her gaze flicked to the pendant, and the air tightened around them. Kakuzu complained that Haydn was always a pain in the neck and showed irritation at the delay. Haydn replied that he felt the same but that his commandments left him no choice. He closed his eyes and resumed his ritual. The woman tried to project confidence and told them they did not have her cornered, but the look in her eyes betrayed how tense she truly felt. She refused to yield without a fight and formed a hand sign. She explained that she had lured them in, and the two Akatsuki members turned to see an explosive tag attached to the wall detonate. The blast revealed that many explosive tags had been placed throughout the area. Rocks and debris shifted like an earthquake, and boulders barred the walls as planned traps sealed parts of the chamber. Yujito glared at them and declared that now that she knew the two were members of the Akatsuki, she could not let them escape. Haydn said that they were trapped, and Kuzu noted that the situation was actually favorable for them. The woman squinted at them, tension sharpening her features. In the name of Yujito Ni of the Cloud Village, she vowed to stop them. Haydn raised an eyebrow at her outburst and dismissed the enthusiasm as irritating. He explained that such fervor tended to make him reckless, and Kuzu cut in to remind him that the mission was absolute. Haydn went on about his devotion to his faith and how its commandments influenced his actions, much to Kakuzu's growing impatience. While they bickered, blue flames of chakra began to roll around the woman, and Haydn allowed himself a sidelong smirk. Moments later, Haydn lay on the ground as part of a ritual, pale and still, with a ceremonial rod marking the ritual's focus. Yujito was pinned against the wall by chakra restraints, breathing shallowly but still alive. Kakuzu warned that they had been at the site for too long and suggested they move on. Haydn snapped that the ritual must not be interrupted and winced as he pulled the ceremonial rod free. Kakuzu ignored his partner's protests and opened his map, deciding they should proceed to the next location. Kakuzu noted that there was one more to go, his gaze landing on the land of fire. He narrowed his eyes as he recalled what their leader had said at the last meeting. Shuriai Kuratsuki had been brought back to the Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. An order had been given to find her and continue pursuing her, since she would be a valuable asset. Kakuzu sighed irritably. He had heard about the woman from Itachi when they had asked what she was like. He frowned at Itachi's admission that Shuriai Kuratsuki was not an easy woman to handle and that she was complicated. Even Itachi had said she was hard to understand and that they would only catch a glimpse of who she truly was. Kakuzu clicked his tongue. It was definitely going to be a hassle and not easy. Haydn sat up from the grimy ground and asked Kakuzu if they were heading to the Land of Fire next and if that was where Shuriai was currently located. Haydn then grinned eagerly and said he was excited to finally meet her, believing she would be useful to their cause. Itachi suggested they catch up, and it was always just the two of them. Shuriai complained dramatically as they walked through the forest, asking if he really had to leave. She did not want him to go and would have liked him to stay the night, but staying carried risks. Kakashi lived in the same building, and there was a chance he could sense Itachi's presence. Itachi glanced at her from the corner of his eye, calm and unreadable, though a slight softness touched his gaze when he looked at her. He explained quietly that he could not stay, that it would be careless, and that he was not supposed to be there in the first place. Shuriai sighed, hating moments like this. Goodbyes had been easier before. Now she did not know when she would see the raven-haired man again. Seeing her downcast expression, Itachi admitted that he knew she did not like him leaving, and he apologized, saying that if he stayed things would become complicated if they were discovered. Shuriai said she understood and asked when she would see him again. Itachi hummed and promised he would return soon, that he would try to make more visits, and he told her to keep the feather he had left behind as a reminder that he would always be there for her. His gaze softened as he spoke, and she returned a small, warm smile. Shuriai told him he would have to make it up to her next time. She then leaned in and pressed a brief, tender kiss to his lips, laughing softly at his reaction before smiling. Itachi promised he would make it up to her and reached up with 2 fingers to tap her forehead. Her usual mischievous look melted into something warmer and gentler as she smiled at him. Later, Shuriai admitted that she was glad she had seen him that night and that she did not know what would have happened to her otherwise. Itachi agreed that he was glad to see her as well. She teased him about learning to relax and told him she was not used to his seriousness, and she reached up to hold his cheek as he leaned in. Itachi replied that with her he felt he could relax, and the admission took her by surprise and made her heart flutter. Shuriai said she was not going anywhere and that she felt most comfortable with him. She crossed her arms, looking genuinely happy, and half-jokingly told him she loved him and to avoid doing anything foolish. She added that he should not go without her. Itachi looked at her with a faint warmth in his eyes and promised he would not do anything careless. Before stepping back into the darkness, he assured her he would see her soon. Kakashi called for Shuriai to wake up. Shuriai grumbled in protest and buried her face deeper in her pillow. She had stayed out late last night and slept in. Her hair was spread messily across the sheets. She murmured that she wanted 5 more minutes and, on impulse, used the nickname Kashi. The sound of it caught Kakashi off guard and stirred a buried memory. He steadied himself while Shuriai only shifted and groaned. Kakashi crossed his arms, watching her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He told her they had a long day ahead. He added that she had brought this on herself and suggested she should not have stayed out smoking all night. When she did not respond, he tugged the blanket to rouse her, revealing her sleeping form. He glanced at her for a moment and then looked away, his expression hidden by his mask. Shuriai sat up slowly, eyes half open and still groggy. She blinked in confusion at Kakashi's sudden silence until realization dawned. She offered him a playful, teasing smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Kakashi clicked his tongue, rubbed the back of his head, and pretended to be fascinated by the details of the room instead of meeting her gaze. Kakashi asked if she always slept like this, trying to keep his voice steady while avoiding eye contact. Seeing her so relaxed and vulnerable stirred something unfamiliar in him. It had been a long time since he had seen Shuriai with her guard down. She was not the dangerous, unapproachable figure he had grown accustomed to, and the contrast made him uneasy. Shuriai stretched, causing the blanket to shift, and sighed, still half in and out of sleep and in no particular hurry to start the day. Her casual demeanor seemed to unsettle Kakashi further, which made her smile deepen. She gave him an innocent look that felt calculated, and Kakashi struggled to make sense of it. He remembered how they had known each other for years and had even once slept in the same bed when Itachi had left, since they lived in the same apartment building. The familiarity made the current moment feel like stepping into unfamiliar territory. Kakashi asked if this was some sort of plan to throw him off balance. Shuriai laughed as if that were the most ridiculous idea. She teased that if she had wanted to unsettle him, things would have gone differently. Kakashi tried to regain his composure, crossing his arms and staring at the wall to keep his emotions in check. Shuriai's confident, teasing manner chipped away at his restraint, and she seemed to enjoy the effect she had on him. She taunted him lightly about facing danger so often yet appearing shaken now, which only made him roll his eyes and scoff. Then she questioned whether he was avoiding something, a remark that struck a nerve with him. Kakashi told her to get dressed and said he would be waiting outside, warning her not to take too long. He left the room and shut the door behind him. Shuriai clicked her tongue and smirked. Shuriai thought that Kakashi never changed a bit. Shuriai demanded to know where they were going as she followed the gray-haired man toward a nearby forest. The path led to the same woods she had visited the night before. She almost assumed Kakashi had caught her sneaking out, but that idea vanished when she saw Naruto and a brown-haired man standing in an open area near a large waterfall. Shuriai studied the newcomer and wondered who he was. Naruto waved at them and greeted them enthusiastically, explaining that Kakashi had mentioned Shuriai had been asleep earlier and that he had worried she might sleep all day. Shuriai responded with a small wave and a lazy grin, then squinted at the brown-haired man who looked vaguely familiar. The man shifted awkwardly, cleared his throat, and pointed at her. Yamato acknowledged Kakashi's success on his mission, and Kakashi hummed in agreement. Recognition hit Shuriai, and she allowed a slight grin as she noted that it was Yamato. She teased that it had been a long time since they had last met. Yamato offered a sheepish, respectful reply, unsure whether to relax or remain on guard. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and deadpanned that he was still calling her senpai after all these years and reminded him that she was younger. Naruto watched the exchange with surprise and curiosity, wondering how the two knew each other. Yamato cringed slightly at the old name and explained that it was a long time ago and that she had joined the Umbu before him, so the title felt appropriate. Shuriai murmured that it had been an inside joke, but Yamato did not seem to catch the nuance. Kakashi and Naruto stood to the side as the two exchanged looks. Shuriai chuckled and remarked that she had thought he would have outgrown it by now. Yamato sighed, and Shuriai added that some old habits die hard, offering a small smile. Yamato then adopted a firmer, calmer demeanor and explained that he was there to assist with Naruto's training and that they should keep things professional. Shuriai teased that being professional sounded boring, prompting Kakashi to step between them before she could make her playful threats take effect. Kakashi decided that was enough and told Shuriai to come with him while Yamato began training Naruto. He took Shuriai's arm and led her toward a nearby tree to escape the growing heat. Shuriai complained that he should not touch her and tried to pull away like a stubborn child, but Kakashi sighed and reminded her that he was only making sure she did not wander off. She protested that she was not a child, though her behavior belied the claim. Naruto and Yamato exchanged a glance as Naruto asked whether they knew each other. Yamato responded that, unfortunately, they did. He explained that Shuriai had held a higher rank in the Umbu and had joined the forces before him, so he had no choice but to respect her. He added that she had been one of the strongest shinobi in the village at the time. Naruto absorbed the information and glanced back at Shuriai as she continued to struggle gently with Kakashi's hold. Shuriai was recognized as one of the formidable shinobi from the Leaf in the past. Yamato watched Naruto with concern and asked if he was really all right, noting how energetic the yellow-haired boy looked even though he had been released from the hospital only a week earlier. Before the mission to find Shuriai, Naruto had rushed off on a mission to find Sasuke, and Yamato worried that he was overdoing it. Naruto placed his hands on his hips and dismissed the worry as an exaggeration. Kakashi leaned against a tree and observed them both, then suggested that training should begin and they should test the waters. Naruto burst with enthusiasm for a new technique, declaring fantastical ideas for a super move. Kakashi and Yamato exchanged glances, silently debating how to handle Naruto's excitement. Kakashi explained that they would work on chakra nature transformation, and Yamato reminded Naruto of the 5 basic chakra types: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. Naruto beamed and announced that his chakra nature was wind, which made Kakashi smile behind his mask. Kakashi decided to proceed with the training they could do for now. Naruto created hundreds of shadow clones as part of his practice and set them to replicate a single leaf-cutting exercise to demonstrate his progress. Shuriai sat on the ground nearby with a cigarette between her fingers, exhaling a thin stream of smoke and wearing her usual lazy smirk. She observed Naruto's frantic movements and remarked that the boy's energy suited wind style. Kakashi called her name in warning, and she shrugged, saying she was only being honest. Kakashi reminded her that she was there to observe, and that he had a task for her later. Shuriai complained about being inconvenienced and mentioned she had not yet eaten. She fiddled with a crow feather charm she wore as a necklace and remarked that smoking on an empty stomach might not be the best idea. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and reminded her that he had told her not to smoke, but Shuriai dismissed the rule as applying only to the apartment and insisted she could indulge outside. Kakashi cautioned her that her well-being mattered for maintaining her effectiveness. Shuriai responded with indifference. The hundreds of clones continued their shouts and exertions, and their noise made Shuriai's headache flare. She rubbed her temples as Naruto called Kakashi's name and then passed out. Kakashi immediately caught the boy and laid him to rest against the tree, sighing that Naruto was pushing himself despite still recovering. Yamato explained that the multi-shadow clone technique increased the effects of training and was not strictly necessary to show progress. Kakashi accepted that this was simply Naruto's way. Shuriai groaned and pressed her face into her hands, clearly suffering from a sharp headache. She threw her cigarette to the ground as Kakashi's concern deepened. He rarely saw her show weakness, and her pain unsettled him. He asked if she was all right, and she replied irritably that she was fine, though she admitted she might need to walk around. She tried to take small steps but suddenly blacked out. Fortunately, her teammates were there to help. Kakashi was there and immediately appeared behind her before she even fell. Shuriai glared up at the man carrying her in a bridal style and accused him of overstepping. Her dark purple eyes were narrowed, the usual indifference gone and replaced by rare, genuine frustration. The pain from her earlier headache still lingered, and the way Kakashi had lifted her felt almost ridiculous to her. Kakashi remained silent, his visible eye flicking down at her for a brief moment. He had asked Yamato to bring a couch, and with careful ease he set Shuriai down on the cushions. His hands lingered a second longer than necessary, the tension between them tangible. Shuriai shifted uncomfortably and insisted she did not need his pity, attempting to sit up but finding herself unable to. Kakashi sighed slowly and told her it was not pity, she had been about to pass out on her feet. She clicked her tongue and denied it, claiming she was fine. Kakashi's tone stayed dry and slightly sarcastic, but there was a softness beneath it as he crouched to meet her eye level, his face inches from hers. He suggested she could lie to everyone else, but not to him. Shuriai shot back that he was still bossy. He replied that she was still reckless, then straightened as Yamato returned with a first aid kit, pretending not to notice the tension. Naruto approached and asked if Shuriai was all right and why she had almost fainted. Kakashi explained that the problem was Shuriai had smoked without having eaten. Naruto reacted with surprise and concern, chastising her gently for the bad idea. Shuriai winced from the headache and told Naruto she already knew that, then ordered him back to training with a sharp growl. Naruto answered with a nervous, exaggerated compliance and returned to the waterfall. Yamato watched and, sweating slightly, suggested she take a small break because she already seemed unwell. Shuriai gave him a glare and told him to be quiet and return to his ritual before she made him stop. Yamato, unnerved, saluted and retreated to his work area. Irritated, Shuriai rubbed her temples and complained that the headache was driving her to the brink. Kakashi looked at the first aid kit he had set on the grass and scolded her for smoking through the night and morning. She sighed exaggeratedly and asked when he had become so maternal. He replied that he had been tasked with keeping her alive and asked for the pack of cigarettes she kept. She eyed his outstretched hand and let out a dry laugh. She insisted she would rather not give them up, but Kakashi ordered her to hand them over. After a brief pause, she irritatedly retrieved the pack from her pocket and slapped it into his hand, knowing he would not stop until she did. Kakashi hid the pack in his pocket and commented that it had not been so hard. Shuriai clicked her tongue and leaned back against the couch with a low groan, calling him insufferable. Kakashi's masked face tilted slightly, his visible eye curving in what might have been a smirk as he reminded her she was reckless. She huffed and closed her eyes, trying to rest, but she could still feel his presence close by. Kakashi suggested she rest and said he would bring her something to eat later. She sat up, resting her head in her hands, and muttered that she felt nauseous if she tried to sleep. Kakashi watched her with concern, opened a bottle of water, and offered it to her. She drank it and wiped her mouth, giving Kakashi a small, lazy grin to show she felt a bit better. Somewhere in a cave, the Akatsuki lair was hidden in shadows. The members sat in a distorted circle, their silhouettes flickering like ghostly holograms. At the center, Pain stood unmoving, his Rinnegan eyes glowing faintly as tension settled over the group. Each member watched the others, guarded and unreadable, the weight of the conversation yet to come thickening the stifling atmosphere. Pain cleared his throat and announced that they needed to discuss Shuriai Kuratsuki's whereabouts and the organization's motive for her. Deidara scoffed and clicked his tongue, arguing that Shuriai was overrated, nothing more than a phantom who had disappeared from her village and therefore not worth the trouble. Pain corrected him, stating that Shuriai had resurfaced in the Leaf Village a few days ago and that no one understood why or what her motives were. Deidara pushed back, insisting that Shuriai had always kept to the shadows and would not simply walk back into the village she once fled. Konan, the woman with purple hair, explained that the group had long treated Shuriai as a mystery. They had tried to locate and recruit her before, but her trail had gone cold and the lack of information made finding her seem impossible. Pain agreed that her return could not be coincidental. He observed that her intelligence and the nature of her abilities made it unlikely she had simply vanished or returned without purpose. Itachi listened quietly, narrowing his eyes. The rumor was thin, but rare traits like Shuriai's were not usually founded on lies. Haydn scoffed and suggested that they could simply remove her if she proved a threat. Pain stopped him and warned against carelessness. He emphasized that Shuriai was not like other opponents. She had been labeled S-rank for a reason. Her power over blood, he explained, could be a significant danger but also a potential asset to the organization if they handled her wisely. Konan noted that they knew very little beyond Shuriai's ability, and that lack of information made the woman both dangerous and alluring. Kisame sighed and questioned how they could trust only rumors and a single known skill when deciding whether she would be an asset or a liability. Pain remained steady, repeating that they could be sure of two things. Shuriai was highly skilled and unpredictable, and her dangerous ability could either benefit them or devastate them. He added that they needed to learn more and try to bring her to their side. Dara turned his attention to Itachi, suggesting that Itachi must know something of Shuriai from their time in the Leaf Village. Itachi confirmed that Shuriai was not easy to read, she trusted few and was difficult to persuade. Her return was deliberate, he said, and she had a motive even he did not understand. Deidara pressed for more, teasing about a supposed closeness between them, but Itachi remained concise. He acknowledged only that Shuriai was unpredictable and often complicated matters, and that he had not known her true intentions. Pain then assigned Haiden and Kazu to handle the mission in the Land of Fire. Haiden, who had been lounging, suddenly brightened at the prospect. He voiced excitement at meeting Shuriai and spoke of looking forward to a confrontation that would test her. Kakuzu warned Haiden to be cautious and keep his zeal in check, reminding him that they would also be searching for a Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki set their sights on the dark purple-haired woman. They recognized that having multiple hunters after her would complicate matters, and that Shuriai's unpredictability made the task even more dangerous. Itachi sighed and considered whether he should warn her. He debated if informing her would help or if she would treat it as another round in a relentless cat-and-mouse game. He pictured her reaction and imagined her dismissing the idea of being easily taken down, laughing the notion off as absurd and directing them to leave her be. Itachi resigned himself to the danger. He did not want to regard Shuriai as an enemy, but he knew she was too formidable for him to face alone. He understood that he would not last long against her in a straight confrontation. The group was dismissed. Shuriai rubbed her eyes and yawned. She had been roused by a disturbance and looked up to see Naruto and Kakashi sparring in the distance. She raised an eyebrow and glanced around, wondering how long she had been asleep. Fainting and exhaustion were not unfamiliar to her. It had happened before. She supposed she might be sick, but as long as it did not interfere with her life, she could ignore it. She thought she should quit smoking and rubbed her head as she stood and walked over to where Yamato sat, looking weary from staying alert for so long. She stood beside him and yawned. Shuriai asked how long she had been out. Yamato acknowledged her presence with a small hum and explained that it had been the entire afternoon. She blinked, sighed, and watched the two fight. She knew Naruto did not stand a real chance against Kakashi yet, even with the beast inside him. Kakashi still held the advantage. She watched Naruto dodge Kakashi's attacks with growing interest and observed that the boy was faster than he looked. Yamato noted that Naruto had been training with Kakashi after time with Jiraiya, which surprised her. She, too, had been a student of a great Sannin, though Orochimaru had been a snake to her. Shuriai studied Naruto's movements closely and admitted that he had potential, but she also noticed Kakashi holding back. When the sparring finished, Kakashi told Naruto to take a break, and Naruto nodded and went for water. Kakashi approached Yamato and Shuriai and commented that the sleeping beauty was finally awake. Shuriai rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. She announced that she wanted to fight Naruto, which made Kakashi and Yamato exchange hesitant looks. Kakashi warned that Naruto was not ready to face someone like her. He said Naruto had come a long way but still had much to learn. Yamato agreed, adding that she was not exactly the type to hold back and that it was hard to predict what might happen. Shuriai scoffed but smiled and insisted she would not seriously harm the boy. She was merely curious how far he had come and where his limits lay. Kakashi challenged her honesty, saying he knew she did not typically care about limits, and urged her to be careful. Shuriai waved his concern away and claimed she could control herself, though her grin suggested mischief. Kakashi sighed and told her not to do anything rash. She gave a lazy grin and promised she would try her best but could not make any guarantees. She told Kakashi that he could stop her at any time. At that moment Naruto returned, more eager than before. He greeted her cheerfully and she smiled back. She asked him for a small favor, then paused and gathered her thoughts before continuing. Yamato hesitated, glancing between Shuriai and Naruto as the two faced each other, the tension clear in the air. Shuriai stretched her arms, the usual lazy grin on her face, but there was a different edge to it now. Her eyes shone with excitement and a hint of adrenaline she welcomed. Kakashi remained calm but his eyes showed unease. He acknowledged that the plan was risky and explained that Naruto needed to be tested under pressure. He pointed out that Shuriai understood the difference between pushing someone and breaking them, and he looked to her for confirmation. Shuriai hummed and smiled at Kakashi, assuring him that she knew the difference and that she was a professional. Naruto looked nervous but forced himself to stand firm. He told himself he could handle her if he stayed observant. Naruto clenched his fists and resolved to prove himself, insisting he could handle the challenge. Shuriai narrowed her eyes and shifted her stance as her chakra rippled subtly around her. She appreciated Naruto's fire and suggested it would be interesting to see how far he could push it. Naruto charged forward with determination, gripping a throwing knife in his hand. Shuriai watched him with amusement and stepped aside, dodging his attack with graceful ease so that the knife sliced only through air. Naruto immediately followed with a punch, which she also evaded. Shuriai teased Naruto about his missed attacks with a lazy grin. A shadow clone of Naruto appeared behind her and she delivered a roundhouse kick that made the clone vanish in a puff of smoke, and she snickered. Naruto clicked his tongue, realizing Shuriai would not be easy. She was an S-rank shinobi, after all, but he refused to accept defeat. He summoned dozens more shadow clones and sent them all at her. Shuriai commented that things were getting interesting and moved through the clones with casual, practiced ease, dodging each attack like it was nothing. When one clone seemed likely to land a blow, Shuriai vanished and reappeared as a log, leaving Naruto to wonder if she had used a substitution technique. He looked around for her and suddenly felt a presence behind him that made his breath hitch and his nerves pull tight. Shuriai reappeared in front of him with an amused look. She asked whether he was fighting for victory or merely fighting to survive, pressing him to understand the difference. Naruto glared at her, telling her to stop talking and take him seriously. Naruto threw a throwing knife at her. She casually caught it between two fingers and laughed. Another clone attacked from behind and she used the knife to dispel it. Shuriai repeated the question about the difference between fighting for victory and fighting to survive. Naruto clenched his teeth, his heart pounding as her words echoed in his mind. He sensed that she was testing him, waiting for him to prove himself. Naruto demanded she stop lecturing and fight properly. More shadow clones surrounded her from every side. Kakashi and Yamato watched with caution. Yamato wondered aloud whether Shuriai was taking the exercise seriously, noting that she had been dodging for several minutes. Kakashi observed that she was playing with the boy and that she watched her opponents like prey. Shuriai described the situation as utterly predictable as she continued to counter and disperse each clone with precise movements. She moved through them almost effortlessly, slicing a knife through one clone until it vanished in smoke and pinning another's wrist before it dissolved. A light flickered across her face when she looked up and saw Naruto closing the distance with a spinning sphere of chakra in his palm. He drew nearer, intent on landing the strike. Shuriai's expression sharpened with excitement. She let the Rasengan change direction by grabbing Naruto's wrist hard enough to redirect its force. The spiraling chakra tore through the air behind her and slammed into the ground with a powerful impact. Naruto felt his breath hitch from the intensity of the moment as Shuriai tightened her hold on his wrist. She explained that fighting for victory meant overcoming fear and knowing when to strike. She then moved behind him in a blur, leaving him with no time to react. She added that fighting to survive meant merely trying to stay alive, which was already a form of defeat. She kicked his legs, causing him to stumble before he fell to the ground. She chuckled and warned him that he was holding back and hesitating. If he kept waiting for her to move, she would never let him pass. Naruto pushed himself up with clenched fists, determined not to lose. Shuriai scoffed and challenged him to stop talking and prove himself. In response, multiple shadow clones sprang forward and launched a synchronized attack on her. Shuriai dodged and struck each clone with a scoff, dismissing the attacks as insufficient to challenge her technique. As seconds passed, Naruto's clones accelerated, but Shuriai moved like a shadow, unseen by the naked eye, effortlessly dodging, blocking, and countering each one with precise motions. One clone prepared a Rasengan, and she responded with a wry remark about his improvement before the real Naruto disappeared into thin air. The clone lunged at her from behind and she barely evaded it. Naruto watched carefully, noting the brief misstep she made. His heart pounded, He could not let the opening pass. He made another clone to create a distraction while the original formed a Rasengan. One clone charged with full force and connected a punch with Shuriai's face, jolting her and forcing her to regain her footing as Naruto pulled back. Naruto celebrated inwardly as the gambit worked. Kakashi and Yamato exhaled in relief that Shuriai had not immediately retaliated, though Kakashi remained wary. Shuriai touched her face, wincing at the sting and feeling a small cut on her lip. The playful grin was gone. Her expression sharpened as she processed what had happened. She let out a low, unsettling chuckle and directed her gaze back at Naruto, finding his brief victory amusing and insufficient. Shuriai reminded him, coldly, of a basic rule: never let your guard down unless victory is certain. Before Naruto could react, she appeared behind him and he barely avoided a kick to the head. The tip of her heel nicked his cheek, leaving a brief mark as he stumbled away in pain. Naruto straightened and readied a kunai, asserting that he would not back down. Shuriai moved so quickly he barely noticed her appear again. She struck his ribs and sent him tumbling backward with the force of the blow. He pressed a hand to his side and glared, determined to continue. Shuriai complimented his resolve and then a clone of Naruto appeared behind her, which she easily evaded. She produced a small vial from her pocket and, ignoring Kakashi's concerned glance, prepared something she called a new technique. Kakashi warned that she might be going too far, but Shuriai scoffed at the caution and moved forward, insisting she would not kill Naruto. She executed a ritual and invoked a technique she named Crimson Threads. Instead of blood-soaked imagery, the effect manifested as slender, crimson strands of energy that streaked toward Naruto with a dangerous shimmer. Naruto attempted to dodge them, but a few grazed him and left him wincing from shallow wounds rather than anything graphic. The temperature in the area dropped and a heavy presence pressed down on him, freezing his focus and making his instincts scream that this was more than an ordinary fight. She closed in, her movements carrying a predator's calm. Kakashi and Yamato exchanged troubled looks. They had not sensed this level of intensity from Shuriai in years and feared the confrontation could escalate beyond control. Yamato urged Kakashi to stop her, and Kakashi readied himself. Shuriai spoke as if describing the difference between life and death, her voice both melodic and edged with menace, and Naruto felt the words as an assault on his nerves. She then made a threatening motion as if to unleash a finishing strike, and Naruto barely leapt clear. He exhaled shakily, feeling as if something vast and dangerous had passed close by. Shuriai's expression held a sadistic edge as she suggested that he could sense how precarious his position was. Naruto's heart raced. He felt like prey beneath her focus. She moved forward again, and the air seemed heavier with each step, the pressure of her determination weighing on him. Kakashi and Yamato braced themselves. The situation had shifted from a spar to a struggle for control, and the outcome remained uncertain. Her presence felt like a chain tightening around his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. She began to form a jutsu that threatened to drain the life from anyone nearby, but before she could finish, Kakashi moved with precise speed and pressed a pressure point on her neck. The dark purple-haired woman went limp, and Kakashi breathed a quiet sigh of relief as he lifted her. Naruto watched the air settle and still could not shake the impression she had left on him. He asked in astonishment what that had been and how Kakashi had managed to stop her. Kakashi hummed and offered a dry chuckle that unsettled Naruto. Kakashi lifted his headband to reveal his Sharingan and kept his eyes on the woman to make sure she would not wake. He warned that it might have been a bad idea to let her fight Naruto, and explained that he had barely managed to take her by surprise before she could attack again. He added that the attack had been aimed at him and that Shuriai Kuratsuki was not the sort of opponent one could easily overcome. Facing her was like knocking on death's doorstep. He cautioned Naruto not to underestimate her, saying she was more dangerous than what they had seen that day. The warning only strengthened Naruto's resolve. He became more determined to grow stronger so he could face opponents like Shuriai. Kakashi carried Shuriai in a bridle hold, told them he would take her back to the village to rest, and instructed the others to continue their training. Naruto nodded and watched as Kakashi walked away. Shuriai stirred from her sleep with a lingering headache, likely from the fight with Naruto earlier. As her senses returned, The details of the encounter came back to her and she became gradually aware of her surroundings. She sat up and looked around, realizing she was back in her apartment and that night had already fallen. A slow smirk appeared as the memory of the fight flickered through her mind. She touched her cheek and winced slightly at the bruise left by the impact. Naruto had put his all into that punch. Kakashi entered and noted that he had only been gone a few minutes and she was already awake. Shuriai grumbled in response and Kakashi chuckled as he approached and sat on the edge of her bed. He produced an ice pack and pressed it against her cheek with a trace of concern, remarking that Naruto had landed a strong blow. Shuriai dismissed the worry, saying she was fine and acknowledging that Naruto had spirit and potential. Kakashi accepted that, pointing out that Naruto was his student. Shuriai mimicked Kakashi's boastful tone and teased him about how precious his students were, downplaying Naruto's current skill and insisting he still had a long way to go before mounting a real challenge. Kakashi remained amused and confident that he would help Naruto improve. Shuriai admitted that she tended not to get worked up over every opponent and was curious to see how far Naruto could go. Her determination was apparent, but there was also an unsettling edge. She said she intended to see how long it would take before Naruto finally cracked under pressure. Kakashi warned that would take a long time and gently teased that Naruto might surprise her one day. Shuriai only smiled and stated that she would let him come to her when he was ready for a rematch and that she would not go easy on him next time. Kakashi acknowledged that with a quiet amusement. His expression soon turned serious as he reminded her that she had nearly lost control in the earlier fight. Had he not intervened, Naruto could have been seriously injured or worse. The words settled over Shuriai, and for a moment a vulnerable flicker crossed her face before she masked it. She did not fully understand the source of those moments when her instincts overwhelmed her, whether it was adrenaline or something deeper, but she knew that in that headspace her thoughts narrowed on destruction. Shuriai insisted that she had everything under control and could have stopped herself, but Kakashi was unconvinced. He pointed out that had she truly been in control, she would have halted the escalation immediately. He reminded her that he had already witnessed this pattern before. Annoyed, Shuriai dismissed the lecture and insisted she was aware of her actions. Kakashi clarified that he was not lecturing but warning her about the fine line she walked and that she could not keep pushing herself to the edge without risking harm to others. For a moment her expression turned unreadable, then she offered a small, challenging grin and argued that there was meaning in testing limits. She suggested that living to the fullest required taking risks and that she found exhilaration in pushing boundaries. Kakashi watched her with concern. She placed her hand over Kakashi's hand where it held the ice pack, as if seeking reassurance. Her tone sharpened as she insisted that the line she walked was different from other people's and that when things fell apart she wanted to be the one shaping the outcome. She spoke of strength and endurance, suggesting that most people would crumble at the edge while only the strong could handle what lay beyond. Kakashi sighed and warned her again not to go too far, reminding her that he would not always be there to stop a rampage. Shuriai assured him she had not intended to kill Naruto earlier and that he should not worry. Kakashi reacted with visible disbelief and reminded her that she had practically traumatized the boy. Shuriai argued that trauma could be a catalyst for growth, using herself as an imperfect example. Kakashi remained unconvinced. Kakashi then shifted the conversation to more pressing news. The Akatsuki had officially entered the Land of Fire that day. He set the used ice pack on the nightstand and reported that they had made their move. Shuriai's attention snapped to the update, the earlier tension giving way to focus on the new threat. Kakashi noted that it was clear their plans were shifting to the Land of Fire and that Tsunade had already sent shinobi to monitor the area. He watched Shuriai with interest. Shuriai clicked her tongue, aware that things would become more complicated now that the Akatsuki were involved. She thought they would get in her way, but she would not allow it. A smirk crossed her face, amusement brightening her eyes as she scoffed at the idea of the Akatsuki always lurking in the dark like pests. The mere mention of them sent a thrill through her rather than fear, a tense excitement that unsettled and energized her. Being hunted had been her reality for years, even before she had left the village. It was a constant game of shadows and deception she had learned to play well. What bothered her was not the chase itself but the thought that they might interfere with her plans. Their obsession with control and power grated on her, and she found the organization to be an overblown cliché. For a moment she drifted into a ridiculous mental image that almost broke her composure. Itachi in an oversized cockroach costume with comical antennae. The absurdity of the picture made her chuckle. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and prompted her for an explanation. She waved him off with a dramatic sigh and a grin, then confided that the Akatsuki were not only after other things but after her as well. Rumors had spread that she had resurfaced in the village, and she expected it was only a matter of time before she encountered them. She compared them to vultures, saying that if there was a scent of opportunity they would come flocking. She was not afraid. She admitted she would be more than thrilled to face any of them. Kakashi warned that if they were indeed after her they would need to impose additional measures and limitations, but she dismissed his concerns and insisted he not worry. She said she would let them come and that, if they wanted to play this game, she would be glad to entertain them. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and clicked his tongue, uneasy at her recklessness and uneasy about what might happen if they found her. Shuriai replied that she was curious. If the Akatsuki believed they could capture her and use her as a tool, they were mistaken. She insisted she did not exist to be someone else's weapon or victory, and she vowed that anyone who crossed her would have to pay the price and would regret it. Kakashi reflected on how much Shuriai had changed. Where she had once been softer, she now carried something sharper and more dangerous. Her fingers twitched as a forbidden blood technique stirred beneath her skin, a cold reminder of the power she wielded. She had become a feared combatant, and predators did not take lightly to being hunted. She turned to Kakashi with an unreadable expression and told him that the Akatsuki were welcome to try. Chapter 11 Bloodlust. She challenged him to a fight. Observers could hardly believe how dangerous she had become. A short pause followed. Chapter 12 Ulterior Motives. She made it clear that she was not the type to let enemies walk away unharmed. The next day, Kakashi walked toward the training area where Naruto practiced, accompanied by Shuriai. Thousands of Naruto clones filled the clearing, each attempting to shape a swirling Rasengan. Rain fell steadily, turning the ground slick and soaking everyone. Shuriai, wet from head to toe, scratched her neck and frowned at the ruined state of her clothes. She told Kakashi she hated the rain because it made her outfit heavy and, oddly, reminded her of death. Kakashi observed that many people found rain calming, but Shuriai dismissed the idea and said in her opinion the rain felt like a warning, a sign that something bad was bound to happen. She added that cold represented loneliness, a remark that made Kakashi slightly uneasy. They stood with teacher Yamato to watch Naruto train. Shuriai shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. Kakashi noticed and lifted his vest, slipping it over her shoulders and zipping it closed. He sighed quietly and Shuriai reacted with surprise. Kakashi told her she could have said she was cold, his tone gentle. Shuriai teased that he was always so sweet, and Kakashi shook his head. She declared that some things about her were unforgettable and resistant to change. Kakashi urged her to stop acting stubborn because she was literally freezing. Shuriai pouted and claimed she had experienced worse, though Kakashi knew she hated the cold more than anything. Shuriai then suggested that irritating Kakashi was keeping them warm. Kakashi replied that she did not make any sense. She hushed him and pointed back toward Naruto when something unusual happened. One of the Naruto clones began to glow with an orange aura, its features sharpening and eyes turning red as a surge of tail beast chakra flared. The other clones reacted with alarm. Someone warned that another clone was taking on the Nine Tails chakra. The affected clone unleashed a powerful spinning sphere and barreled into the others, triggering a chaotic skirmish among the training figures. One of the onlookers called for teacher Yamato. Kakashi ordered Tenzo to act, and Yamato answered by forming hand signs. Wood constructs sprang to life and moved to contain the rampaging clone, dissolving the moment the threat subsided. Shuriai watched with interest and said it was the first time she had seen a tailed beast host lose control in person. The last time she had only seen the Nine Tails attack the village. Kakashi moved to check on the real Naruto, and Shuriai followed. Kakashi crouched in front of Naruto, who wore an expression of frustration and disappointment, and asked if he was all right. Rain fell over the three of them. Kakashi reminded Naruto that it had been a day since he began incorporating wind nature into his Rasengan and that he was training with around 200 shadow clones. Kakashi pointed out that chakra control was difficult and that 200 clones might be his limit. Naruto looked down, ashamed, and said he felt like he would never manage it. Kakashi noted that Naruto sounded unusually negative and asked if that was the same Naruto he knew. Naruto remained quiet, unable to answer. He finally said he did not think it would work this time. Kakashi told him he had no choice but to keep trying. Naruto asked Kakashi if he would look left while also looking right, hinting at a technique. Kakashi understood and summoned a shadow clone of his own, positioning one clone to look left and the other to look right to illustrate the idea. Naruto hesitated, then drew breath. Shuriai crossed her arms and told Naruto that being negative would get him nowhere. She said that if he kept telling himself something was impossible, he would be right, he would have already lost. Kakashi shook his head at her bluntness. Naruto clenched his fists and insisted that he was trying. Shuriai countered that trying alone was not enough. He had to push through, because others who were stronger and more ruthless might not hesitate. Her words froze Naruto for a moment, then steeled him. Shuriai told him to stop sulking and prove that he was not a hopeless kid. Naruto declared that he would prove them wrong. Determination took hold of him, and he summoned hundreds of shadow clones, the training field filling with a determined energy. Shuriai stood beside Kakashi and, when he tilted his head at her, she admitted she was using tough love because Naruto had potential and talent wasted without passion. Kakashi chuckled softly at her straightforwardness. Finally, the rain had stopped. Shuriai watched from a distance as Naruto tore through the training ground with repeated Rasengan attempts. Each try left the place more ruined than before, but she could sense his improvement. Subtle shifts in chakra control, small refinements with every effort. She noted that he was getting closer as she stood beside Yamato. Kakashi spoke quietly with the boy, who seemed more joyful than before. Yamato asked if she was actually impressed, and Shuriai gave a light chuckle. She said that Naruto had potential that reminded her of someone she used to know, and that it had been a long time since she had seen such determination. Kakashi then said something that caused Naruto to lose focus. The spiraling chakra flared unpredictably and scattered across the earth. Shuriai watched with a puzzled look as Naruto fell back, evidently frightened, while Kakashi moved in to steady him. Yamato grew exasperated at the scene. A messenger ninja sent by Tsunade arrived, kneeling before them with an agitated expression and delivering a message. Yamato widened his eyes at the words and, after the messenger left, told Kakashi and Naruto that they must pause training and return to the village. Kakashi and Naruto looked confused and asked what had happened. Yamato announced that Asuma Sarutobi had fallen. The realization washed over them, and the surrounding air seemed to tighten with grief as the rustle of trees and the passing wind felt sharper. Shuriai stood apart, her usual lazy grin gone and replaced by a blank stare. She rubbed the back of her head and clicked her tongue, thinking that they would get in her way and that she would not allow it. The funeral was held beneath a gray sky, heavy with clouds as if nature itself mourned. Silence settled over the gathered faces at Asuma Sarutobi's grave. Friends, comrades, and those who had worked with him for years stood with grief etched into their expressions. Kakashi remained with his head slightly bowed and hands clasped, his quiet presence conveying loss and respect. Kurenai stood with her arms folded tightly and a tremor in her lip, staring at the gravestone in deep sorrow. Asuma's students, Choji and Ino, looked down with grief. Ino's cheeks were streaked with dried tears and she sniffled quietly. Shikamaru was not present. His mother said he had been in the area earlier but left before the ceremony, and Shuriai assumed he would be struggling with his grief. Shuriai lingered at the edge of the gathering, a cigarette held between her fingers. She did not feel that she belonged to this moment the way others did, but she could feel the weight in the air, the familiar heaviness of death she had known before. She did not have much patience for the formalities of mourning and saw death as an inevitable part of life, yet she could not deny how harsh it felt. She barely knew Asuma, but seeing so many people mourn him suggested he had been a good man who had done his best to protect the village and his comrades. She exhaled smoke, stubbed the cigarette out with her boot, and turned away. She walked off without looking back, intending to find the missing Nara boy who was not at the scene. Shikamaru played with a lighter. Shikamaru walked slowly through the quiet village, his hands buried deep in the pockets of his jacket, his steps aimless and soft. The weight of the funeral and the emptiness left by Asuma's death pressed on him like something he could not shake. He kept his eyes fixed on the ground, avoiding faces and buildings as his thoughts spun without pause. Asuma was gone, and there was nothing he could do. A hollow settled in his stomach that he could not name. The loss sat heavy in the corners of his mind. The chatter of the village felt too loud. People who did not know Asuma or who did not even know about his death went on as if it were an ordinary day. That normalcy felt unbearable to Shikamaru. How could he act the same? The question gnawed at him. He stopped in front of his house and lingered there. The sun was beginning to set and long shadows smoothed across the land. For the first time that day he allowed himself to breathe, each inhale weighted with grief. He sat on the porch in the backyard and watched the horizon, rubbing the back of his head with a look of clear frustration. He sighed, exhausted, and let his thoughts close in. He felt he should have done more, should have been better prepared, but he had no idea how anyone could have prepared for this. Shikamaru took a cigarette from his pocket and set it between his lips. He pulled Asuma's lighter from beside it, the lighter Asuma had always used, and lit the cigarette. When the ember glowed, he inhaled, and the smoke curled around his head like a thin shroud. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the familiar burn ground him, even if only briefly. The taste was both comfort and wound, the smoke lingering in the air. Footsteps approached, and he felt a shadow fall across his shoulders. He did not look up. He already recognized the presence by chakra. Shuriai appeared and indicated the cigarette between her lips, asking if he would light hers as well. She wore all black finished with a long coat and wore a lazy grin. Shikamaru sighed and produced his lighter. Shuriai sat beside him while he lit her cigarette. She took a drag and watched the ember glow, then asked if he minded the company with a faint smile. He only answered with a small hum, and she noticed his silence. She did not need to ask why he was quiet. Asuma had meant a great deal to him, and his grieving mood spoke plainly. Shuriai tested the waters with a playful tone and suggested that grief might be eating at him. He remained quiet and exhaled smoke, and she interpreted his demeanor correctly. He told her he was not in the mood for her games, and she let out a dry chuckle. She went on, half as banter, half as a rumination, saying that death was not a mystery but a part of life that people tended to misunderstand. Shikamaru shot her a side glance and narrowed his eyes, scoffing at her certainty. Shuriai claimed she had seen death in many forms: slow, fast, quiet, loud, and that people often tried to avoid it. She said death was inevitable and always one step ahead when the time came. Shikamaru asked warily if she meant that death was something no one could avoid. She blew smoke and offered a small, almost detached smile, saying that people were busy running from death and failing to notice it creeping up behind them. She compared it to a shadow that only revealed itself when it was time. Shikamaru listened as she tilted her head with a grin and described the idea of people thinking they could outsmart death like a game of hide and seek. She suggested that fear of death led people to waste themselves avoiding it, and she lowered her voice to say that death was always one step ahead when the moment arrived. Her gaze became piercing, and she told him she and death were similar in that neither cared how smart someone was or how many plans they made. She said it would get anyone when they least expected it, and then she made a light, unsettling comment about how it simply went poof, finishing with an uneasy laugh. Shikamaru leaned back, took a drag from his cigarette, and exhaled slowly. His brows furrowed in thought, but he remained outwardly calm. Her words sank in, but Shikamaru was not the type to stay quiet about things like that. He broke his silence and asked if she was done with her cryptic speech, watching her smile as he spoke. He took a drag from his cigarette and told her she was right about one thing. Death was always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its turn. The bitterness in his voice showed as he flicked ash away and smirked. He warned her that she had it wrong if she thought this was just another game. Turning to face her, a defiant glint replaced his usual laid-back demeanor. He explained that he did not believe in fate or destiny. It was true they all died, but they did not live merely to wait for the end. They lived because they got to decide how to meet it, how to fight. Death was inevitable, he said, but how they lived before it remained their choice. He told her not to take him for any of the people she mentioned. He was not afraid of death and did not intend to run away from it. He took another drag and glared at her, insisting he was not a toy in whatever game she enjoyed. He would sit back and let death laugh at him if it wanted, but he would do it on his own terms. He vowed he would not give up easily and that whatever game she played, he would play it his way, his look mixing exhaustion with quiet resolve. Shuriai scoffed and chuckled lightly, saying she would keep his words in mind. She urged him to stop wasting time sitting in grief and reminded him he did not have the luxury of regrets. Standing up, a lazy grin on her face, she warned that grieving would not make him stronger and would only drag him down. She added that Asuma would not like the look on his face if he could see it. She called him intelligent and urged him to stop dwelling on regrets. If something had happened, then it had happened, and Asuma had not died for their despair. Her eyes held mischief, as if daring him to respond when she mentioned Asuma. Shuriai had a habit of teasing people to the edge, like poking a bear with a stick. Shikamaru glared and clenched his fist, accusing her of not knowing the feeling of loss and of speaking like she understood other people's emotions. For a fraction of a second something flickered in Shuriai's eyes, but she slid it back under her mischievous facade. She sighed and admitted she had known grief more than most in the place. She said she had seen the patterns of regret and guilt and that she understood how he felt, but that people had no choice but to keep living. She took a final drag from her cigarette, tossed it away, and urged him again to use his intelligence and not waste his breath on grieving. Then she left. Shikamaru felt her words settle into him. He clenched the cigarette between his palms before discarding it and ground his teeth. Deep down, he knew Shuriai was right. Her words left a mark and his instincts screamed that he needed to do something. He eyed his lighter and clicked his tongue. A voice observed that it was Shuriai Kuratsuki and admitted surprise at her return. Shikamaru did not need to turn around to recognize the speaker. His father had just opened the sliding door and stood there rubbing the back of his neck. Shikamaru asked how long his father had been standing there, and Shikaku only sighed. Kakashi lay on Shuriai's bed, the familiar paperback open in his hands, and asked in a sly, casual tone where she had been. It was already night when Shuriai returned. She arched an eyebrow and crossed her arms, leaning against the wall and teasing that he was doing late-night reading of that ridiculous book. Kakashi did not look up as he turned a page and hummed that he could say the same thing about her. Shuriai asked where he had been. Kakashi mentioned that he had seen her earlier at the funeral and noticed she had left without asking him. She ruffled her hair and admitted she had not gone anywhere important. She had dropped in on someone to offer comfort, calling the relationship less a friendship and more a companionable presence. Kakashi, still focused on his book, asked who the companion was. Shuriai, smiling with a teasing glint, asked why he was so curious and pointed out the possibility that he might be jealous. Kakashi only hummed and, with a small grin that he tried to keep casual, said he was intrigued because she did not strike him as someone inclined to comfort others. Shuriai chuckled and tilted her head, insisting she could be comforting when she wanted to be, though Kakashi might not notice if he remained buried in his book. Kakashi noted that deflecting did not answer his question. She walked closer and, playful yet deliberate, revealed that she had been with Shikamaru, who needed a change of perspective and a bit of company. Kakashi acknowledged this and she sat beside him on the bed, though he took up most of it as he lay back reading. Kakashi warned her not to give anyone the wrong idea about Shikamaru. Shuriai replied that she enjoyed prodding people sometimes. Shikamaru had needed encouragement, and she liked seeing them pushed just enough. Kakashi suggested she was more like a cat than a bear, teasing about her mischievous attitude and tendency to push things. She laughed at being called a cat and accepted it as a compliment. He kept turning pages, smiling beneath his mask, and called her more of a menace than adorable. Shuriai laughed and noted that his voice did not sound convincing while he read his book in front of her. Kakashi defended it as literature and teased that if she was serious about learning about relationships, she could borrow the book to expand her horizons. Shuriai quietly admitted she found him more attractive than she would admit, and dismissed the idea of learning from a book when real life offered lessons. Kakashi suggested she might have a volunteer in mind among her companions. Shuriai teased him again about jealousy. Kakashi gave a dry chuckle and said he was only pointing out that she had options. She found it funny he had not kicked her off the bed. He replied that he might be only a minute away from doing so, and she suggested instead that maybe he enjoyed her company. Kakashi hummed and fell silent, returning to his reading while she threw a teasing look his way. Shuriai asked why he remained so entertained by the book when she was right there, clearly more entertaining. Kakashi closed the book and sat up, tilting his head just enough to bring their faces close, and warned her to be careful, saying he might think she was provoking him. Shuriai said she was only trying to keep things entertaining and smiled with mischief. Their gazes locked in a silent battle until Kakashi let out a quiet chuckle and observed that she was playing a dangerous game. Shuriai claimed danger as her specialty. She straightened and told him that maybe next time he would put down the book and join her in something more lively. She gave a closed-eyed smile, announced she would take a shower, and asked him not to take his time before going back to his room. Then she went into the bathroom and closed the door behind her. Kakashi sat still for a moment, the tension from their exchange lingering in the air. He let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding and rubbed his forehead, thoughts turning over the encounter. Shuriai loved teasing people, and he could not quite believe how easily she had unsettled him. With a quiet sigh, he turned his gaze toward the bathroom door and clicked his tongue. Death is something everyone had in common. The next day, Shuriai woke to loud knocking at her door. She grumbled under her breath and pulled the blanket over her head, but the persistent noise echoed through the room and would not stop. She mumbled that it was ridiculous and peered out from under the blanket, hair a tangled mess as sunlight stung her eyes. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and, hoarse from sleep, called that she was coming. The knocking grew more impatient as she shuffled toward the door, bare feet thudding softly on the wooden floor. When she reached the door, she hesitated, glaring at it for a moment, then yanked it open with an expression of irritation and exhaustion. She demanded to know what the person wanted and why they had chosen to disturb her in the morning. The man in front of the door had black hair and a small grin. Shuriai immediately recognized him and noted with surprise that Akihiko had been released. Akihiko explained that he had been freed that morning after convincing the Hokage to let him go without supervision, and added that he hoped no messages were sent back to his old village, as that would be a hassle. Shuriai scoffed that they would be foolish to do so and invited him inside. Akihiko stepped in, looked around and sprawled onto her bed with a relieved sigh, remarking that the soft bed was a welcome change from stone-hard cells. Shuriai rolled her eyes and teased that he was being picky and that luxury at home did not translate to prison. Akihiko retorted that she was just jealous, and each traded barbs with familiar ease. Akihiko sat up and crossed his arms, his tone dropping into sharper curiosity as he asked why Shuriai had agreed to return to the village she had worked so hard to leave. Shuriai tilted her head, amused, and teased him back about his newfound curiosity while insisting she had her reasons. She added that she was not the only one with unfinished business to handle. Akihiko scoffed, warning her not to act as if she knew everything about him. Shuriai laughed softly and pointed out that Akihiko was easier to read than he liked to think. He bristled at the suggestion, then challenged her to take a guess, though the atmosphere made it clear neither wanted to be too direct. Shuriai said she preferred to watch him get tense rather than offer all her answers at once. Akihiko admitted, with a short breath, that she was insufferable. Shuriai stepped forward with mock sweetness and observed that, nevertheless, he could not seem to get rid of her. Akihiko scowled and remained silent. They held that familiar, sharp exchange, years of rivalry and history threaded through their insults and small provocations. But he knew one thing. Ino and Choji exchanged surprised looks when they saw the dark purple-haired woman standing with Shikamaru. The woman ruffled her hair and held a cigarette between her lips before taking a drag and exhaling a thin stream of smoke. Ino and Choji reacted in unison to the revelation that Shuriai was coming with them. Shuriai smiled faintly and explained that she did not want to miss out on the mission and that Shikamaru had asked for her help personally. She added that she could not refuse such a request. Ino and Choji swallowed nervously and turned to Shikamaru, who kept his hands in his pockets and a cigarette at his mouth. Ino voiced her concern about bringing Shuriai along, noting how unlike anything she had felt before Shuriai's chakra seemed. Shikamaru exhaled smoke and pointed out that there were not many alternatives, his voice carrying its usual lazy tone despite a steely look in his eyes. He told them that they might need an unpredictable element and that Shuriai could be that wild card. Ino questioned how they could trust someone they barely knew and worried about cleaning up any potential trouble. Shuriai reassured her that they would learn more about one another during the journey and mentioned that she had been eager to meet one of their kind, though her grin made the others uneasy. Choji said he was willing to do whatever was necessary, and Shuriai made it clear that she preferred people not to doubt her abilities. Ino reluctantly agreed to proceed. The village was quiet in the early morning as the team prepared to leave. Shikamaru flicked a lighter and gave a firm nod before the four began to move out, with Shuriai following behind. Footsteps approached, and the group turned to find the fifth Hokage standing before them. Ino and Choji were shocked to see Tsunade there. Shikamaru calmly confirmed that the mission was still on, and Tsunade approached with a stern expression. She warned against selfish actions and announced that she intended for Shikamaru to join a new unit she had formed, telling him he would go only after they had a solid plan. Shikamaru brushed her off and asked only for support later, insisting their team already had a plan in place. Tsunade raised her voice sharply to halt the argument, causing Ino and Choji to flinch. She reminded them that Asuma was dead and that only 3 of them remained. She also questioned Shuriai's presence and whether Kakashi had authorized her to join or if she had come of her own accord. Shuriai flicked her cigarette away and, with a mocking playfulness, suggested that she had come because they needed some adult supervision and because she could not refuse Shikamaru. Tsunade warned that Shuriai was not in a position to make such decisions, reminding her of the village's watchful scrutiny and implying that her past made her actions irresponsible and not approved by her superiors. Shuriai bristled and objected to being treated like a dog on a leash, insisting that the restrictions placed on her would not stop her from making her own choices or changing her motives. The tension in the air grew heavy. Shikamaru acknowledged Tsunade's concerns but urged haste, noting that the Akatsuki were on their trail and that they needed every capable person available. He admitted that Shuriai was unpredictable but said he trusted his gut in asking her to join. Shuriai, standing slightly behind him, allowed herself a small smirk at Shikamaru's defense. Tsunade studied Shikamaru and, though skeptical of Shuriai, recognized the sincerity in his eyes and the seriousness of his resolve. Shikamaru emphasized that Asuma's memory was with them and made it clear they were not acting recklessly. He did not intend to give up. He lit his lighter and confessed that he did not want to live a life of regret and that he refused to back down without setting things straight. Tsunade looked away, reflecting that danger always hunted a ninja, then snapped back to the present when Shuriai scoffed. Shuriai tilted her head and let out a soft chuckle, suggesting she had always thought the opposite about death and that, in a way, that uncertainty was part of what made everything meaningful. Shuriai smiled and observed that death always crept up on people sooner or later and that how one perceived it mattered. Running away would not help. Shikamaru regarded her with a puzzled expression. Shuriai added that she was just another stray in the village who enjoyed a chase. Shikamaru sighed and looked at his lighter while Tsunade clicked her tongue. Tsunade warned that Shuriai was not supposed to be there and that whatever ideas had been planted in the young ninjas' heads were making them stubborn. She argued that the path they were taking was dangerous and that she would not approve, reminding everyone that a mission was supposed to be a 4-person team rather than 3. Ino cleared her throat and insisted that having Shuriai on their side meant they could handle the mission. Tsunade dismissed that and reiterated that the operation needed a full 4-person squad. A few others tried to argue both sides when a new voice intervened. They turned toward the voice and saw a gray-haired man leaning against the wall, watching them. Shuriai scoffed and looked away without much interest. Ino identified the man as Kakashi. Kakashi walked over with his hands in his pockets and offered to take over as captain of team. Tsunade paused, puzzled. Kakashi explained that even if she tried to stop the others they would keep going, but if he accompanied them he could supervise and would not allow them to go too far. He glanced at Shuriai and narrowed his eyes. Shuriai met his look with a mischievous expression, which made Kakashi click his tongue in irritation. He sensed something amiss when he realized he could not detect Shuriai's energy from the building. They traveled immediately as the sun rose. They moved through a dense forest, the only sounds the rhythmic crunch of leaves beneath their feet and an occasional whisper of wind through the trees. The journey was quiet and purposeful. Team 10 moved ahead, and Kakashi followed just behind, though his attention was elsewhere. Shuriai walked close to him, lingering like a shadow. Her presence was almost weightless, her movements unnaturally graceful, as if she existed between presence and absence. Kakashi noted how strange it was that she had inserted herself into the mission without anyone's permission. Kakashi kept his voice low and observed that she was unusually quiet. Shuriai scoffed softly and asked why he was concerned, suggesting that there was nothing wrong with enjoying a little peace. Kakashi remained silent for a moment longer, and Shuriai teased that perhaps he was merely trying to keep a closer eye on her. Kakashi reminded her that she had a habit of vanishing and that maneuvers like the one she had pulled earlier did not make things easier. The dark purple-haired woman only laughed. Shuriai explained that she had come because Shikamaru had asked nicely and claimed they were merely acquaintances, though a mischievous glint in her eyes suggested that was not the whole truth. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, already aware that Shuriai's words were rarely as simple as they sounded. He pressed her, pointing out that she and Shikamaru barely knew each other. Shuriai smiled with closed eyes and replied that she was simply trying to help the boy, invoking the old line about abandoning friends being worse than breaking rules. Kakashi warned her not to twist his words. He did not believe she truly cared for others and accused her of being self-centered. Shuriai brushed it off and urged him not to make things more complicated, then moved ahead through the trees. Kakashi watched her go, unsettled more by her intrusion on the mission than by any fear of her strength. She had joined at her own whim, and that was unlike the woman he thought he knew. He asked again why she had agreed to come. Shuriai repeated that Shikamaru had asked nicely and implied that that should be enough. Kakashi found the answer unsatisfactory and pressed further. Shuriai chuckled softly, her eyes flashing with mischief, and maintained that was the only answer he would get. Kakashi accused her of never doing things simply because someone asked, especially for someone she barely knew. Shuriai asked why he thought that, and Kakashi bluntly said he suspected she was up to something she was never so easily convinced. Shuriai teased him about his caution and the way he always assumed she was plotting. Kakashi offered the straightforward reply that he did not trust her. The tension between them was tangible. Shuriai scoffed and considered aloud that she did not know why she had agreed, only that she might be intrigued by Shikamaru. He was one of the few in the village to pique her interest. Kakashi reminded her that the Akatsuki were after Shikamaru and asked why she would come along knowing it could put her in danger. Shuriai said she did not care about the Akatsuki and then posed a question of her own, asking how far Shikamaru might go. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the implication. She explained that, aside from a few others, Shikamaru was the most intriguing person she had encountered in the village, perhaps because of his intelligence or his sense of justice. She admitted she wanted to follow and see how far he would push himself. Kakashi warned her not to treat Shikamaru as a toy to be played with and discarded, and he told her not to drag him into one of her games. Shuriai replied that life, war, revenge, and survival could resemble a game for some, where some make it to the end and some do not. She said she wanted to see what kind of player Shikamaru would be. Kakashi noted that this was unlike her. She did not involve herself with people unless there was something in it for her. Shuriai smiled and confirmed that precisely because that was what made it interesting. She added that Shikamaru had also offered her a favor once this was over, suggesting she might gain an advantage. Kakashi felt a pit form in his stomach, recognizing Shuriai well enough to know when her curiosity was genuine. If Shuriai had set her sights on Shikamaru, it meant she had seen something worth her attention, which was unusual since she did not concern herself with anyone. That made the situation dangerous. Kakashi warned that, for Shikamaru's sake, he hoped she would not push him too far. Shuriai was not someone he would want as an enemy. She had a towel on her head. The woman had just finished bathing and wore an oversized t-shirt while taking a drag from a cigarette. She sighed as the damp towel clung to her hair. Her usual playful demeanor was subdued by a rare moment of calm. It was already about 4 in the morning. Her sleeping schedule was strange as always. After sleeping through the day and pretending to Kakashi that she was unwell enough to skip the training area, she had somehow woken up an hour before 4 and showered. Akihiko had left some time ago. He clearly did not want to spend another hour dealing with her attitude and had gone to his apartment, which was literally beside her room. Shuriai glared at the floor in thought. As days passed, she could not pull the Akatsuki from her mind. She was not afraid to handle them and would actually prefer bumping into them, but she could not shake the thought of them crossing her path. Above all, she hated people getting in her way. It irked her. Deep in thought, she heard a loud, impatient knock on her window. She blinked and turned toward the sound, clicking her tongue. She muttered that it was 4 in the morning as she pulled the cigarette from her lips and exhaled a stream of smoke. With an annoyed sigh, she opened the window. Her annoyance turned to surprise when she saw Shikamaru kneeling. His expression was as neutral as ever, but his eyes held a hint of urgency and determination. He looked her over, towel on her head, cigarette between her fingers, and an oversized shirt that swallowed her and raised an eyebrow. Shuriai gave a small, faint smile and remarked that it was almost embarrassing to be seen anything less than glamorous. She flicked the ash from her cigarette out the window and leaned against the frame, asking what he wanted and calling him a genius in a teasing tone. Shikamaru answered that he needed her help. Shuriai hummed and studied him, teasing that he was straight to the point and asking what had him so eager and determined. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck and explained that he was going after Haiden and Kyu. He said the mission was not technically over and that he intended to pursue them. He added that he wanted her to come with him. Shuriai's smirk faltered into curiosity and interest. She took a drag from her cigarette, scoffed, and then smiled. When Shikamaru pointed out that he was not exactly a team player and that the mission was risky because the village was watching him, she asked why he had thought of her. Shikamaru said that those 2 Akatsuki members were not ordinary criminals and that he had a plan that required someone like her to make it work. He looked at her with quiet intensity and determination. Shuriai exhaled slowly, a teasing look appearing in her eyes. She stood, finished her cigarette, and pulled a coat around herself. She agreed to join on the condition that he not mess things up, reminding him that her time and abilities were precious. She added that she would make him owe her big time. Shikamaru nodded and agreed that the arrangement was a deal. A short, quiet moment passed before they prepared to move out. Shuriai let out a small yawn and leaned against the broken remains of a tree trunk, eyes half-lidded as she watched the scene unfolding below. From her perch she could see everything. Shikamaru crouched low in the undergrowth, fingers twitching as he prepared to cast his shadow. Ino and Choji stood tense, waiting for the signal, and Kakashi, ever watchful, flicked his gaze toward their opponents while calculating 1,000 possible outcomes. Haiden and Kazu moved through the ruined land, unaware of the trap closing around them. Shuriai thought that the Akatsuki were being overly cautious and, from where she sat, looked a little foolish. Then an explosion tore through the air, a burst of fire and debris erupting from the ground. The shockwave rippled through the battlefield, scattering dust and shattered bark into the wind. Her eyes gleamed at the sudden chaos. Haiden cursed loudly, furious that the tactic had been used again. Shuriai observed him with a small, amused smirk. His loud, theatrical anger made him predictable. She judged him strong but not impossible to handle. Her gaze drifted to Kazu, who maintained a composed, defensive stance. His stitched-together form was unnervingly still, patient like a predator waiting for its prey to falter. Shuriai considered that Kakuzu posed a different problem altogether. Earlier, Shikamaru had told her to wait until he gave the signal, and she had found the prospect a little boring. Still, she reminded herself it was worth it for the entertainment. Haiden swung his huge red scythe through the air and spat insults at them, boasting that the leaf loved sneaky tricks and that his superior would be pleased. Shikamaru remained crouched and focused, letting his shadow slither forward across the ground in search of its target. Kakashi, already engaged with Kazu, moved with practiced precision, dodging the thread-like attacks that whipped toward him. Shuriai hummed, planning to step in only if needed. The clash of metal and the feel of a proper mission made the scene nostalgic. Then Haydn abruptly froze as his movements locked and his limbs refused to obey. Shikamaru had trapped him with his shadow possession jutsu. Shikamaru rose to his full height with a smirk and declared the trap complete. Haydn raged and struggled against the unseen hold while his scythe quivered in his grasp. Shuriai snickered and thought him a fool. Haydn, flustered and angry, accused them of taking revenge for Asuma Sarutobi, his voice full of venom. Shikamaru, unbothered, signaled Choji to move. Choji surged forward, his body expanding, and his enlarged fist struck down at Haydn like a boulder. Shuriai paid little attention to the fight with Haydn and instead focused on Kakuzu, noting how he watched Kakashi's attacks with almost bored interest. Kakuzu remarked that he liked the boy Kakashi and, with a deep, dispassionate tone, said it was a shame they would have to eliminate everyone there. That comment was all the confirmation Shuriai needed about Kakuzu's intent. As Shikamaru's plan unfolded, he and his teammates kept Haydn occupied and unable to interfere with the larger battle, though Shikamaru was approaching his limit. Meanwhile, Kakashi engaged Kakuzu, quickly analyzing his opponent's abilities. Kakuzu displayed inhuman durability and multi-element techniques, launching powerful jutsu with his monstrous, thread-like extensions. Kakashi managed to strike and disable one of Kakuzu's core defenses with a well-placed jutsu, but the struggle was taking its toll and he was running low on energy. Kakuzu taunted that the so-called copy ninja moved quickly and would be worth a high bounty. Kakashi panted and fought on, weary but determined. One of Kakuzu's monstrous threads lunged at him, and Kakashi braced to block. At that moment Shuriai finally moved. She stepped in front of Kakashi, intercepted the attack with ease, and kicked the thread away. She commented that everyone seemed to be having fun and that she did not want to miss out. She then asked to join the fight and noted that Kakashi appeared tired. Kakashi let out a slow breath, muscles tensed from both exhaustion and wariness as the battle continued to unfold. Shuriai's intervention brought both relief and concern. He knew better than to assume she would not complicate things further. Kakuzu's stitched face twitched as he assessed the new arrival. His instincts, honed over decades of combat, warned him that this woman was no ordinary kunoichi. Her stance was too casual, her smirk too confident. Kakuzu demanded to know who she was. Shuriai turned as the fog cleared and shrugged, dismissing labels. She explained that she could be an ally, an enemy, or just a bystander, and that she was there to warn him that Kakashi would not be the only problem he would. Kakashi sighed tiredly and addressed her by name, knowing Shuriai would not let this go easily. Shuriai ignored the gray-haired man behind her and continued to comment on Kakuzu's ability, but her words were cut off when Kakuzu wasted no time and sent a masked beast forward, its mouth opening as it prepared to unleash a powerful lightning technique. Shuriai made a precise cut on her palm and used her ability to harden the blood into a spiked barrier. The lightning struck and dispersed on impact, redirected harmlessly into the ground. Kakuzu's eyes widened in recognition of blood manipulation. He remembered the last time their leader had mentioned her with unusual caution. A woman who had vanished without a trace, dangerous enough to be considered both an asset and a threat. Now she stood directly in his way. Shuriai stretched her fingers as the hardened blood receded back into her skin and provoked him with a taunt about feeling threatened. Kakuzu scoffed and replied that he did not fear the unknown and that he eliminated it. She teased him for his mindset and admitted she was not so easily dismissed. Kakuzu then sent a wind-masked beast forward, its tendrils whipping violently as it prepared to unleash a devastating blast. Shuriai's eyes flickered with interest as she activated her technique again. Her blood coiled around her arm like a living entity and solidified into long, curved blades. As the wind attack closed in, she sliced through it with ease, cutting the blast as if it were air. Kakashi watched from behind, noting how effortlessly she moved. The ease with which she treated the fight like a game unsettled him. He felt a reluctant admiration. It had been a long time since he had seen Shuriai in combat, but the tension in the air kept him wary. Shuriai twirled the blood-forged blades between her fingers and expressed disappointment at Kakuzu's effort. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and acknowledged that she was indeed the real deal, the kind of opponent their leader would be intrigued by and wary of. Kakashi cautioned Shuriai that she should not continue provoking Kakuzu. She responded that she had already proven herself, pointing out that even after 4 hearts were down he had not managed to bypass her. Kakuzu's stitched brow twitched, and he warned that she had a sharp tongue for someone who had yet to prove her worth. Shuriai stepped closer, unbothered by the immortal presence before her, and spoke about the hollowness of chasing money and power when death was inevitable, accusing him of being trapped in a monotonous cycle. She declared her intent to make him pay for his sins. Kakuzu's features tensed at the insult. With a deep, low sound, Kakuzu's chakra surged and dark tendrils erupted around him, a sudden burst of power that shattered the calm. Shuriai's eyes gleamed at the escalation. Kakashi moved to a crouch beside Shuriai, his Sharingan flaring. He breathed evenly but showed signs of low chakra. His expression remained unreadable, the look of someone already several steps ahead. Shuriai observed that he looked exhausted, and Kakashi noted that she seemed unusually entertained. She allowed herself a small, wry smile and said she was feeling unexpectedly generous. Kakuzu's tendrils lashed out like a storm, toppling trees and upheaving the ground in a dramatic anime-style display of power. Kakashi reacted quickly, gripping Shuriai's wrist and pulling her back just in time to avoid a sweeping strike. He urged her to pay attention, his voice sharp with the urgency of the moment. Shuriai acknowledged his concern with a wry smile and immediately refocused on the battle. Kakashi exhaled and warned that he did not want to have to bring her corpse back to the village. He tightened his hold on her wrist for a moment before letting go. Shuriai teased that he was worried about something else as she turned to Kakuzu, who was visibly furious and preparing another attack. Shuriai suggested they continue this at home. Kakuzu attacked. Dark tendrils erupted from his body, sending the battlefield into chaos. The wind howled as one of his masked beasts created a gust strong enough to send debris flying. Shuriai barely ducked in time, feeling the pressure cut through the air above her head. Kakashi moved beside her, his Sharingan activated and scanning the situation. He noted that if they did not take out Kakuzu's remaining hearts quickly, they would be at this all day. Shuriai smirked and twirled her blood-forged blades between her fingers, acknowledging his command with a teasing remark about him getting tired. Kakashi exhaled sharply and told her to stay focused. The masked beasts attacked again, one unleashing a stream of fire while the other struck with a bolt of lightning. Shuriai twisted her body to avoid the flames. As the lightning beast lunged, she snapped her fingers and activated her blood manipulation technique, forming a protective barrier called Crimson Veil that absorbed the attack. Kakuzu shot her a hostile glare and clicked his tongue, signaling that her technique was becoming annoying and that she needed to be eliminated. He sent another lightning strike toward her. Shuriai dodged the strike and met Kakuzu's tendrils with the edge of her blade. The clash sent her sliding back until a firm grip caught her wrist and pulled her behind a shattered tree. Kakashi declared that he would handle it. Shuriai countered that Kakashi was already low on chakra and insisted he leave the confrontation to her. She felt a rush of adrenaline she had not experienced in a long time, exhilarated by facing a known powerful enemy. When she turned, Kakashi was unexpectedly close and spoke with urgency, ordering her to pursue Shikamaru, who had just left with Haiden in pursuit. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and smirked, teasing that he was being bossy and taking his leadership role a little too seriously. Kakashi sighed, clearly regretting his earlier touch. She chuckled, stepped back, and agreed to go. She gave Kakashi a genuine, familiar look. Kakashi returned that look with confusion. It had been a long time since he had seen it. Shuriai moved through the dense forest, her footsteps light against the leaf-strewn ground. The trees swayed in the wind and the air was thick with the scent of moss and iron. She could not tell to whom the scent belonged, but she pushed on, remembering the plan Shikamaru had discussed earlier. She twirled a dagger between her fingers, lips curving in a faint, amused smile as she reminded herself that Haiden was easy to provoke and reckless. According to Shikamaru, his abilities involved blood and ritual, and he believed in his own twisted creed. Shuriai had agreed to follow because it fit the plan. She also expected the alone time would let her gather information. She landed on a thick branch and watched Haydn stomp through the undergrowth, frustration visible in his posture. Shikamaru had lured him away from Kakuzu, and now he was separated from his partner. Haydn dragged his scythe behind him and complained that the whole situation was a pain. Shuriai stepped down and put herself in his path with a teasing, unreadable expression. Haydn narrowed his eyes and demanded to know who she was, grumbling about the number of nuisances he had encountered that day. Shuriai scoffed and remarked that he seemed unusually talkative for someone from his group. He fired back that he assumed she must be with those people. He propped the scythe on his shoulder and inspected her, curious at her calm, almost playful manner. His eyes took in the dark purple of her hair and the way she toyed with the dagger. There was something oddly captivating about her. His annoyance softened into amusement as he told her, in his own crude way, that she was attractive. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and replied that she did not care whether Jashin approved of her, maintaining a cool distance. Haydn chuckled and said Jashin did not dictate who he looked at and that he liked people who could hold their own. Shuriai answered that she could defend herself and was not someone to be underestimated. Haydn pressed the point, wondering why the Akatsuki had not taken her already and suggesting she would fit in with them. He teased that if their leader were less intimidated by him, he might have tried to recruit her. Shuriai laughed and said she preferred to avoid getting caught in other people's messes. Haydn teased her about being captured in the past, but she clarified that letting oneself be caught and being caught by chance were different things. She preferred to keep situations interesting, but she insisted her affairs were her own business. Haydn asked whether everything was just a game to her. Shuriai replied that life could be a game if one knew how to play, and that outcomes depended on the choices people made. Haydn conceded that he considered himself the crazy one. Shuriai countered that she might be equally unpredictable. He whistled and made a crude remark about the situation, an expression of interest that Shuriai met with a steady gaze, turning the tension into something more like a test of wills. He then said that under different circumstances he might have sought to enjoy her company, but that the Akatsuki intended to claim her one way or another. Shuriai responded that she did not care about the Akatsuki's schemes and that, while they might have gotten along under other circumstances, she currently had no love for him. Before Haydn could reply, Shikamaru stepped between them, calm and composed. He remarked dryly that it had taken her long enough. Shuriai sighed and pretended reluctance to leave the encounter, saying she had been passing the time. Haydn regarded the new arrival with a sneer and suggested he had not expected anyone to be Shikamaru's subordinate. Shuriai smirked and warned him not to make things worse. Haydn laughed and called the situation a convenient opportunity, issuing a brief threat in his usual, unsettling way. Shuriai tilted her head, remaining unimpressed but watchful. The moment held tension and exchange of sharp words and mutual appraisal before everyone shifted back into the larger plan at hand. She hummed as she stepped a little closer, her voice dropping into a smooth, taunting tone as she mentioned Jashin and said she had thought he was the killer, though if he was only an errand for his little god then she had overestimated him. Haydn grinned, amusement edged with something darker, and called her cute while flexing his fingers around his scythe. He threatened to silence her, his grin twitching as he prepared to strike. Shuriai smirked and answered that he could try, but that it would be impossible. Shikamaru clenched his fist, kept his expression unreadable, and said that they should get it over with. In a blink, Haydn closed the distance. Shuriai moved to block, taking a grazing blow to her wrist as the scythe struck. The impact sent her stumbling to the side. Haydn laughed and twirled his weapon, mocking how little resistance he had met and expressing disappointment that she had not been more entertaining. Shikamaru's stance tightened, the tension in his posture speaking louder than his face. Haydn continued to taunt, rolling his shoulders as he prepared to activate his ritual and declare his intention to send a gift to Jashin. Shuriai lay still and played unconscious, her breathing steady and eyes half-lidded to sell the deception. She smirked inwardly, knowing he was stepping into their trap. Haydn's laughter echoed through the trees, arrogant and loud, but it was interrupted by a low, dark chuckle. Haydn turned to see Shuriai standing beside Shikamaru completely unharmed and casually draped an arm over his shoulder, radiating confidence as she pointed out that he had never doubted her. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, sighed, and admitted that she was troublesome but that the plan had worked. Shuriai said that if she had not intervened, he would have kept nagging, and she teased him about his luck that she liked him. Haydn froze as he realized something was wrong. The blood on his blade was not hers. Shuriai produced a small vial and revealed that they had already obtained a drop of his partner's blood earlier when Kakashi had struck from behind. She explained that they had used that blood to trick him into doing what he had intended, which meant he had fallen into their trap. Haydn snarled and twitched with fury. Shikamaru stepped forward, letting his shadow stretch toward Haydn, and remarked in a lazy tone that Haydn had fallen for it. Shuriai laughed and called him utterly predictable. Haydn's anger boiled over and he vowed violence, but Shuriai cut him off, pressing a finger to her lips and warning him to stop or face capture. The warning held the moment in tense stillness as the trap closed in. Shikamaru crouched beside the purple-haired woman and ordered Shuriai to remain on standby until he gave the word. Ino, Choji, and Kakashi stood nearby as Shikamaru rubbed his temple and ran through the plan in his head. They were in the middle of nowhere, among rotted oaks and ruined debris, with no sign of life except for passing birds and the wind. Shikamaru reasoned that the enemy would take a single route, either to Asuma's body for the money or after Naruto, so their likely destination was the Leaf Village. When Kakashi asked how they would find them, Shikamaru pointed toward a passing bird and explained they would use it. He instructed Ino to prepare and told everyone to take their positions. Choji and Ino exchanged determined nods. Ino began forming seals with her hands, her eyes sharpening as she focused on the bird and prepared to use her mind-body switch technique. Her consciousness slipped into the creature, leaving her body momentarily limp. Kakashi caught and lowered her gently against the remains of a broken stump. Shuriai commented on the risk of the plan to Choji with a teasing tone, and Shikamaru remained steady, watching the bird heading west. He warned they needed to intercept before the foes reached the village. Choji clenched his fists and urged haste. Kakashi warned that Haydn and Kazu were dangerous and that they must act strategically. Shikamaru confirmed they had a plan and reminded Shuriai not to act before he gave the signal. Shuriai smirked and teased back while Kakashi called her a wild card. She shrugged it off and stretched, offering a light-hearted line to Kakashi before settling into position. The sun hung low and the air felt heavy with the coming confrontation. Shikamaru's eyes fixed on Haydn and Kazu as the two moved through the wasteland with an eerie calm. Haydn kept a scythe on his back while Kakuzu walked beside him. The sight stoked Shikamaru's fury, but he forced himself to stay composed and remember their purpose. He checked with Ino, who confirmed they remained undetected, and Shikamaru allowed a controlled exhale before giving the order to begin, warning them not to die on him. Haydn's harsh laughter echoed through the trees. His form was badly damaged yet still animated by his unnatural resilience. He proclaimed that his faith in Jashin would grant him power and vowed revenge, but Shuriai's mocking laugh cut through him. She dropped down from above and regarded Haydn with a cold, amused expression, challenging his belief that divine protection could save him and taunting whether his god could be watching his current predicament. Haydn, unsettled, found himself unable to respond to her confident provocation. He registered the intensity of Shuriai's presence in authority that had once intimidated others. Shuriai said she regretted not being the one to finish him, then added that his executioner had already been chosen. She walked past Shikamaru, lit a cigarette, and offered a slight grin. Shikamaru stepped forward and faced Haydn with an emotionless expression that nevertheless hinted at the danger behind it. He dismissed Haydn's claim of divine authority, asserting that gods did not decide who lived and died, people did. He invoked the burden they carried for the fallen and their duty to protect and press forward. Shikamaru concluded that Jashin would no longer be Haydn's god and implied that he himself would be the one to bring him down. The shadows around him seemed to thicken like curling smoke as the moment tightened. The belief in the will of fire lingered. Shuriai and Shikamaru arrived to an interesting sight. Naruto and Yamato were present. Naruto lay on the ground, breathing hard, and there had clearly been a huge commotion. Kakuzu had been defeated and lay motionless on the ground. Shuriai scanned the area, took a drag from her cigarette, flicked the butt away, and crushed it beneath her boot. She remarked that they had stepped away for a while and returned to whatever they had missed. Shikamaru sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Ino breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Shikamaru, and Choji gave him a look of acknowledgement. The others shared relief that their part of the plan had succeeded. Shikamaru exhaled and observed casually that it looked like they had missed the grand finale. Naruto, still catching his breath and unable to move from his position on the ground, protested that he had done most of the work and asked where Shuriai had been, insisting she should have seen how impressive his jutsu had been. Shuriai glanced down with a small grin and teased that the part he remembered most was when he had collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Naruto groaned and insisted she had not seen the whole thing because being strong was exhausting. Shikamaru sighed and, with a hint of sarcasm, pointed out that Naruto had nearly passed out after the fight. Naruto argued that he had done most of the work and accused Shikamaru and Shuriai of being off somewhere else. Shikamaru cut in, saying he was sure he had left Kakashi with Kakuzu before he and Shuriai went to finish dealing with a lunatic. Shuriai chuckled and said they had been too busy trading remarks and defeating a deranged opponent to watch Naruto. Naruto's jaw dropped as he realized he was being teased by both of them and complained that they all se. Shikamaru snorted and noted that Naruto was the one whining about credit. Kakashi, kneeling nearby with his arms folded, chuckled and praised Naruto for his work. Ino and Choji helped Naruto to his feet, and Naruto grumbled his thanks that at least someone appreciated his effort. Yamato clapped his hands and announced that they needed to move and report back to the Hokage, and that Naruto required medical attention. Shikamaru sighed and urged everyone to go before Naruto demanded a victory party. Naruto protested once more, unwilling to let the moment pass quietly. Shikamaru had a cigarette resting on his lips as he lingered at Shuriai's apartment the day after the mission. Shuriai lit a cigarette of her own and inhaled, the smoke curling into the dim afternoon light. She wore an oversized shirt and seemed completely at ease. Shikamaru noted that apparently they had taken back Kakuzu's body. He watched the smoke from Shuriai's cigarette and added that it was troublesome. After everything, he thought they would have burned the body rather than haul it back like a prized possession. Shuriai chuckled and teased him, asking if he was jealous or if he had wanted the honor of getting rid of the corpse himself. He said he was only pointing out how stupid it was and guessed the researchers in the Foundation were having a field day examining it. Shuriai shrugged, saying she did not care much. What mattered to her was that he owed her. Shikamaru responded that he knew and did not need the constant reminders. She asked why he was even there and suggested he might be starting to enjoy her company a little too much. He said nothing at first, staring at the cigarette between his fingers, and then murmured that maybe it was because he knew what it was like to be judged and expected to play a certain role. Shuriai admitted that most people kept their distance from her, whether out of fear or because they assumed she was trouble, and she noted that he still stuck around even when he did not have to. Shikamaru observed that when people tried to avoid being figured out, they at least gave something away some tell, but Shuriai gave nothing. She compared herself to someone who did not like playing by the rules, and he countered that it was not about rules but about wanting to hold control. He told her that one way or another he would figure something out about her. She accepted that with a chuckle and said she would be around for a while and that they would get into more trouble together. He remarked that she overthought too much, and she shot back that he avoided too much. Shikamaru noted that she was hard to crack, and Shuriai said she would not be easy to figure out because that would not be fun. He scoffed and asked whether it would be fun for her or for the people left trying to guess her thoughts. She said people did not have the luxury of knowing her, they had other problems to handle. He studied her, likening trying to read her to playing shogi with someone who refused to put their pieces on the board. Shuriai's smirk softened for a moment into something unreadable. She tilted her head and drew back against the wall. Shikamaru, with his usual lazy demeanor, promised again that he would learn something about her. She laughed and took another drag of her cigarette. He cautioned her not to get too full of herself, and she replied that she would not dream of it. The room smelled of tobacco with a faint sweet undertone, the light casting long, flickering shadows. Outside, the world continued to move, but inside that small apartment there was only the low hum of existence and the small, shared silence between them. Shikamaru thought it was suspicious. Shuriai hummed, tilting her head as she drew from her cigarette and dismissed his concern as dramatic, suggesting he sounded like he suspected her of something. Shikamaru shot back that she was up to something, then added that no one could remain a complete enigma forever. People kept secrets for reasons that usually mattered. He glanced at her and leaned against the wall. Shuriai's smirk held steady, but her gaze remained unreadable as she exhaled a thin trail of smoke and suggested she simply enjoyed the mystery, insisting she had secrets she was not obliged to share. Shikamaru called that another form of dodging the question. She pointed out that he cared enough to keep watching, teasing him about whether puzzles were more fun with all the pieces or missing a few. Shikamaru answered curtly that she was a pain in the butt, and Shuriai chuckled that it took one to know one. He shook his head, barely disguising a begrudging amusement, and promised he would figure her out eventually. The conversation lulled into a tense silence until the door slammed open and a dark-haired man strode in. Akihiko announced he had heard Shuriai had just returned and that their opponents had been thoroughly defeated. He halted when he noticed a stranger on the bed beside Shuriai and apologized, saying he had not realized she had company and that he would return later. Shikamaru reacted with stunned disbelief, tightening his grip on his cigarette and losing his composure. Akihiko remained unfazed and teased that the low lighting and cozy scene made his assumption understandable. Shuriai, sprawled comfortably on the bed with one leg draped over the mattress, burst into loud, unfiltered laughter and called Akihiko a fool. Akihiko grinned and commented that it looked that way, and Shikamaru insisted it was not what it seemed, voice tense. Akihiko leaned casually against the wall with crossed arms and suggested that if they looked at each other in a certain way, his impression might make sense. Shikamaru's eye twitched as he tried to correct the misconception. Shuriai interrupted with a teasing remark and winked at Shikamaru, making him visibly flush. He glared and told her to be quiet. She tilted her head playfully and mocked his reaction, calling him cute for blushing. He swore he hated her, and she, grinning broadly, insisted that he actually loved her. Akihiko clicked his tongue and watched them with amused mock pity, likening their bickering to an old married couple. Shikamaru ran a hand down his face and wondered aloud why he even bothered with them, then asked Akihiko who he was. Akihiko introduced himself as someone dragged into whatever mess Shuriai had found herself in and glanced at the young man on the bed. Shikamaru gave his name and called the situation a misunderstanding, insisting he did not want to get involved with Shuriai. Akihiko chuckled at that. Shuriai gave Shikamaru a light, playful slap on the back and teased him about pretending not to enjoy her company, noting that he still stopped by her apartment on random Tuesdays. Shikamaru stood abruptly, shrugged on his jacket, and declared he was leaving to preserve the last of his sanity. He muttered under his breath about the people he dealt with before stepping into the hallway. Shuriai set her cigarette in the ashtray and admitted she loved irritating him. Akihiko snorted, closed the door behind him, and stretched out on the bed with an amused grin. He asked if she was secretly into Shikamaru. Shuriai laughed and dismissed the idea, saying he was not her type and that they were just friends, though she was unsure if he considered her a friend in return. Akihiko scoffed. The journey back to the village began with the quiet rustle of leaves and the crunch of dirt beneath boots. The sky dimmed into soft gold as the sun dipped, and the group moved steadily, their conversation a mixture of exhausted relief and occasional playful banter. Shuriai lingered behind again as she often did, staying just a step or two behind whoever she was with. Kakashi matched her pace. His jacket was torn and his clothing bore the signs of the fight, but the injuries were non-graphic and he moved steadily. Shuriai let her gaze linger over him, amusement bright in her eyes, and she chuckled that she had not realized he could end up so roughed up. Kakashi spared her a casual glance and replied with a teasing observation that he had not known she cared. Shuriai smiled faintly and insisted she did not care, only that it was entertaining to see someone labeled a prodigy take a beating now and then. Kakashi laughed and denied that. He had been completely beaten, calling it merely some damage. She stepped a little closer, her shoulder barely brushing his, and pointed out that she could actually see his jaw. Kakashi downplayed it again and she dismissed that as an excuse, continuing to tease him. He conceded with a single maybe, and that small word seemed to hang between them, A quiet push and pull neither fully acknowledged. She scoffed and clicked her tongue, curiosity about what lay beneath his mask rising up after all the years they had worked together without ever seeing his face. She wondered, half to herself, whether he hid something embarrassing or whether there was a more ordinary explanation. Kakashi noticed she was staring and, amused, observed the attention. Shuriai admitted her curiosity and Kakashi responded with a lazy tease about appreciating a little mystery. She folded her arms and said that mystery could be fun, but when it dragged on for years it started to feel like a sham. She smirked and joked that he must be hiding something ridiculous, like a second mouth or an odd mark. Kakashi laughed at the absurdity of a second mouth and she kept spinning theories vampire fangs or a strange birthmark until Kakashi warned playfully that if she kept pushing, she might find out the hard way. For a moment his tone suggested a challenge, and he moved just close enough for them both to notice the change in the air. Shuriai's smirk faltered briefly before she scoffed and rolled her eyes, saying that he was assuming too much about what would impress her. Kakashi leaned in a bit, close enough for her to feel his proximity, and countered with the suggestion that she might be mistaken. Annoyed by his unruffled confidence, she tightened her arms and walked ahead, telling him that he talked too much. Kakashi chuckled and fell into step beside her, noting that he had thought she liked to listen. She exhaled and shook her head at him. She thought that maybe their opponent had not been rough enough to reveal whatever was under the mask, and she half-joked that things might have played out differently if another fighter had been harsher. Naruto should have arrived late, she mused to herself. As they walked, Shuriai remarked that she felt the need for a cigarette. Kakashi responded with a wry comment that no one would want to be friends with a Cheshire, and the exchange dissolved into light-hearted tension as the path led them onward toward the village. Through a dimly lit chamber, a vast underground network of corridors, rooms, and hidden chambers twisted through the earth like the insides of a serpent. The scent of old parchment, damp stone, and a persistent sense of wrongness hung in the air. The walls, carved from bedrock, bore faint claw marks as if something had once tried to escape. Silence dominated, broken only by the distant echo of dripping water or the faint shuffle of movement from deeper within. Somewhere deep inside a corridor, Kabuto's voice slithered through the dim room as he told Sasuke that his training was nearly complete. Sasuke barely registered the words. He was distant, unmoved by the medic's observations about strength and progress. Kabuto then remarked that Sasuke would soon be ready to take down his brother. The attempt to provoke a reaction failed to sway Sasuke, who remained composed and quiet. Kabuto, speaking mostly to himself now, said that it felt almost poetic. Sasuke, trained under Lord Orochimaru, destined to strike down the man who had shaped him. Sasuke ignored him, his thoughts elsewhere. The medic pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and glanced at a scroll, then mentioned that news from the Leaf Village had reached them. At that, Kabuto explained that a certain woman had returned and that it had been circulating across the nation. He named her as Shuriai Kuratsuki and added that her capture had been unusual given her history. That remark finally drew Sasuke's attention. A small shift in posture, precise and subtle, registered with the observant Kabuto. Kabuto told Sasuke that he did not know her personally but that she had once been Lord Orochimaru's apprentice, like Sasuke. He went on to describe her as unique, saying Orochimaru had once bragged about her power and potential, especially her blood and bone technique. Kabuto expected no response, but this time the silence felt heavy. Pressing further, Kabuto referenced blood and bone manipulation and noted that it was no wonder she had been feared. He said Orochimaru had been proud of her and had once regarded her as a potential vessel. He added that of all the people Orochimaru had taken in, Shuriai had been the most dangerous and powerful, though she had eventually disappeared on him. Kabuto mused about what had driven her away and whether she had been running from something or someone. Sasuke's jaw clenched, and he looked away from the white-haired man, but Kabuto remained absorbed in his own words. Kabuto then brought up a rumor that Shuriai had been close to Itachi. That name made Sasuke's fingers twitch. The sound of the name settled in the air like a curse that never truly left his mind. Sasuke had first seen Shuriai as someone kind, a person not meant for such a harsh world. He had admired her strength and presence, but he had never felt that he belonged beside her. Itachi had always stood at her center. The loyalty and admiration she showed for Itachi were things Sasuke could never erase. No matter how much he trained or how much power he gained, that memory remained. When he had been a child, Sasuke had watched the way Shuriai stood beside Itachi, unwavering and almost untouchable, as if she belonged to a world he could not enter. She had never looked at him the way she looked at Itachi. She had not acknowledged him in the same way, always reserving her attention for Itachi. That exclusion had slowly gnawed at him. Kabuto continued to speak, but his voice became background noise as Sasuke's thoughts tightened around the past. Kabuto chuckled and asked whether Sasuke knew her. It was a foolish question on the surface. How could Sasuke truly know someone who had never let him in? Yet he had watched, observed, and studied her from afar, trying to understand what made her so different and worthy of Itachi's loyalty. Sasuke recalled the first time she had entered their household, introduced by Itachi. He had known then that she was powerful and that she held a special place beside his brother. He often wondered why her eyes were always on Itachi, especially when Sasuke admired her the most and offered her support. But uncertainty and jealousy had left a corrosive ache inside him. Kabuto noted that Shuriai had abandoned Orochimaru and disappeared without a trace, much like Itachi had from Sasuke's life. Now, as Sasuke neared the final stages of his own ascension, she had resurfaced in the Leaf Village, which struck him as oddly timed. Sasuke exhaled slowly and turned his head back to Kabuto, finally admitting that he knew of her. Kabuto's grin widened, unaware of the storm behind Sasuke's eyes. He remarked that Shuriai had been with Itachi in ANBU, and that he had expected Sasuke might have crossed paths with her. Sasuke did not reply aloud, but his grip tightened at his side. Shuriai remained a mystery to him, a puzzle with missing pieces. He had spent years trying to understand why she had mattered so much to Itachi and why, of all people, she had chosen him. Fate, it seemed, had brought her back into the picture and onto Sasuke's path. Sasuke asked Kabuto to tell him more about her. Kabuto, adjusting his glasses and unbothered, said that from what he had heard, Shuriai had returned to the village, which was quite the surprise. Kabuto chuckled and noted that she could disappear for years without a trace and then, just like that, resurface, commenting on the timing and that he had never met her but she already sounded complicated. Sasuke did not move or blink. He was back in the village, back where he could not reach her. His hand tightened at his side until it ached. His thoughts spun, replaying the years when she had vanished without a word and left everyone, including him, with nothing but questions. He had spent those years wondering where she had gone, what had happened to her, and who she had become. The mystery had not driven him mad so much as kept him bound, his mind looping over every interaction, every glance, every fleeting moment from childhood. She had always been just out of reach, and that had never changed. Now she was back. His breathing remained slow and controlled on the surface, but underneath he felt suffocated by the weight of memory. He wondered if she was the same, if she had changed, if she still thought of Itachi, or worse, if she had forgotten him. The thought sent a sharp twist through his chest. No, he could not allow that. Sasuke spoke in a low, strained voice to ask if she had just returned. Kabuto nodded and confirmed that it seemed that way. No grand entrance, no explanation, like a ghost slipping back into its roots. He added that it was almost eerie. Sasuke refused to let her be something so uncontrollable. She would not be the kind of Shuriai he had known before, the Shuriai who trained with him whenever Itachi was busy, the Shuriai who picked him up from school when Itachi should have done so. Her disappearance once had been beyond his control. This time, he resolved, he would not let it happen again. He would make her stay. He would make her see him not as the child she once ignored for Itachi but as someone she could never ignore. Sasuke whispered that he needed to see her. Kabuto raised an eyebrow and smirked, teasing that Sasuke was suddenly interested. Sasuke knew it was not a simple curiosity. It was admiration and a growing devotion pressing in his chest. Shuriai groaned as she once again heard knocking on her door. It was around 7 in the morning, and she was not a morning person. She buried her face in her pillow and muttered that she hated being woken up for stupid reasons like someone banging on the door. The knocks persisted until she sighed and complained that this better be worth her time, swinging her legs over the side of the bed and standing up. She ran a hand through her messy hair and trudged toward the door, looking more disheveled than usual. The faint smell of tobacco from the previous night clung to the room. When she opened the door, she found Kakashi Hatake standing there with his hand raised as if to knock again, his mask covering most of his face and his visible eye wearing a bored expression. Shuriai flatly identified him and asked what he wanted this early in the morning as she rubbed the back of her head. She stepped aside to let him in. Kakashi noted that she looked terrible and that her apartment smelled like cigarettes, reminding her that she was not supposed to smoke inside as he sat on her bed. Shuriai closed the door, sighed, and sarcastically responded that she had totally forgotten the rule, then plopped down beside him and let out an exasperated breath. It was too early to deal with other people's problems. Kakashi shifted to a more serious tone and explained that he was not there to nag about bad habits but to share news about Orochimaru's hideout. Shuriai turned onto her side, resting her cheek against the pillow, and mumbled that she didn't care about whatever snake-related matter he referred to. Kakashi added that the news also meant there was information about Sasuke's whereabouts and that there would probably be another mission soon. Shuriai groaned into the pillow and gave only a small sound of acknowledgement. She asked what that had to do with her, giving no sign of concern. Kakashi reminded her that Sasuke Uchiha had been left in her care after the Uchiha clan had been wiped out in a tragic attack. The air around her tightened. Shuriai, still muffled by the pillow, snapped that she never asked to be his caretaker and that she had been a child back then too, angrily warning Kakashi not to assume things about her. Kakashi accepted her point but insisted that she could not deny having played a role in Sasuke's life, whether she wanted to admit it or not. He mentioned that Sasuke had a fixation on her. Shuriai glanced up slightly, then lay on her back and sighed, dismissing it as a stupid crush that had probably turned to hatred, similar to Sasuke's feelings toward his brother. Kakashi, crossing his arms, questioned whether it was really just a crush, speaking from his perspective as Sasuke's mentor. Shuriai called Sasuke a brat and said he had probably focused on the bigger picture of confronting his brother. Kakashi countered that Itachi's actions were not the only thing that drove Sasuke from the village and that Shuriai had also mattered to him. Shuriai clicked her tongue in irritation, thinking her morning was ruined not only by the early visit but by Kakashi's line of questioning. She sat up and declared that Sasuke was the least of her concerns, bluntly stating that she did not care where he was. She reached for a cigarette on her nightstand, placed it between her lips, lit it, and took a drag, then sighed. Her eyes locked with Kakashi's, and for a moment the playful mask she usually wore slipped. She said she had her own reasons and that she was not Sasuke's savior or someone who needed to fix him. He could chase his own goals and it was none of her business. Kakashi exhaled slowly and, watching her in the dim light, asked her to understand that Sasuke was not the same anymore and that the trauma from his brother and the way she had left him tied them together in ways they would have to handle. Shuriai scoffed and watched the ember of her cigarette, explaining that she had been unstable back then and that she had agreed to take Sasuke in only because of Itachi's request. She admitted she had been too far gone to take care of herself, let alone someone else. Kakashi listened in silence, his expression unreadable as the cigarette's ember cast fleeting shadows across her face. He acknowledged that she might have been unstable, but pointed out that Sasuke still clung to her and that she had been someone he latched onto in his darkness, much like his brother had been. Shuriai took another slow drag and exhaled, her expression unchanged though her fingers twitched slightly. She remained distant, as if she had long since severed emotional ties to the past or at least convinced herself she had. Kakashi, choosing his words carefully, suggested that the bond, whatever it had been, had mattered to Sasuke and that it continued to shape him. A brief, heavy silence followed while they both considered what that meant for the future. A small tell. Shuriai muttered that it was not her fault and added that even if she had been the only person there, she had her own issues to handle. Kakashi sighed, leaning forward slightly with his elbows on his knees as he continued to watch her. He suggested that maybe that was precisely why, because she was the only person there. Shuriai scoffed and gave a mocking laugh, telling Kakashi that he sounded as if he had been there the entire time, as if he had witnessed everything and therefore understood how she or Sasuke felt. She said she did not know what was wrong with him. Then she paused and smiled bitterly, asking whether he himself was holding a grudge against her. Shuriai tilted her head and let her smirk widen, her eyes gleaming with something unreadable and dangerous. The air between them grew tense, threaded with amusement and something Kakashi could not name. She focused her attention on him and remarked that he almost sounded bitter, asking if he felt abandoned and telling him she had thought him better than that. Kakashi exhaled through his nose and warned her not to play games. Shuriai only laughed at him and said she was only being honest. She told him to stop pushing into matters that were none of his business, and said she was certain Sasuke did not care about whatever he was trying to hint at. She suggested his concern was a facade. Shuriai moved closer, closing the fragile space between them. Kakashi echoed the word facade in a low voice. She accused him of grasping at something and insisted he always had. She said that ever since they had reunited she had noticed his frequent glances, the way his touch lingered, and the way he tried to act unbothered. She proposed that perhaps the reason he wanted to figure her out was to get her to open up to him. Shuriai widened her grin and said she had cut off emotional contact after leaving the place and its obligations. Kakashi remained silent, and she took his silence for an answer. Her smirk sharpened. She leaned in closer and, with an amused tone, said he wanted her to reveal her secrets and let him in a little, to crack her open. Kakashi exhaled slowly, his visible eye watching her with something unreadable. His patience was long, but she tested its limits. He told her that was a lot of assumptions. She hummed and ran her fingers along his sleeve, deliberate and slow, asserting that he could lie to himself but not to her, and that her assumptions were never wrong. Silence fell between them, heavy and suffocating, as if anyone who had come in would be overwhelmed by the atmosphere. Shuriai chuckled softly and held her cigarette between her fingers, noting that Kakashi talked as if she and Sasuke were tied to each other in ways they could not escape, as if she were the only person Sasuke clung to in the dark. She trailed off. The sentence hung between them. He would get to Shuriai one way or another. It was a cold night. Shuriai stood before a gravestone on the outskirts of the Leaf Village Cemetery. She wore a long coat and held a cigarette between her fingers as she studied the name carved in the stone with an unreadable expression. She was not the type to mourn the dead. Her fingers traced the tombstone as she read the name Kazuya Kuratsuki. He was her father. The Kuratsuki name had been scrubbed from history, their clan reduced to ghosts. Nobody spoke of them anymore. She had a few blurry memories of her father. He had been powerful and feared, known for a signature blood and bone technique that had marked the family. She exhaled slowly, watching the ember of her cigarette glow in the darkness. It all looked disturbingly convenient. A massacre without witnesses, a lineage erased, a crime so complete that even rumors had faded with time. The only ones who still remembered were the dead and Shuriai, because she had survived. Her father's name was one of many etched in this part of the cemetery. Row after row of Kuratsuki graves marked families who had been killed in their homes during a sudden, brutal raid. But she knew the truth, not all the bodies had been found. She dropped the cigarette into the dirt and crushed it beneath her boot, eyes flicking over other names: mother, cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone gone. The how and the why had never been answered. The night itself remained a fog in her memory, which was unusual for her. She had always been praised for her sharp recall and intellect. That one night was the strangest blank in a lifetime of clear details. Only one theory made sense to her. It had been planned, and planned well enough that higher-ups had closed ranks and kept silent. If those above had been quiet, then they might have been involved. She vowed in her mind to uncover the truth and make those responsible answer for what they had done. Tonight she intended to return to the Kuratsuki compound. The past few weeks had felt hollow with others, Kakashi and the rest constantly watching her. She had nearly lost sight of her purpose and now wanted to reclaim it. She crouched and lingered at the grave a moment longer, wondering if her father would be proud of what she had become. As her fingers moved along the cold stone, something caught her attention, an unnatural groove beneath the carved letters. Her fingers cleared away dirt with more care until a small symbol appeared, barely noticeable beneath her father's name. Recognition tightened her chest. She recognized the mark of root, and her thoughts went straight to Danzo Shimura. Why would Root's symbol be on her father's grave? A chill ran through her, and she stood quickly, every instinct on edge. She had the feeling someone was watching her. Shuriai pounded on the window, calling for Shikamaru to wake up, the force of her knocks shattering the late-night silence. The repeated hits made the wooden frame creak, loud and impatient enough to wake anyone in the house. As much as Shuriai preferred to handle things alone, she had a bad feeling tonight. It was unusual for her, but her gut insisted she not go by herself. She could not afford any mistakes. Inside, Shikamaru barely stirred, face half buried in his pillow, blanket tangled around his legs. His breathing was slow and steady, the peaceful rhythm of someone who wanted to sleep through the rest of the night. He muttered in a groggy voice, asking what was going on as another loud bang rattled the glass. When the next knock came even louder, Shuriai threatened to break the window if he did not get up. The familiar tone of her voice made his entire body tense. He sighed, knowing she meant it. The last thing he wanted was to explain to his mother why there were glass shards on his futon before sunrise. He dragged himself upright, rubbed his face, and turned toward the window. Outside, Shuriai stood in the night with an unreadable expression, her dark coat blending with the shadows. A cigarette dangled between her fingers, the ember giving a dull glow. She raised her other hand as if about to strike the glass again, but Shikamaru slid the window open before she could. He complained in an irritated voice about being woken so abruptly. Shuriai responded that she had been waiting and reminded him of the favor he owed her, insisting now was the time to pay his debt. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes, clicking his tongue and reminding her it was 3 a.m. He asked why she was smashing his window at that hour. Shuriai rolled her eyes and told him to stop whining and to get out of his pajamas. They had something important to do and she would explain later. He groaned and demanded to know whether the important matter really required a 3 a.m. wake-up. Shuriai answered with sarcasm, saying that waiting until sunrise so half the village could watch her dig up a grave would be a brilliant idea. Shikamaru froze, disbelief overtaking his exhaustion. Shuriai quickly said she was only kidding and that they were doing something else, but they had to be finished before sunrise. He muttered that she was the worst person alive. Shuriai smirked and warned him to hurry before she climbed in and dressed him herself. He grumbled that she was insufferable, then disappeared inside to get ready. A few minutes later he came back, pulling on his flak jacket with an exasperated sigh and asking where they were going. Shuriai's grin widened, a sharp edge to it, and she said they were going somewhere and that they needed to wake someone else as well. Akihiko thought this was not how he had planned to spend his Saturday night. He stood between Shuriai and Shikamaru in front of a place secluded from the village. The compound looked abandoned, no one had been there since that eventful night. Shuriai studied the entrance with sharp eyes, humming softly to herself. The place was blurry in her memory, but with her clan's symbol on the wall she was confident they were in the right spot. Akihiko wrapped his arms around himself against the cold wind. Akihiko asked, exasperated, what Shuriai's plan was and why they were at what looked like a haunted house. He did not have a good feeling about the place and his gut was telling him to leave, but Shuriai had other ideas. Shikamaru rubbed his head and clicked his tongue with irritation while asking what they were doing there. He noted aloud that he had thought she was just an outsider from the village and wondered what she knew about places like this. He did not want to admit it, but despite his exhaustion he was curious. Shuriai admitted casually that she had been a fugitive from the Leaf who had gone missing for years. She explained that, in short, this was her hometown, though it no longer matched her memory. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. He observed that Shuriai was not a normal passerby or a freeloader. Kakashi had been guarding her closely, and it was surprising to him that she was here without supervision or permission. He asked, with an unreadable tone, if she was really a fugitive from the Leaf. Shuriai exhaled a slow stream of smoke, the ember of her cigarette flickering in the dark, and said that technically she was, but it was all in the past and she was back for now. She sounded playful. Shikamaru grew more irritated. He thought she was suspicious, clever, and unreadable, and he believed she was dangerous. He asked why she had told them now. Shuriai shrugged and gave a closed-eyed smile, saying that nobody around them had treated her differently when they knew, so she did not see the problem. Akihiko rolled his eyes and complained about the timing and tone of her confession. Shuriai took a drag from her cigarette and blew smoke in Akihiko's direction, which made him cough and exclaim in surprise. Shuriai explained that she did not like giving information about herself unless she deemed it necessary. Shikamaru shook his head and pointed out that withholding information made it 10 times harder to trust her. Shuriai tapped her cigarette against a nearby rock and observed that despite that, they were following her into an abandoned compound at 3 in the morning. She stepped forward, her boots crunching against the dirt, and suggested that they admit they were curious. Shikamaru clicked his tongue and looked away, acknowledging that she was right. He felt something was off about the situation and about her. The whole thing screamed caution, but he hated not knowing. He considered that this might be a lead to the truth about Shuriai and resolved to prove her wrong. Shikamaru muttered that the whole scene felt like the setup to a horror movie and warned that if he was going to die over it he would pull everyone else down with him. Shuriai told them to relax and remarked that if anything still lingered there, it was probably expecting them. The wind picked up suddenly and rattled the compound's decayed wooden gates. Akihiko gulped and admitted that now that they were there, it did not sound like fun and her words were not helping. Shuriai did not reply, she simply stepped inside. Akihiko asked if they were really going to do this as he and Shikamaru followed Shuriai inside, keeping only a few steps behind the dark purple-haired woman. His gut urged him to turn back, but they had already crossed the threshold. The compound felt abandoned. The wooden gates were splintered and crumbling from years of neglect, and the clan's symbol was faded against the forgotten walls. A faint metallic tang hung in the air, a reminder of past violence. The whole place felt wrong. Shikamaru let out a sharp sigh and put his hands in his pockets, complaining that he did not want to become the subject of some ghost story. Akihiko swallowed and said he would kill anyone who jumped them, hugging himself as if to ward off the chill that had nothing to do with the night air. He added that he did not like where this was going. Shuriai clicked her tongue and assured them that once they found what they needed they would leave immediately. Her reassurance did little to ease their bewilderment. They wondered what could possibly be worth this risk: old relics, evidence from a tragedy, or something else entirely. Shikamaru, who had agreed mainly because of a debt to Shuriai, asked what they were even looking for. Shuriai answered that they were looking for the truth. That answer only deepened their unease. Shikamaru rubbed his temples and asked for specifics. Akihiko, arms still wrapped around himself, wondered aloud if Shuriai even knew what they were looking for and suggested they should leave before something happened. They moved deeper into the compound, their footsteps crunching over dead leaves and twigs. Moonlight barely touched the neglected houses and backyards. The darkness only amplified Akihiko and Shikamaru's urge to get out. Akihiko paused when he stepped on something hard beneath the earth. He froze, looked down, and asked what it could be. Shuriai's eyes flicked to his foot and a grin crossed her face, too eager, too pleased. She crouched and signaled for him to remove his foot, which he did. Shikamaru watched as Shuriai ran her fingers along a raised patch of earth with an unsettling fascination. Akihiko muttered that he felt like he had stepped on cursed ground. Shikamaru deadpanned that he probably had, then accused Shuriai of looking far too eager. Shuriai laughed softly and told them they did not understand. Whatever they had found was meant to be found. When Shikamaru demanded what she meant, Shuriai ignored him, placed her hand on the ground, and pressed what felt like a button. The earth trembled as if in response to an unseen mechanism. Akihiko and Shikamaru steadied themselves against the sudden movement. A deep grinding sound echoed through the compound and a portion of the ground shifted, revealing steps that descended into an underground passage. The smell that rose from the opening had a metallic tang that made Akihiko wrinkle his nose. Akihiko retreated a step and said he had a bad feeling about it. Shikamaru, quieter now, noted the metallic odor and tried to piece together what they were facing. Akihiko said he did not like where this was going and insisted there was nothing normal about what they had uncovered, calling it like a crime scene. He scolded Shuriai for standing there as if she were unconcerned. Shuriai, expression unreadable, tossed her cigarette into the darkness and watched the ember disappear. She remarked that the situation was ominous. Akihiko snapped that this was far more than ominous. Shikamaru sighed and asked what they had gotten themselves into. Shuriai pinched the bridge of her nose and said they should stop acting as if she had dragged them here at gunpoint. She reminded them that they had chosen to follow and that the answers they sought were below. The three of them stood at the edge of the newly opened passage, the night pressing in around them, unsure but committed to seeing this through. Akihiko told Shuriai to calm down before he actually strangled her, warning about the ghosts or whatever paranormal things they might find. He looked bewildered and reminded her that she had knocked on his window at 3 in the morning and invited him on a side quest. He had thought they were just going to rob a convenience store. Shikamaru scoffed and asked if he would rather commit a felony. Akihiko answered that he would, since at least the worst outcome would be arrest, not whatever was down the underground entrance. Shuriai admitted she did not know what was down there, but her instincts suggested ghosts, bodies, or some sort of ancient curse, and she did not want to deal with any of that. She rolled her eyes and told Akihiko to stop being so dramatic. Shuriai added that dramatic people often get into trouble first in situations like this, while Shikamaru stood nearby, silently regretting his life choices. Akihiko protested that they had just found a secret underground tunnel in Shuriai's abandoned and haunted compound and that nothing about the situation felt safe. Shuriai considered for a moment, then picked up a rock and dropped it down the tunnel. The three waited for the sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until a clink echoed back. The sound paused, then there was another movement, as if something alive had shifted below. Shikamaru and Akihiko exchanged looks and each quietly asked whether the other had heard it. Shuriai grinned and announced that they should go meet whatever was waiting for them, then stepped onto the stair leading down. Akihiko clung to Shikamaru's arm and said he was sure they were going to die. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and sighed tiredly. It felt like forever as they walked down the steps into the unknown. Each step grew heavier, the stone cold and worn as if it had been abandoned for decades. Shuriai kept her eyes forward, determined to find something here. She had not been back to her clan's compound in a long time. Ever since her clan had been massacred, she had avoided this place. She did not even know this underground space existed, but as she descended she felt a strange tug of recognition in the walls. Her memories were blurry, and even if she had been here before she might not have remembered it. As a former ANBU, she suspected Danzo had a hand in whatever had happened. He had always given her orders and sought power. She had been one of the instruments he used. Behind her, Akihiko exhaled harshly and wrapped his arms around himself, trying to steady a crawling unease. He joked morbidly that if he died tonight he would pull both of them down with him. Shikamaru responded with dry annoyance, asking why he assumed the others would come along. Shuriai teased that Akihiko would probably be the first to go in a horror scenario if he did not quiet down. Akihiko grumbled in sarcastic relief, but his tone betrayed strain. Shikamaru pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered that he never agreed to being dragged out at 3 in the morning. Things dragged into at that hour always turned into either a national crisis or something cursed. He scanned the corridor and noted that the passage did not look natural but deliberately constructed, and that it carried a negative, oppressive atmosphere. He added that the air smelled faintly of iron. Shuriai trailed her fingers along the carved walls, amused at Shikamaru's discomfort while keeping a sharp edge in her tone. He shot back that she should not pretend she had everything figured out. She had been walking just as blind as the rest of them. She laughed and said she simply enjoyed watching him puzzle things out. Shikamaru called the whole situation troublesome. Akihiko, trying not to lose control, clarified that they all agreed this place was not a modern bunker but something older and deeply wrong. Shuriai gave him a patronizing pat on the shoulder and teased that he had surprised her by noticing so quickly. As Shikamaru ran his fingers along the carvings, he felt something different, something damp. He frowned and noted that whatever he had touched was fresh. Akihiko and Shuriai turned, and Akihiko remarked that the tunnel had already carried the metallic tang of old violence when they'd entered. Shikamaru, however, insisted this was recent, pointing out that the smear was still warm to the touch. Shuriai's grin grew sharper. She stepped closer and pressed a fingertip to the smear to check its warmth and composition. Akihiko recoiled at the action. Shuriai wiped her hand on her clothes and confirmed that the mark came from a human source and was fresh. Akihiko fretted that it could mean someone nearby had been hurt only minutes ago. Shikamaru wiped his fingers on his pants with a deep frown and observed that the mark had not begun to congeal, indicating recent presence. He warned that they were not alone. For a moment the three stood with that realization. Shuriai's grin widened as she admitted the situation had become more interesting, while Akihiko reacted that it was terrifying and that he did not want to be next. Shikamaru pointed out that whoever left the smear could still be alive. Then Shikamaru's attention snapped to a faint sound below. His instincts sharpened. He moved silently toward his kunai pouch and signaled for quiet. The other two froze, tensed and ready. Akihiko whispered a hope that it was only wind or a rock they had kicked earlier, imploring for any plausible explanation. Shikamaru refused to offer false comfort and instead watched Shuriai. Shuriai smiled and noted that they had company. Akihiko reacted with alarm at how pleased she sounded. Shuriai stepped forward without hesitation, saying that at least they were not wandering aimlessly. Shuriai warned that someone or something was waiting for them down below. Shikamaru clicked his tongue, irritation sharpening into unease, and told them that was not exactly reassuring as a shiver ran down his spine. Akihiko ran a hand down his face and exhaled shakily. He said sarcastically that they were walking straight into the arms of whatever might want to kill them, and the panic beneath his sarcasm was clear. Shuriai grinned and tilted her head as if listening, then said that if it did want to kill them, at least it had manners and was waiting. Akihiko glared and told her that was not funny. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, stopped the banter and scanned the corridor. He noted the dark stains on the walls and the almost intentional way the passage seemed to guide them downward. His instincts warned that this was not just an abandoned ruin but a place leading somewhere dangerous. Then a slow, wet drop hit his shoulder. Shikamaru tensed completely, holding his breath as he looked up. Akihiko followed his line of sight and, voice tight, asked that it be nothing more than water. Shuriai wiped a cold droplet from her cheek. Her fingers came away dark with a thick stain. And for some reason, the feeling of being watched never left Shuriai. Akihiko muttered that he couldn't believe there were worse friends than Naruto and Choji. Shuriai smirked and replied that unless water suddenly started smelling like iron, she doubted it. They moved on. Akihiko was about to scream until Shuriai placed a hand over his mouth and looked up. A body hung above them, suspended like a cruel ornament. The face was so badly damaged it was almost unrecognizable, eyes wide and staring, drool at the mouth. The sight sent a chill through the stairwell. Akihiko locked up, breathing sharp and frantic against Shuriai's palm. His terrified eyes flicked from her to Shikamaru, pleading for some reaction that might make sense of the nightmare. He felt like he needed someone to confirm that this was not real. Shuriai tilted her head, studying the damaged body with a detached curiosity, and observed that it was a grimly creative way to die. Shikamaru exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples, noting that he didn't even want to ask how she could say that so calmly. His fingers twitched toward his kunai despite himself. The body swayed slightly, tied by the neck and hanging like a grotesque chandelier. Akihiko muffled a whimper beneath Shuriai's hand, his stomach twisting violently. He warned that he thought he was going to throw up. Shuriai finally removed her hand and stepped back to give him space, telling him to go ahead but not to get any on her shoes. Shikamaru ignored them both and narrowed his eyes as he examined how the body had been displayed. He concluded that this had not been an accident. Someone had put it there. Shuriai wiped saliva from her palm onto her cloak and agreed that was obvious, but she wondered who had left them such a welcome. Shikamaru then realized that if someone had left that as a message, it meant someone might be waiting for them below. Akihiko crouched on the steps and retched until he finished. He admitted that he did not want to continue. Shuriai scoffed and tapped his back, pointing out that he had seen worse and that he hunted people for money. What could be worse than this? Akihiko glared and insisted this was the worst. Someone was staring into his soul, and the face looked like a peeled fruit, not something he could just walk past. Shikamaru sighed and conceded that Akihiko had a point. Whoever had left that body either wanted to scare them off or lure them in. Shuriai's lips curved with a hint of excitement as she said she loved a good invitation. Akihiko deadpanned that she was a psychopath. A deep groan echoed from the tunnel below, low and wet, sliding through the darkness like something ancient waking. Shikamaru tensed and said that sound was wrong. Akihiko raised a hand and insisted that the noise was exactly the kind that got people killed in horror stories and that he did not want any part of it. Shuriai only grinned wider, eyes gleaming in the dim light, and admitted that she wanted to see what was down there. She moved forward and the others had no choice but to follow. As they descended, the darkness closed around them. The air thickened, cold and damp with the scent of stone and something metallic beneath it. The walls seemed alive, as if unseen eyes tracked them, faint pulsing shadows revealed by the lanterns that lined the passage. They were not simply entering a chamber, they were stepping into something forgotten. Shuriai halted, head tilted as if listening to something just beyond normal hearing. The atmosphere pressed in on them, heavy and urging retreat. Akihiko exhaled sharply and asked why she had stopped, voice barely above a whisper. For a long moment Shuriai said nothing, fingers twitching as she took in every detail. Then a sound emerged, not footsteps, not the drip of water, but a wet, labored scraping that crawled along the floor of the tunnel ahead. Shuriai whispered for them to keep moving. Akihiko warned that if she said, "Trust me," one more time, he would leave her behind. Shuriai rolled her eyes and told him to relax, claiming that if something jumped at them she would have taken it down immediately and asking him to have a little faith. Shikamaru's body remained taut, instincts shouting to move, to run, even though nothing had yet revealed itself. They stepped into the chamber. The air was dense, like something beyond the stench of iron and decay, a presence that settled into their bones as if the ground itself wanted them to leave. Dim lantern light barely revealed a vast underground chamber. Grimy tubes lined the walls, their glass clouded with condensation and a dark, viscous film sliding down. At first the tubes appeared empty. Then, as Shikamaru's eyes adjusted, he realized they were not. Inside the tubes were figures frozen in unnatural poses, some slumped with heads tilted at impossible angles, limbs oddly contorted. Others pressed elongated fingers to the glass or bore distorted faces that defied human anatomy. One of them twitched, slow and jerky, like something waking from a long sleep. Akihiko's breath hitched and he took a step back, insisting that he would not stay and urging they leave immediately. The figure inside the tube moved again, its spine arching and hands scraping the glass. With a sudden snap its head lifted and its mouth opened into an impossible grin, teeth uneven and jagged. A piercing, inhuman scream echoed through the chamber. Akihiko recoiled in alarm. Shikamaru clenched his jaw and demanded to know what Shuriai had led them into, his heartbeat pounding as he struggled to steady himself. Shuriai, usually quick with a sharp remark and always a step ahead, stood unusually still. Her arms hung loosely at her sides, but the stillness came from something deeper, a memory settling like a weight in her chest. The sterile tang of chemicals, the press of cold metal, murmured voices issuing orders and experiments. Fragments of a childhood she had been too young to fully understand rose up and pressed against her mind. Her gaze swept the room, the tubes, the tables of vials, the ancient walls. The unnatural movement of the figures inside was not simply the work of a madman. It felt familiar and cold. At the thought of Danzo her jaw tightened. He had always pursued control, shaping people into weapons, and he had used her as one of his prized tools. She had escaped and burned everything behind her, but now she stood in the dark confronting echoes of the past. Shikamaru called her name and Shuriai snapped back to the present, forcing a tight smile while tension still trembled under her composure. Shikamaru demanded to know what was happening, gesturing toward the tubes and asking if she understood any of it. Shuriai tilted her head and, with a tone that was light but strained, admitted she had a few theories. Akihiko, still pale and queasy, pressed for clarity and warned that if this was some twisted experiment, they needed to know before they became its subjects. Shuriai stepped closer to a tube and placed a hand on the glass, watching the figure inside twitch. She explained that her memories of the compound were fragmented, including much of her childhood and her time as an ANBU. She said the lab had been obsessed with power and control, and then pointed out that the people in the tubes were Kuratsukis connected by blood, including her. Shikamaru's breath caught as his mind raced to connect the pieces. He asked if the place had been experimenting on her clan. Akihiko muttered that it was the worst thing he'd heard in weeks and gestured toward the tubes, wondering aloud whether the figures were distant relatives, ancestors, or failed subjects. Shuriai confessed that her memories were so faded she could not even clearly remember her parents' faces. Shikamaru frowned at that admission. He repeated her question, asking if she really did not remember any of them. Shuriai sighed and let her gaze linger on one of the tubes, where a distorted face was barely visible. She said she did not even know if she had siblings, tapped her temple, and explained that all she knew was that one day she had woken up and become a weapon. Akihiko scoffed and called that messed up. She gave him a grin that did not reach her eyes and told him to tell her about it. She sighed again and said the place sent chills through her, that it felt familiar, as if she herself had been part of whatever mess this was. Shikamaru and Akihiko both stiffened at that, the weight of her words settling on them. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and asked if she thought she had been a part of this. Shuriai's fingers twitched at her sides. She said she felt like she had stood here before. She let her gaze sweep the chamber, taking in every tube, every stained wall, every rusted scalpel on the metal tables. The more she looked, the heavier the unease in her gut became. Akihiko, still pale, let out a dry laugh and remarked that she was saying there was a chance she had been created in one of the tubes, and that he would pretend he had not heard that. Shuriai chuckled hollowly and said she did not think she had been made here, but that she might have been kept here. Akihiko spoke her name slowly and asked if she remembered anything at all, any faces or names, and how she knew. She said she remembered nothing. Her childhood memories were blurry, so it was not impossible that she had been kept here. She added that she already had an idea about who might be responsible. Akihiko's expression turned dread-filled as he asked what she was really doing here. Shuriai turned back to face them with the grin still in place, her eyes unreadable and holding something darker. She echoed the question, calling it a good one. She considered possibilities out loud. Maybe she had come to destroy something, maybe to find something, or maybe to see if the past was still bleeding into the present. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement at the mystery she was weaving around herself. She looked back toward the tubes and said that, it seemed, the past was indeed seeping into the present. Then they heard footsteps. Not a distant, gut-wrenching sound, but clear, deliberate steps, several of them, not hurried, not cautious. Whoever approached was not trying to be sneaky, they wanted to be heard, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Shikamaru's fingers twitched toward his kunai, muscles tensing. Akihiko straightened, his exhaustion erased by a primal sense that something was very wrong. Shuriai, however, smiled slowly, a knowing smile that did not reach her eyes. She murmured that, at last, someone had finally revealed himself. From the shadows of the corridor, 3 figures emerged, 2 root operatives, cloaked and masked with weapons in hand, and a man between them whose presence made the air in the chamber feel colder. Danzo told them he had been starting to wonder when she would come back home. There he was. The man she had once feared for his obsession with power stood in front of her. Even after all these years, the sight of him made something ugly curl inside her. He looked the same cold, composed, wrapped in those familiar bandages a man who had spent his life treating people like weapons, like disposable tools, like her. The old man regarded them with the same unreadable expression, his visible eye settling on Shuriai with something that might have been amusement or possession. Akihiko whispered to Shikamaru, asking who that man was. Shikamaru answered quietly and on edge that the man was Danzo Shimura. He had heard troubling stories from his father about the man's unusual and corrupt deeds and had been warned to avoid him at all costs. With their current situation, such avoidance seemed impossible. Knowing Shuriai and Danzo were familiar with each other, and seeing what was happening now, showed plainly that their past connection had not been friendly. Danzo's presence was suffocating. Shuriai did not move or flinch. She simply stared, as if deciding whether to lunge at him or laugh in his face, perhaps both. She echoed his word home with a smooth, almost amused voice and placed her hand on her hip, noting that she did not remember ever calling this place home. Danzo tilted his head, regarding her like a particularly disobedient child, and said that regardless, her nature had not changed, that she had always been what she was. His words slid under her skin, but she did not show it. Instead, she tilted her head with a mocking smile and suggested that his supposed welcome would not be warm, implying he had been eager when he discovered she had returned. Danzo remained unreadable but let a glint of something show in his eye as he stated that she had been his greatest creation and that, like crafted things, she still served a purpose even now. Shikamaru's fingers twitched toward his kunai pouch, and Akihiko took an unconscious step back. They did not know the full extent of Shuriai's past with Danzo, but they understood this was not a reunion, it was a reckoning. Shuriai's grin widened, sharp and dangerous, and she replied that calling her a creation was laughable. He did not create people but corrupted them. Her fingers twitched as chakra stirred beneath her skin. For the first time, Danzo's expression shifted, a slight downturn of his lips, and he observed that she remained stuck in the past. Shikamaru and Akihiko listened in silence, recognizing the tension from what they had experienced before entering the place. Shuriai often tossed similar words back at Danzo, and now she returned his accusation with a cold amusement. She murmured that she was not necessarily stuck in the past, only curious to see if he was still as pathetic as she remembered. Danzo's visible eye darkened at that. Shikamaru exhaled slowly and said sotto voce that the situation was going to be a problem. Akihiko replied bluntly that it certainly was. Danzo's gaze did not waver as he noted that her defiance had always been expected and that she would not have returned without purpose. He suggested she was searching for something. He added that he had been familiar with her for too long not to know how her mind worked. Shuriai feigned thoughtfulness and agreed that he was observant, then dismissed him as a rotting fossil clinging to relevance. She stepped forward with a smirk and taunted him about playing God with other people's lives, wondering whether age had finally caught up with him. Akihiko whispered to Shikamaru that it looked like she was trying to get herself killed. Shikamaru replied that she was deliberately antagonizing Danzo to provoke a reaction. Akihiko asked what would happen when Danzo reacted. Shuriai kept smiling, fingers subtly twitching at her sides as chakra pulsed beneath her skin. She stood eye to eye with Danzo, knowing he did not understand everything about her and deciding to play the same game of provocation. Danzo exhaled through his nose, unimpressed, and called her arrogance a flaw he had hoped time would correct. She tapped her temple and said, with a glint in her eyes, that trauma had shaped her personality. Danzo narrowed his eye and said that the place held answers she would not like and questioned why her memories were so unreliable. The remark touched a nerve. Shikamaru noted that the comment had visibly affected her, and Akihiko asked what it could mean. Danzo watched, daring her to make the connection. Shuriai's eyes darkened under the weight of something unspoken. She chuckled more quietly, the sound distant, and then told Danzo that the more she stepped into this place, the more her theories connected. She asked him to listen and then paused. She took another slow step forward, her grin widening in a way that sent a chill through Akihiko. Her fingers twitched as if restraining an urge to strike, anger and restraint tangibly humming around her. Shikamaru and Akihiko noticed the shift, while Danzo remained outwardly calm though his posture suggested otherwise. Shuriai accused Danzo of always being like a rat, scurrying from one tool to another in his hunger for power and control. She warned him not to assume he could toy with the Uchiha clan as he pleased, for the Kuratsuki clan would not be so easily manipulated. Danzo stayed unreadable but allowed a flicker of something long buried to cross his visible eye as he observed that she stood where she had always been meant to be, in a place marked by past conflicts. Shuriai's smile held, but a thin thread snapped beneath the years of silence. She advanced, her chakra thrumming like a living thing and seeping into the walls. She told Danzo in a quiet, eerie calm that she had ended many lives in her life, some that deserved it and some that did not, and then she laughed softly, almost affectionately, as she turned the implication on him. Shuriai told Danzo that he had been on her list for a long, long time. Danzo did not react, but the root operatives at his side tensed. Shikamaru, who had seen 1,000 dangerous people, had never seen someone smile so sweetly while promising something so terrifying. Shuriai moved closer and said that Danzo could learn how he would die. She described it as a slow, inevitable fate and whispered that in the end, as he struggled, he would realize no one was coming to save him. Danzo emitted a low hum as if amused, and then raised a hand. A hidden door creaked open behind him to reveal a dim chamber. Rows of motionless figures were arranged within, some preserved in tanks, others suspended as if in slow stasis. They were people who had once shared the same blood as Shuriai, now turned into strange, altered forms rather than living faces she recognized. At the very center hung a figure with familiar features distorted by unnatural preservation. Shuriai's grin vanished. Danzo watched her reaction carefully and remained composed. Everything felt heavier as Danzo Shimura stood before them. Danzo asked Shuriai whether she still remembered her father. Akihiko murmured in disbelief, terror flooding his eyes at the sight before them. It felt like they had walked into a nightmare. They had stepped into a place that looked ripped from a horror story. Akihiko began to regret agreeing to come along. He considered that he might need help from the Leaf Village's medical facility if they ever left this place intact. The figures before them had once been human, but their movements were disjointed and jerky, as if forced beyond natural limits. Some dragged themselves across the cold stone floor with unsettling, animal-like motions. Akihiko gagged and murmured that he thought he was going to be sick again. One of the figures emitted a strained, unnatural sound that barely resembled speech and spoke to whatever it had endured. Shikamaru stepped back, instincts screaming to run for the exit, but his feet faltered. Shuriai did not move. She stood perfectly still, head tilted slightly as she stared at the thing that had once been her father, the silence stretching between them. Then Shuriai exhaled and laughed, a low, eerie sound that slipped into the air like a cold wind. She dragged a hand through her hair, fingers trembling not from fear but from something darker. She realized then what it had all been about. Danzo made no immediate reply, none was needed. Shuriai stepped forward slowly, her gaze fixed on the altered faces of her clan. A strange, almost admiring grin spread across her face, wrong and unsettling in its intensity. The realization of why her memories had been distorted came together in her mind. Shuriai accused Danzo of stitching them back together, of forcing them back to life and bending them until they no longer resembled what they once were. She said they had been twisted into something else, and that they had been turned into experiments rather than people. Akihiko shuddered at the sound of her voice. She demanded to know whether Danzo's obsession with power and control had led to this, or whether it had been done to spite her. Danzo responded calmly that he had only wondered whether she would recognize the truth when it stood before her. He remarked that she had once again exceeded his expectations. Danzo gestured to the animated figures and declared that this was the legacy of her bloodline, not one of warriors or prodigies but of experiments, failures discarded in pursuit of a greater goal. He noted, with a smirk, that Shuriai seemed to be the only true success. The temperature in the chamber seemed to drop as his words settled. Shuriai's grin lingered, but her eyes shone with something far worse than anger. Before anyone could fully react, the animated figures surged forward. Shuriai sat on the edge of her bed. Morning light reflected off the window and warmed the room. Shikamaru and Akihiko were sprawled across the mattress. Shuriai had insisted Akihiko sleep on the couch because he had been the most irritating part of the previous night, but he had somehow ended up on her bed anyway. She wore an oversized plain white t-shirt and held a cigarette between her lips. It was early, but she craved nicotine after enduring the most horrifying night of her life and trying to make sense of what she needed to do next. Even so, she felt empty, as if something fundamental was missing. Her memories were still blurry and she hoped they would return once she had a clearer idea of who she was. Her fingers tapped idly against her knee. The past had become a haze, fractured and painful to try to trace. Maybe that was for the best. Maybe whatever had gone was gone for a reason. Or maybe it was the last piece she needed to understand who she really was. Shikamaru stirred and groaned, blinking against the light. He had decided not to go home after last night and had crashed at Shuriai's place. He noticed her sitting on the edge of the bed, the cigarette between her fingers, and remarked that it was early to be smoking. Shuriai smirked without turning and said she needed to make up for the previous night. When Shikamaru asked, If he could have a drag, she brought the cigarette to him instead of handing it over. He accepted without protest and took a slow pull. Shikamaru let the smoke out and observed that, given all the terrible things they had discovered the night before, it made sense she had picked up bad habits. Shuriai chuckled and admitted that her lungs might give out in a few years and told him not to follow her example. Shikamaru scoffed and implied he would never want to be like her. She grinned and said she would be insulted if he did. She added that no one could be like her, and he rolled his eyes. Shikamaru watched the smoke curl and fade. His expression was lazy, but his mind was working. He was a strategist who noticed patterns and tiny tells. He told Shuriai that, after last night, he finally had some idea who she might be. She took another drag and asked if that was so, as if the conversation were casual. He said she was not a complete mystery anymore and that he could tell she had not always been this way. Shuriai rested her chin on her knee and asked what he meant, teasing about being attractive. He replied that she acted like someone who did not belong, like someone already gone. Her smirk faltered for a moment. She tapped the cigarette against the ashtray and admitted that maybe she was. Shikamaru watched her carefully. There was a flicker when she spoke that made her seem less untouchable and more hollow. He asked why she was still breathing. She exhaled slowly and murmured that she did not know. Maybe she had simply forgotten how to stop. The way she said it made his stomach twist. He told her that joking about it was not funny. She smirked but did not look amused, and clarified she had not been trying to be funny. Then, suddenly, she flicked the cigarette away, stretched, and asked why he cared so much about her, reminding him that they barely knew each other. Shikamaru said he liked solving difficult problems, and he admitted he had been suspicious of her presence in the village. Shuriai asked what he thought now, and he said it did not change his feelings. She laughed at his answer and told him that not all mysteries needed solving. Shikamaru asked if she always spoke in such cryptic ways. She stayed still for a moment and then said maybe she was constantly on the edge of something. Her tone was light and teasing, but there was something wild in her eyes, something quick and flickering like a small flame. Shikamaru rubbed his temple and remarked that for someone so secretive, she sure liked running in circles. She hummed and tapped her fingers idly against her knee. Shuriai told him that it was more fun that way. Shikamaru shot back that it was exhausting. She tilted her head and considered him for a moment. Then, as if deciding something, she leaned forward until she was inches from his face and asked if he thought she was exhausting. Shikamaru hesitated. He recognized the game. He knew that answering wrong would mean stepping into a trap he might not escape. Before he could answer, her expression changed. The smirk vanished and something more fragile, more dangerous, took its place. She asked him if he hated her. The question landed harder than he expected. Shikamaru blinked and asked what she meant. Shuriai repeated the question, watching him with a serious expression he couldn't quite read. He felt something twist inside him. He asked her what she meant by that. She admitted she did not know and suggested he take a hint, saying that people left eventually. She said she was not a good person and that many here probably knew it. Even though they barely knew each other, she insisted she could tell if he harbored hatred for her. Shikamaru studied her, the weight of her words settling between them like thick smoke. He told her she was making it sound as if he had a reason to hate her, his voice quieter now. Shuriai scoffed and rolled her eyes, suggesting he might want to feel that way. He fell silent, frowning at her tone. There was something unsettling about the way she carried herself in conversation. He could not place what it was. Shikamaru brought up last night and then asked how she and the man Danzo were exactly connected. Shuriai tilted her head and kept her smirk, but there was a calculating light behind her eyes. For a split second, Shikamaru thought he saw amusement that made his stomach twist. 13-year-old Shuriai was in the bathroom. She lay sprawled on the cold tile of her apartment, trembling as she clutched her stomach. A bitter taste lingered in her mouth, her throat raw after forcing herself to vomit. Pills were scattered across the floor, some still in blister packs, others crushed into powder. Her breath came in shallow, ragged gasps and her vision swam. Dark circles framed her dulled eyes, and the usually sharp, calculating look she wore seemed hollow. The uniform she had stood in just hours before, proud before the Hokage, now clung loosely to her frame, damp with sweat. She had been announced as a squad leader in ANBU. Some expected her to be happy, others worried. She was young, serving alongside Itachi Uchiha, and the ANBU were known for their ruthlessness. Her stomach convulsed and she pushed herself up only to collapse again, cheek against the cold tile. Nausea returned in waves and she gagged until only empty, painful breaths came. She felt exhausted to the bone and thought she might faint. Only a few people knew about her condition, Itachi and the Hokage. She refused to show weakness. The Hokage had arranged for a private doctor and told her it would help, but the treatment felt useless to her, and she had not returned to the doctor in 2 months. Her arms shook as she tried to sit, then fell back, sweat beading on her skin. Her mind raced and refused to quiet. She curled on the floor and imagined that if she stayed still long enough she might simply disappear. A knock sounded on the bathroom door. Itachi called her name, his voice calm but carrying an edge. She froze. She knew who it was and had no intention of opening the door. She did not want him to see her like this. She hated feeling weak and hated looking miserable. Itachi called again, asking her to open the door, his tone steady but wary. She clamped her jaw shut and stayed silent, wanting to hide the trembling, the damp uniform, the hollow look. Her nails dug into her arms, seeking any sensation that felt real. She felt empty and numb and yearned for something to remind her she was human. Her hand found the jagged edge of the bottle she had smashed earlier. She pressed it to her palm and made shallow scratches, not wanting to dwell on the result. The pain was sharp but controlled, and it grounded her, a small assurance that she still existed. Her breathing was ragged as she tried to steady herself. The memory of trying to remain untouchable, to be strong and hide her struggles from everyone, weighed on her. At least the small, painful reminder told her she was still here. She believed weakness was something to hide, something to be ashamed of, a sign that she could never truly be strong. A bitter laugh rose in her throat. Maybe this was all she was, a mess who couldn't control her body or steady her mind, someone who kept circling between starving and stuffing herself until her stomach rebelled. She kept pretending she was fine, even when she curled up on the bathroom floor, trembling, surrounded by scattered pills like a pile of failed attempts. Again and again and again, until at some point she felt normal. She lifted the sharp plastic again, pressing it against her arm, until the bathroom door slammed open. Light from the hallway cut across the tiles. Her stomach twisted and she felt sick, not from nausea but from the horror that gripped her when she saw who stood in the doorway. Itachi's shadow fell over the floor, his eyes dark and unreadable as they fixed on her. He did not move or speak. He took in the scene with guarded attention. She was shaking, there were signs of injury, and pills lay scattered on the floor. There was no dramatic outburst, only the quiet that made her feel exposed. The worst thing, Shuriai realized, was how helpless she felt under his gaze. He was seeing her crumble on the bathroom floor, hurt and fragile. Her breath caught and shame hit like a physical blow. Her fingers twitched and her grip faltered. She had survived torture and missions that should have killed her, had seen bloodshed and war, yet none of that had left her feeling as powerless as Itachi's silent look. She hated it. Her lips parted, but no words came. She did not know how to explain what had driven her here, what excuse could undo what was plainly visible. She waited for him to speak, to demand answers, to say anything at all. He stepped inside slowly and crouched in front of her. He reached out and took her wrist with a steady, careful hand. His expression softened. He asked calmly for the bottle. It was not a command. He did not force her, he made a simple request. For the first time, she noticed how gentle he had become, and felt something shift in the quiet between them. Itachi carried Shuriai back to the room, set her on the bed, and opened a first aid kit. She barely registered movement. As soon as she was laid down she curled into herself, arms wrapped tightly around her stomach, as if holding herself together. She felt raw and exposed, like a wound that would not heal. He unloaded the kit without comment. Shuriai did not look at him. She did not want to. For the first time in her life she felt ashamed. Itachi's silence said more than words ever could, and she knew him well enough to know he was not the type to show emotion openly. Part of her wished he would be angry with her, tell her she had been foolish or selfish, but he stayed quiet. She knew, painfully, that he understood her and that knowledge frightened her more than anything. The bed dipped as he sat beside her. She flinched when he reached for her arm, but he did not hesitate. His grip was firm but careful as he turned her arm over to reveal the red scratches and fresh cuts. He did not ask why, he only reached for a disinfectant wipe and began cleaning. The sting made her wince. She wanted to pull away, but he held her gently still and continued tending the wounds with the same calm efficiency he used on missions. Shuriai muttered, her voice hoarse, that she wondered why he was not saying anything. Itachi asked if saying anything would change anything. She narrowed her eyes at him, dull and lifeless, and said that it might. When he finished wrapping gauze around her arm, he told her that she already knew what he thought. That knowledge gnawed at her. She hated that he could see through her, that he understood the self-destructive cycle she was trapped in. She swallowed hard and insisted she did not need his pity. He replied that this was not pity. She wanted to snap, push him away, prevent him from making her feel anything else, but she could not. She was exhausted, too tired to fight, and so she let him bandage her and let him stay, his presence stubbornly grounding in a way she hated to admit. It was a small reason to keep going. When she asked why he was doing this, Itachi hummed softly and said it was because he cared about her. Her stomach twisted. She called him a fool, though without much bite in the words. He tilted his head and asked if she thought it foolish to care about her. She answered that she did, and began to list the reasons. She ruined things, she could barely control herself, she was self-destructive and often did not know who she was. One moment she felt invincible, and the next she felt like she had already died and was only lingering like a ghost. She described the extremes: days when she could not stop moving, when her thoughts ran ahead of her, and other days when she could not get out of bed, did not eat or sleep, and simply existed. Sometimes she could not trust herself and did not recognize the person in the mirror. Itachi remained silent but attentive. His gaze was steady and not pitying, which made her both hate and appreciate him for listening. When her nails dug into her arms again, he caught her hands before she could hurt herself. His grip was firm and warm, carrying a quiet authority. He told her he did this because she believed she was alone and unseen, and he wanted her to know that he did see her. She wanted to pull away and argue, but a part of her wanted to be seen. A lump formed in her throat and she clenched her jaw, admitting that she did not know how to fix herself. He tightened his hold on her hands just enough to remind her he was there and asked her to let him stay until she found a way. Her vision blurred and her breath hitched. For once she did not fight it. She scoffed that his current situation with the higher-ups made his staying unlikely, but she said she would try to manage on her own. The admission felt like a habit, something to keep her from unraveling the moment she asked for help. She sat on the edge of the bed, nails digging into her arms, partly from irritation and partly to feel something real. She hated that Itachi could see right through her, but of course he could. He told her she did not have to pretend with him. She let out a short, dry laugh and objected that she did not want to be in this situation. He corrected her gently, saying that she acted as though she deserved to be this way and as though escape and hope were impossible. Her jaw clenched at that, the silence between them heavy but not unkind. The air between them tightened. Shuriai felt her thoughts spiral through extremes. One moment she wanted to scream, the next to vanish, then to crawl into Itachi's lap like someone small and needy and never leave. Itachi sat unmoving, watching. She wondered why he did not react, why he did not tell her she was crazy. She hated him for it, but hated herself more. A sharp breath escaped and, before she could stop it, laughter bubbled out, hysterical and brittle. She tilted her head back, a manic amusement flickering in her tired eyes. She called his name, and Itachi told her that she should just let him die. He did not flinch. She knew, deep down, that he understood her more than anyone, and that realization made her angrier. She leaned forward until her breath was near his skin and asked if he liked seeing her like this. It was a sick game. She wanted to see him break. She reminded him that she was not normal, not a good person. She watched him with something dark and hollow, pupils wide and a small stain on the gauze at her neck. She said the doctors, the leaders, even him, all tried to fix her. She laughed, a harsh, breathy sound, and demanded whether she looked fixed. Itachi stayed still. Her voice dropped and she told him that sometimes, when she looked in the mirror, she did not recognize herself. She wondered what she would be like if she were gone. She confessed that she often fantasized about death and about confronting those she called sinners, and that she felt like one of them. When she noticed his jaw tense, she smirked at the crack in his composure. Her fingers twitched. She grabbed a kunai from the nightstand and, in a quick movement, drew it across her neck so a shallow cut appeared. There was no gruesome detail, only a small mark. She pressed the point and watched him, daring him to stop her. Before he could react, he pinned her to the mattress, twisting her wrist until the weapon fell free. The room fell into a heavy silence. Itachi held her wrists and used one hand to steady her throat, not to harm, but to keep her from pulling that move again. He restrained her firmly but without brutality. Her chest rose and fell. Her smile widened into something manic. He did not speak. His gaze felt like it could see through everything she presented, and that both infuriated and unsettled her. She shifted, testing his grip, and accused him of hypocrisy, saying he pretended to be above it all while she knew they were the same kind. Something flickered in his expression. Then, without a word, he loosened his hold and rested his forehead against her shoulder as he hovered. After a moment of silence, he told her he did not think she was a monster. He reached out cautiously and traced the shallow cut on her neck with a careful fingertip, as if checking it and offering quiet reassurance. Shuriai shivered not from fear or disgust but from the wrongness of being looked at as someone worth saving. She let out a quieter, breathy laugh and asked why she felt this way, expecting him to turn away like everyone else. He did not. He stayed, and that terrified her more than his departure would have. He agreed that she was not normal and then said that he was not normal either. His fingers moved over the cut as if he could smooth it away. He spoke softly about the pain she described, about feeling like something inside was eating her alive and that the decay was invisible to others. He told her he understood that feeling. Her breath hitched. She remembered that he had always seen through the tangled thoughts she hid. He had seen her at her lowest and had never let go. Her lips trembled. She swallowed and managed a broken chuckle, commenting that he was terrible at comforting people. He made a soft sound that was part sigh, part laugh, and said he was not trying to comfort her, only telling the truth. He moved his hand from her throat to the side of her face and rested it there gently, a steadying touch rather than anything ending. Her heart slammed against her ribs, a knot of feeling she could not name: anger, disgust, something else, all tangled and raw as the room settled around them. Shuriai wondered about fear. She did not believe in saviors and did not think anyone could reach into the abyss she was drowning in and pull her out. But now, as Itachi looked at her, that certainty faltered. Itachi's gaze suggested he would not hesitate to break through the walls she kept hidden, and that realization unsettled her. An alarmed voice shouted for Shuriai to run. The body that had been Shuriai's father lunged toward her, no longer fully human and letting out a terrifying shriek. Shuriai bolted and grabbed Shikamaru and Akihiko, pulling them back the way they had come as a pack of distorted figures gave chase. Akihiko screamed that he had no idea what had happened, adrenaline spiking as the three of them ran faster. He warned that any slip could lead to being dragged down by the creatures. Shuriai ordered them to stop wasting breath and run. Shikamaru clicked his tongue in irritation and wondered why he had agreed to come with her. Shikamaru complained that they were the worst people he had ever met. Akihiko, near tears, kept repeating that he was going to die, his legs burning and his throat raw from shouting as the horrors Danzo had unleashed clawed and shrieked up the stone steps behind them. Shuriai laughed, a bright, almost wild sound that echoed through the chamber. Shikamaru felt a cold drop of sweat and muttered that she was having too much fun. When a gaunt hand reached for them, Shuriai hauled Shikamaru up and said it had been a close one, insisting she had known this would be interesting. Akihiko protested that that was not a good thing. Shikamaru sighed and told them to talk less and run more. They pushed onward, Shuriai buzzing with adrenaline. One of the creatures launched itself at them, and Shikamaru spun, flicking a kunai with precise timing that struck its leg and sent it tumbling into another. The small victory only slowed the pursuers for a heartbeat. The exit was just ahead, The warm glow of the compound flickered through the open passage. Shuriai urged them not to stop or trip. At the last step, Akihiko tripped and went down. Trip immediately hauled him up and slung him over her shoulder, irritated, and warned him not to say a word. With a final push, the three of them lunged out of the underground chamber. Once on the compound floor, Shuriai tossed several explosive tags toward the tunnel entrance and detonated them. Shikamaru activated the control panel he had noted earlier, and the underground passage began to sink back into place. The blast reverberated through the corridor. Dust and debris fell as the screeches from below faded into silence. They stood panting and sweating, shaken. Akihiko lay face-first in the dirt, still trying to process that they had survived. Shikamaru lay on his back and stared up at the sky, telling them that they were actually insane. Shuriai, grinning like someone who had just escaped a dangerous thrill, wiped dust from her sleeve. Shuriai thought she now knew who she could call when she went on adventures like this, and Shikamaru flatly refused. Later, alone with her thoughts, Shuriai had no choice but to give in. For the first time in a long while, she wanted to. It was raining. The sky was dull and gray and a faint wind passed through the air. On a mountain stood Itachi, unmoving. His scarlet Sharingan eyes activated and pierced the misty horizon, unreadable and composed as always. Despite dark circles under his eyes and a pale complexion that hinted at failing health, his posture remained perfect and steady. He was drenched as he observed the area. One person came to mind whenever it rained, and a slight frown appeared at the thought of the woman. Itachi remembered that Shuriai hated the rain and could hear her voice complaining that it made the world feel like it was rotting away. Something flickered in his eyes. He stood unmoving, gaze locked on the distance, while his mind drifted far from the drenched mountaintop. Shuriai always complained about how the world felt heavier when it poured, how she hated being wet, and how it felt like she was drowning. She also hated the cold. He did not know why he had never asked. He knew Shuriai was self-destructive, and that had made him hesitant years before when he fled the village. The thought of her condition worsening tightened his chest. A chuckle from behind snapped him back to the present. Kisame stood there, carrying the limp body of the fourth Jinchuriki on Samehada, and chuckled that the captive had put up a hell of a fight, adding that Itachi should have seen him. Kisame's smirk showed his shark-like teeth. Itachi did not reply at once. His gaze remained steady and calm, as if he were observing something beyond what lay in front of them. Eventually he warned Kisame not to be careless, his back still turned. They walked in silence toward the forest for a minute. Kisame asked whether Itachi was up for the mission and observed that he did not look to be in peak condition, noting that he had been paler than usual. Itachi kept watching the distance, listening and waiting for something only he seemed to see, and then he said that it did not matter. Kisame gave another low chuckle and shook his head, remarking that Itachi always said that but that this mission felt different. He tightened his grip on Samehada and warned that Sasuke was coming for him, suggesting that Itachi intended to face him alone. Itachi hummed softly, fell silent for a moment, and again insisted that it did not really matter. Shuriai's patience was running thin as she crossed her arms and walked beside Kakashi, who had his hands in his pockets. They moved through the Hokage building's hallway toward the office. Shuriai demanded to know why they were there, addressing Kakashi with obvious irritation. Kakashi answered that the Hokage had called him about something important concerning the Akatsuki and Sasuke Uchiha. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and, with a cigarette held between her lips, made it clear she had nothing to do with either of them. She insisted that if anyone assumed she was involved, they were wrong and she did not care where they were or what they were doing. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed as he told her she did not have to pretend. Shuriai laughed, sharp and dry, and asked what she was supposed to be pretending about. Kakashi accused her of pretending not to care, his tone edged with bitterness. Shuriai scoffed and challenged him, asking when she had ever said she did not care. Kakashi observed that she had a habit of dodging things when they got too close. Shuriai shrugged, suggesting he overanalyzed everything, and then restated that Sasuke was not her problem and she thought she had already made that clear. There was a tense awkwardness between them. Kakashi's presence had been constant since she arrived in the village. He asked if it was only Itachi she cared about. Shuriai bristled at his question and countered that it was none of his business. Kakashi's voice carried a bitter edge that she did not miss, and she could feel the weight of his gaze. She rolled her cigarette between her fingers and exhaled slowly, then remarked that at least they were on the same page. They reached the Hokage's office and found the door open. Kakashi leaned against the wall near the door while Shuriai stood beside him. Inside, Naruto and Sakura sat with the Hokage, and Jiraiya was present as well. Tsunade sat on top of her desk and asked what their next move should be. She explained that she had ordered all teams to capture any Akatsuki member if the opportunity presented itself and to bring them to the village for questioning. Kakashi noted that would be very difficult, pointing out that the Akatsuki they had encountered were dangerous and far from easy to take into custody. Naruto clicked his tongue and asked what they were going to do. Kakashi advised patience. Shuriai cleared her throat, leaned on the wall, crossed her arms, and exhaled a slow drag from her cigarette before flicking the ash to the floor. She suggested that they might be wasting their time and questioned the practicality of dragging captured Akatsuki members back to the village, doubting they would cooperate. Jiraiya laughed and greeted Shuriai with a familiar, teasing tone, calling her Orochimaru's former companion. Shuriai returned the greeting by calling him the village's notorious pervert. Jiraiya chuckled and recalled that she had once trailed Orochimaru and had seemed likely to commit violence in the past. He reminded her that she had even attempted to stab him once. Shuriai rolled her eyes and admitted that perhaps she had. She added that if she had truly wanted to, he would not be standing there now. Shuriai was the first to leave. Kakashi had glared at her when she announced it, but she did not care. It amused her that they believed they were moving pieces on a board while she played a different game. In truth, she had not spent a second wondering about their motives. The thought had never crossed her mind. Rain fell softly, making the village quiet and empty as everyone stayed indoors. She hated the rain, but her mind churned with thoughts she refused to acknowledge and emotions she had no use for. Itachi drifted through her thoughts, and her eyes softened for a moment as she wondered where he was and what he might be doing. They thought she was helping them, guiding them toward a plan to find the Uchiha brothers, but they did not really know her. If anything, she was leading them in circles, stalling. She thought fiercely that she would never hand him over and touch the necklace that held a crow feather, a remnant from the last time she and Itachi had met. She believed she understood him, how he thought, the truth behind his choices. She walked on in the rain and pulled out another cigarette. Before she could reach for her lighter, someone else was already holding one for her, the flame flickering with a smirk. Jiraiya offered the lighter and suggested a little chit-chat. Shuriai's eyes lifted, the lighter's flame reflected in them as if she had been caught doing something she found interesting. She did not move at first. She exhaled sharply and then leaned forward to let the flame touch the cigarette's tip. Jiraiya chuckled and returned the lighter to his pocket, explaining that he lurked when he needed to and that he had been curious when she took a walk in the rain right after an interesting meeting. Shuriai regarded him with amusement and leaned against a wall, asking whether he was worried she might do something suspicious. Jiraiya asked if he should be, watching her carefully. Shuriai smiled and said it depended. The rain kept falling. Jiraiya was not an idiot. He was one of the few who could read between the lines, and Shuriai was not as subtle as she pretended to be. She inwardly noted that she had to keep an eye on him, recalling how Orochimaru had warned her that Jiraiya could be trouble. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and said he remembered her from the past, always trailing behind Orochimaru. Shuriai scoffed and replied that she did not need reminding and that Orochimaru was dead to her, though she was surprised he still remembered her. Jiraiya said it was hard to forget a kid who viewed the world like one big inside joke, and he glanced at her cigarette before meeting her gaze. She responded that he was still too perceptive for his own good. His grin returned, but his tone became more probing as he asked whether she was really in the hunt or if she was there for something else. Shuriai blew smoke between them and, after a moment, refused to reveal anything, saying it was something people liked to keep to themselves. Jiraiya expected her to stay silent and observed that she tended to give people what they wanted to hear. He remarked that he had heard she and Itachi were inseparable, that wherever Itachi went she followed. Shuriai accepted the notion with a bitter amusement, calling their departure from their past a matter of reasons. Jiraiya pressed, saying she made it sound like leaving everything behind had meant nothing to her, and she teased him about trying to coax a tragic backstory for his next book. He admitted he might be trying that, but suspected even he could not write a story like hers. She flicked the cigarette away and watched the ember die in the rain. Jiraiya shifted to a lighter, teasing tone and asked what would happen if he found Itachi and mentioned her. Shuriai stood still, considering, and suggested he would probably get a dark, depressing response that matched Itachi's nature. Jiraiya chuckled and then added that Itachi's first thought might not be about himself. Shuriai allowed a small darkening of expression and murmured that people only hear what they want to hear. Jiraiya confessed that she had always intrigued him and suggested that her presence had nothing to do with finding Sasuke and everything to do with another Uchiha. Shuriai clicked her tongue in a display of unimpressed resignation. The rain wrapped them in mist, and the smoke disappeared into the damp air. She did not answer immediately, and Jiraiya's knowing smile confirmed his suspicions. Shuriai told Jiraiya that not everything revolved around men. Jiraiya wondered what was going on between her and Itachi. Shuriai thought Jiraiya was just an idiot. Jiraiya hummed in agreement and admitted that he would be lying if he said Shuriai and Itachi had not painted the picture. Shuriai scoffed, flicked the ash from her cigarette, stood up, and said she was tired of hearing about it as she walked away. Shuriai reacted in shock, her eyes widening as she told Kakashi that Orochimaru was dead, her voice echoing through her apartment. Kakashi sighed and asked her to lower her tone. Shuriai blinked in disbelief and shook her head, insisting that he was joking. Kakashi confirmed he was not, then revealed the most shocking detail: Sasuke killed Orochimaru. Shuriai went silent, processing the words. Then she burst into unexpected, maniacal laughter. It was not the flirtatious chuckle she sometimes used. It was a full, loud release that sent her rolling back onto the bed and clutching her stomach. Kakashi watched her with bewilderment. He had not expected that reaction. Who would have guessed Sasuke Uchiha would be the one to take Orochimaru down? When Shuriai finally composed herself and wiped her eyes, she exclaimed in astonishment that Sasuke, the same young man she had thought barely past her knees, had done it. She laughed again and allowed a grin to spread across her face, finding the situation almost absurd. Kakashi frowned and asked if she found it amusing. Shuriai explained that she did not see a reason to mourn, since she had once considered him effectively gone. She admitted she had learned things from Orochimaru but suggested that he had been reckless and would now face the consequences of his choices. For a moment she showed a flicker of something darker and unmistakable calculation before composing herself. Kakashi, sitting beside her on the bed, pressed for whether she truly did not care. Shuriai shrugged and said she had no grief to offer. She suggested they might even owe Sasuke a drink for removing a danger from the world. Kakashi admitted surprise that Sasuke had accomplished what even the third had not. Credited Sasuke's success in part to having a good teacher. Kakashi, half amused and half unimpressed, told her she was failing at flattering him. Shuriai scooted closer, making her presence deliberately noticeable, and teased that students tend to take after their teachers. She suggested that Sasuke's persistence might mirror Kakashi's, and wondered aloud whether a student could surpass a teacher. Kakashi narrowed his eye and asked whether she was proposing a test. Shuriai only answered that it would depend on whether he could keep up. Kakashi responded that he had been doing that for years and knew how to pace himself. Shuriai noted that pacing was important, and Kakashi smirked under his mask. The charged moment between them softened into a quiet, knowing calm. They both sat with their own thoughts, the news settling between them as each considered what had been lost, what had been learned, and what the future might now demand. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and tilted her head, telling Hatake that she thought keeping up would be the least of their problems. Kakashi shook his head and chuckled, calling her impossible. He stood as Shuriai's gaze lingered on him. Her back was turned toward the woman on the bed, and she did not notice a brief flicker in his eye. He hummed in response to her words and warned that if that was what she thought, she might be mistaken. He watched her with a narrowed eye, irritated by her casual smirk and relaxed posture. He exhaled, paused, and then suggested having a drink. Shuriai arched a brow and found it surprising that Kakashi Hatake would ask her for a drink. Kakashi shrugged and explained that they left for the mission tomorrow, so it would be one last moment of peace before they had to pursue Sasuke. Shuriai tapped her chin as if considering the offer and asked what was in it for her. Kakashi tilted his head and said she would have to come and find out. There was a brief silence, and then Shuriai chuckled softly. They had been drinking all night. Cold air slapped their faces as they stumbled through the quiet streets, the distant hum of village nightlife fading behind them. Shuriai walked unsteadily. She had a low alcohol tolerance, and once she started she could not stop. Kakashi was just as unsteady and steadied her with a hand on her lower back. Shuriai laughed and teased that Kakashi was being touchy. Kakashi scoffed and pointed out that she was the one hanging on him. She wrapped her arm around his and suggested that he must like it. Kakashi muttered that she talked too much. Shuriai asked through lowered lashes if he wanted her to be quiet, and Kakashi only called her impossible. The stairs to the apartment complex were a struggle in their condition. Shuriai lived on the second floor, Kakashi on the third. She announced that this was her destination and joked that he would have to go upstairs alone. Kakashi mumbled that she could be a good friend and let him crash. When she asked why, he said he might collapse halfway up the stairs. She wondered if that was an excuse to stay with her, and he reached to steady her at the small of her back as he asked what if it was. She scoffed that he should have simply said so. She opened her door and asked if he was coming in. Kakashi hesitated, then stepped inside and closed and locked the door, which made her scoff. She collapsed onto her bed with relief, glad to rest after the bar. Kakashi sat beside her, watching her longer than seemed necessary. She sat up, leaned against him, and rested her head on his shoulder, saying she was cold and relaxing against him. Kakashi blinked slowly and, although hazy from the alcohol, did not pull away. He tilted his head toward hers and leaned into her warmth. He murmured that she was clingy when drunk. She relaxed closer and said he was warm. He let out a low chuckle and traced a slow, gentle circle on her back. Being this close brought up something that had been left unspoken. She had once disappeared without explanation. Kakashi admitted quietly that she was dangerous like this. She asked when she was not. He hesitated, then said that she had gone on a random Tuesday with no word and that he thought he should hate her for it. Shuriai blinked and allowed a small, amused inhalation, saying that maybe he should. Kakashi said again that her leaving had felt like the last time he would ever hear from her and that he should have hated her. Shuriai answered that she had her own reasons to handle on her own and that she did not think she had room for any more bonds in her heart. Kakashi let out a bitter laugh and reminded her that she had once made room for Itachi. Shuriai kept her smirk, though something brief flickered in her eyes. Shuriai said that Itachi was different, her tone smooth and firm, as if there were no more words to explain it. Kakashi scoffed, running a hand through his hair and resting his forearm on his knee, his head tilted downward to hide his expression. He replied that of course he was. Shuriai hummed and told him not to sulk because it did not suit him at all. Kakashi let out a humorless chuckle and asked if abandoning him suited her any better. Shuriai did not flinch. She gave a strained smile and explained that she had not abandoned him. She had left, and it had not been only him. Kakashi insisted it was the same thing. Shuriai asked if it would have made a difference. Kakashi's jaw tightened as he wondered if knowing the reasons would have stopped him feeling like a fool chasing after someone who had walked away. Shuriai said she had her reasons. Kakashi scoffed and argued that he deserved to know those reasons after being her partner for a year before she left. There was a beat of silence before Shuriai said that while he had been her partner, he had not been the person who mattered to her at the time. She explained that the person who mattered understood her heart, soul, and mind in a way he had not. Her words hit Kakashi hard. He felt his chest tighten. He knew she could be cruel, but this stung more than usual. He let out a low, bitter chuckle and observed that Itachi had been there, even when he left. Shuriai met his gaze without remorse and reminded him that he already knew the answer. Kakashi rubbed a hand over his face as if trying to push away his mounting frustration and asked why they were having the conversation at all. Shuriai pointed out that he had brought it up and noted, with a slight curl of mischief, that he was drunk enough to be honest for once. Kakashi's breath hitched slightly but he did not move away. He murmured that she did not get to act like he had not. mattered and that he would not pretend the year had meant nothing. Shuriai said that she had never claimed he did not matter, she had only said he had not been the person who mattered most. Kakashi gripped her wrist briefly, not harshly but firmly enough to still her movements, and repeated more softly that she had room for someone else but not for him. Shuriai let the silence stretch between them until it felt almost suffocating. She asked if he wanted her to lie to him and whether that would make him feel better. Kakashi said no. Shuriai advised him not to ask for something he did not want to hear. Kakashi clicked his tongue and called her a real piece of work. Shuriai smirked and observed that he was in her apartment nonetheless, not wanting to leave after what had been said, and asked if it had hurt. Kakashi's grip on her wrist faltered for a moment and she took the opportunity to close the distance between them. The atmosphere shifted, there was a charged silence that neither wanted to acknowledge. She reached for his mask as if testing the waters, and he did not stop her. With a deliberate motion she pulled it down until his face was exposed. For the first time she truly saw him. She had also removed the cloth that covered his Sharingan and placed it on the nightstand, then continued to observe the gray-haired man. His sharp jaw, the faint scar, his parted lips, and eyes that burned with something raw and vulnerable, something he rarely showed. Shuriai let out a small scoff, her fingers lingering on his cheek, and remarked that he was not at all bad-looking. Kakashi scoffed back, his voice hoarse, and wondered whether that was supposed to be a compliment. Shuriai offered perhaps, and then they fell into a long, quiet moment, each measuring the other in the dim room. The woman admitted that she wanted to see what she had been missing. Kakashi felt his breath catch at her words, a brief, startled reaction to the charged moment. The tension hung in the air, and then Kakashi, who was drunk and growing impatient, finally lost his patience. 27 Shed skin. Shuriai told the older man that they would see how this would go, and Kakashi replied that there was no reason not to. 28th linger. Shuriai asked Kakashi why he had asked her out, speaking with amusement. She had not expected this from the gray-haired man, who had been strict with her a few months before, though she suspected there was something beneath his restraint. They sat in a local village bar with few patrons, which suited Shuriai well because she disliked crowds. Kakashi leaned on the counter, swirling his drink in his hand and asking if there was any reason. Shuriai scoffed and laughed, noting that for someone he had known so long, she had never seen that guarded face of his. Kakashi replied that perhaps some mysteries were better left unsolved. Shuriai smirked and teased that he seemed like a man full of secrets. Kakashi admitted that might be true and asked if she thought she had him figured out. Shuriai murmured that she did, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag before setting it in the ashtray. Kakashi listened with an unimpressed tone, accustomed to her antics. Shuriai leaned forward on her stool and rested her chin on her palm, telling him that he acted mysterious but was not. She had worked with him long enough to know him. She observed that Kakashi Hatake carried the weight of the dead and tilted her head, waiting for his reaction. Kakashi was still for a moment, fingers tightening on his glass before he released a low chuckle and pointed out that for someone so perceptive, she often overlooked herself. Shuriai blinked and asked what he meant, downing her whiskey and ordering another. Kakashi watched her and let a silence hang between them as she took another drag. He mused that she behaved as if she could read people like books, but in truth she herself was written in a script no one else could decipher. His gaze lingered on her. Shuriai scoffed and laughed, calling his words almost poetic, then asked since when he had become interested in mysteries. Kakashi replied that his interest began the moment someone decided to sit across from him, and Shuriai rolled her eyes and said she perhaps just loved being entertained and intriguing. Kakashi's eye curved with amusement as he echoed that she called herself interesting and suggested she might simply be afraid of being understood. Shuriai stilled for a moment. Amusement remained on her face but something darker flickered as her hair fell over the eye covered by an eye patch. Shuriai asked what would happen if she were afraid to be figured out. Kakashi answered that if she were, she would be the most interesting mystery out there. Kakashi moved toward Shuriai with a sudden, desperate intensity, the motion carrying years of bottled-up frustration. She did not pull away. She matched him, leaning in and meeting his challenge with an unreadable smile. He steadied her at the waist, his hands tense, and the room felt charged between them. Shuriai teased that he was desperate. Kakashi did not reply with words. Instead his grip tightened, voice low as he warned him not to push too far. She laughed, deliberately provoked him, and then dared him to make a move. A quiet struggle of wills followed. The alcohol in both of them loosened restraint and made everything feel riskier, but nothing crossed into cruelty. Kakashi's voice grew rough and nearly pleading as he admitted how she affected him. He told her that she was driving him insane and that he could not bring himself to hate her for leaving, because he never had. He confessed, with a raw honesty he had kept hidden, how his attention had lingered too long between her and Itachi back then, how he had wanted to be the one she looked at that way. Shuriai responded with an amused, taunting laugh and asked if he had been jealous. He acknowledged that jealousy had been the truth, that he had wanted to be the one she thought about and the one she looked to. He muttered that he wished everyone would know she belonged to him, then paused, the idea hanging there and unacted upon. Action slowed as they exchanged sharp, charged gestures. She pulled back enough to meet his gaze, fingers catching in his hair in a moment of defiant playfulness that made him flinch. She asked if he thought Itachi was his competition, and that question cut deeper than any other. Kakashi's expression shifted from frustration to a fierce protectiveness. He insisted that Itachi was gone and that now it was just the two of them, that he intended to make sure of it. The promise in his voice was possessive but not violent. It was the confession of someone trying to stake a claim with words rather than harm. Shuriai's eyes gleamed with mischief as she challenged him to prove he could handle her. Kakashi answered without further argument, closing the distance and holding her in a fierce, wordless embrace that said more than words could. In that tight, earnest hold, each of them felt the other's need and the weight of what had been left unspoken for years. In the silence that followed, Kakashi understood more clearly than ever that he belonged to her in some irrevocable way, and that he would do what he could to make that presence permanent. And he definitely would not let her go again. Shuriai woke to sunlight slicing across her ceiling and a dull headache that made the room feel too bright. She rubbed her eyes and lay still, listening to the apartment waking up around her. Her body felt heavy with the remnants of the previous night. The memory of his presence clung to her, an uncomfortable trace that made her tense. She glanced down at the rumpled sheets and discovered bruises and marks across her skin. Her jaw tightened as she realized how much she had let happen. She berated herself silently for losing control. This was not part of any plan. She had reasons to be careful, and last night had not been careful. She sat up and muttered an expletive under her breath while rubbing her temples. Kakashi Hatake had not been part of her plans, and yet there he was. Maybe she was overreacting, she told herself. Maybe it had been nothing more than a lapse among friends. She had endured much worse. This should mean nothing. Still, the unease did not ease. The man in the bed beside her slept with his hair mussed and a sheet thrown over his face. His back showed fresh scratches from a struggle, nothing graphic, as though the night had been rough. He looked untroubled and oddly peaceful. Shuriai reached for a cigarette on the windowsill, lit it, inhaled, and let the smoke pull at some of the tension in her chest. She felt the morning as heavier than usual, bones and muscles protesting as the memory settled into aches. Whatever had unfolded the night before was done and could not be undone. She would not be naive about it. She would not let it change her life. She looked out at the village beginning its day as if nothing had happened, and she wanted to believe it was true. A shift behind her told her he had risen. She kept her gaze forward and allowed the cigarette to rest between her lips. Kakashi's voice surfaced hoarse from sleep as he asked if she was already smoking. She did not respond immediately. She took another drag and let the exhale answer him. Kakashi moved to stand behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. He asked, with a teasing edge to his voice, if she had not wanted to wait until he woke. She felt his fingers trace idle circles along her side, an NTMT gesture but without any of the previous night's intensity. He leaned his head against her shoulder and murmured that she felt cold. She rolled her eyes and told herself she had no reason to be affected by his presence. He pressed his head a little closer, and his words became quieter and more earnest as he admitted how long he had waited for something like this and how often he had thought about her. He spoke as if confessing something he had held for a long time. Shuriai remained guarded. She flicked ash from the cigarette and cut him off, saying that last night must be forgotten. She insisted, with a hard edge in her voice, that neither of them should speak of the events again. She refused to let it become a story she had to carry or an argument he could use. Kakashi froze, taken aback by the firmness in her tone. He had been ready to pour out words. Now the chance had closed. He could only stare as she pulled away and stood. She reminded him that they would leave in an hour for the mission and that they needed to meet up with the others. She advised him to leave and get ready. She slammed the bathroom door behind her. Somewhere outside the village, Sasuke Uchiha sat in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, buried within damp, sterile walls and uncomfortably close to the village. His thoughts lingered on her. He sharpened his katana while a white-haired boy sat across from him, shark-like in his grin. Suigetsu chuckled and asked whether, aside from hunting his brother, Sasuke had any other agendas that required their help, adding that he could use some fun. The white-haired boy had been confined in a tube and was only let out under certain circumstances. Sasuke responded simply that they were looking for Shuriai. Suigetsu reacted with surprise, asking if Sasuke meant Shuriai, Orochimaru's apprentice, and leaning forward with interest. Sasuke glared and asked if Suigetsu knew her. Suigetsu grinned and said he remembered her as awesome and a little scary, recalling how she made weapons from blood and calling it terrifyingly cool. He suggested it would be clever to recruit her for backup weapons. The room fell silent. Sasuke's grip on the katana tightened until his knuckles went white. He turned his head away from Suigetsu, eyes darkening beneath his bangs. Suigetsu, oblivious at first, repeated that recruiting her would be perfect, but Sasuke interrupted with a sharp warning. She was not a tool. Suigetsu's grin faded as the atmosphere shifted and he finally noticed the change. Sasuke's voice became lower and controlled as he emphasized that she was not for Suigetsu, not for that group, not for anyone. Suigetsu, unnerved, asked why Sasuke was looking for her if that was the case. Sasuke exhaled shakily, nails digging into his palm, and said that she belonged to him and that he belonged to her, insisting she was where she belonged with him. Suigetsu narrowed his eyes, taken aback by this unfamiliar emotion on Sasuke's face. Suigetsu admitted he had never seen Sasuke so expressive and asked if Sasuke realized how he sounded. Sasuke sighed, feeling wired and struggling to keep himself together, and insisted that Suigetsu did not understand. Suigetsu rubbed the back of his head and said he did not that Sasuke sounded like an obsessive ex, no offense intended. Sasuke fell silent. He told himself that it was not as simple as obsession. Shuriai had never been just a woman to him. She had been a need, something different he had noticed since childhood. He had followed her and hung on her words, even when others lied or made promises he could not trust. He remembered wanting her more than anything, and he resented that Itachi had something from her that Sasuke never did. The thought twisted inside him. Sasuke remembered a childhood exchange when he had asked her after school if she would be his, and how she had answered that if it made him happy, then yes. That memory tightened his chest. Shuriai had once indulged his childish admiration and fantasies, but after Itachi left, she had been different. At first he had been excited to be placed in her care, but with time she had been gone on missions for days and returned drained and angry. Sometimes she barely acknowledged his presence. He told himself he understood what she was going through, but he still felt the weight of her emotions, the tension that made him hesitate to speak. Sasuke could not bear losing the people who mattered to him, and he vowed never to allow it again. Suigetsu sighed and said he did not know what kind of relationship Sasuke claimed to have with her but that Suigetsu did not want to be dragged into it. He leaned back, crossed his arms, and looked at Sasuke with mild exasperation, thinking Sasuke was being obsessive. Sasuke repeated quietly that she belonged to him. Suigetsu shook his head, unsettled. Naruto scanned the assembled team, noting Hinata's group, Sakura and Sai, and Yamato among those gathered. Rain fell steadily, adding weight to the tense atmosphere. The mission to locate Itachi pressed on everyone, and despite his mixed emotions, Naruto's purpose remained clear. Sakura stood at the forefront, crossing her arms and nodding firmly. She told the group that they had gathered everyone they could and that this was their best chance. Kakashi crossed his arms and sighed as he stood beside Tsunade, whose face carried uncertainty beneath her authority. Kakashi's expression remained unreadable beneath his mask, but his posture suggested he was preparing himself for something difficult. Tsunade's eyes flicked over the team before settling on Naruto. She wished them good luck on the mission, her words hanging heavily in the rain-soaked air. Naruto met her gaze and promised that he would bring Sasuke back home. His vow settled over the group, leaving a moment of charged silence. Sakura's eyes softened for an instant, and she stepped forward to affirm that they would bring Sasuke back together. The statement resonated through the team, stirring duty and determination among them. Kakashi's gaze also softened. He remembered Naruto as a brash, loud child and felt renewed sympathy for the man's conviction. The moment reminded him why he had always believed in Naruto's potential. A smooth, amused voice broke the tension as a dark purple-haired woman arrived. Shuriai stood behind Naruto with a closed-eyed smile and a cigarette between her fingers, and she observed that the team seemed complete. Naruto looked surprised and eager at her presence, quietly hopeful because of her connections to Itachi and Sasuke. Shuriai chuckled and said she did not want to miss out on a mission like this if everyone else was going. Kiba greeted her with a grin, and she returned a small smile. Hinata and Shino acknowledged her as well. Yamato, exasperated, reminded her that they had agreed to meet at 9 and asked why she was late. Shuriai replied that she had been there earlier but the rain had kept her occupied and that she disliked how the weather made everything feel heavy and lonely. Yamato sighed at her antics and noted that she never changed. Shuriai inquired about the rest of the team, assuming Shikamaru and his group would join. Sakura answered that they were occupied and could not come. Shuriai expressed mild disappointment. Tsunade then warned Shuriai to avoid reckless behavior and to stay alert. Shuriai gave a light-hearted response and the Hokage rolled her eyes. Kakashi remained unusually quiet, still shaken by events from the previous night and that morning. He stood very still, the aftermath of those events pressing at him like a fresh ache, his thoughts racing. He acknowledged, privately and reluctantly, that his interaction with Shuriai had affected him more than he expected. At times he had felt unusually close to her, and her coolness since then had taken a toll. His fingers twitched at the memory, and he felt foolish for letting it unsettle him. Sakura stepped in and urged the group to move, asking Kakashi if he was all right. She and the others looked concerned. Shuriai offered a sweet, teasing inquiry about his tension, and Kakashi forced a smile to disguise his unease, explaining that he had not rested much the previous night. Shuriai smiled in return, unreadable, then clapped her hands and signaled that it was time to depart. The team gathered themselves and prepared to leave, the rain continuing to fall as they set off on the mission. They traveled fast. The team landed softly on a roof in a small village on the outskirts of the Leaf Village. The dark purple-haired woman felt instinctively that this mission would be different, and the feeling nagged at her even as adrenaline began to rise. The rain that had hammered them for much of the journey had finally stopped, leaving the air heavy with the wet scent of earth and stone. She glanced up as the clouds thinned and sighed with relief, thinking finally. Kakashi appeared beside her, his silhouette calm as he surveyed their surroundings. He announced that their main mission from now on was to find Itachi and take him into custody. Everyone acknowledged the order and nodded in agreement. Kakashi added that the Akatsuki aimed to round up the tailed beasts and that Jiraiya's information suggested they already had the three tails. He warned that they might have infiltrated the Land of Fire and could target Naruto. Tension crept across the rooftop as eyes turned to the yellow-haired boy, whose expression remained determined. Kakashi reminded them that Itachi had originated from the Leaf Village and that 3 years earlier he had returned and attempted to take Naruto. Shuriai whistled softly as she watched the clouds clear. Sai asked if Itachi was heading back to the village. Sakura, exasperated, pointed out that Sasuke was also heading toward Itachi, and that only made Naruto more resolved. Naruto stated that he would meet up with Sasuke no matter what, and Shuriai let out a quiet chuckle at his single-mindedness. Shuriai's gaze flickered to Naruto with a faint, dark amusement at the boy's unshakable determination. She had her own theories about how this mission would end, and only one seemed likely: they would not get Sasuke back. She knew how stubborn he was, and the reports she had heard about him killing her former mentor added to her resignation. She sighed and took a drag from her cigarette, wondering how it would all turn out. A smooth voice noted that she had been awfully quiet. She turned to the pale, black-haired boy and recognized him as Sai, feeling a familiar wariness. She gave him a closed-eye smile that was more calculated than warm, and Sai observed that quiet was unusual for someone like her. His sterile, emotionless presence bothered her, and she did not trust him. Their quiet exchange was interrupted by a puff of smoke as Kakashi summoned his hounds. A small pug, perched on a larger summoned animal, spoke with a surprisingly confident tone, claiming that their voices and noses would help protect the team. Shuriai crossed her arms and watched the scene with mild amusement. She found Kakashi's summons endearing in a way that had nothing to do with him. Kakashi explained the formation: each member would be paired with 2 dogs, and everyone should work together. Pakken, the pug, sniffed the air and then recognized Shuriai, cackling as he announced that he knew her from somewhere. Shuriai chuckled and played along, teasing that she had not expected to be sniffed out like a criminal. Naruto muttered something under his breath, prompting Sakura to bop him on the head and tell him to be quiet. Shuriai paid no mind to the exchange. Pakken teased Kakashi about Shuriai smelling like him, suggesting they might be more than just acquaintances. Kakashi stiffened, clearly uncomfortable with the teasing. Naruto and the others reacted with surprise at the suggestion of a relationship between Kakashi and Shuriai. Kakashi tried to deny it, but the pug's cackling made the denial awkward. The suggestion became village gossip among the younger members, who pressed Kakashi for an explanation. Kakashi exhaled slowly and tried to compose himself, insisting it was not what it looked like, but Pakken only made things worse with another grin. Kiba raised a hand to slow the conversation, then walked beside Shuriai and sniffed her to confirm Pakken's claim. The brief display of distraction passed, and the team refocused on the mission ahead. They moved out under the clearing sky, resolve and tension mingling among them as they set their course for the Leaf Village. She looked at him oddly and tilted her head, as if allowing him access to the truth. Silence hung for a moment until Kiba's eyes widened as he realized Pakken had been right. Naruto immediately reacted in disbelief, loudly expressing how unreal it all seemed. Shino adjusted his glasses and noted that, based on scent markers, prolonged physical contact could explain the situation. Kakashi found Shino unhelpful. Yamato chuckled and joined the teasing, pointing out that Kakashi had always been close to Shuriai, which only fueled the group's curiosity. The others reacted audibly, and Hinata blushed and hid her face behind her hands. Kakashi looked around at everyone and denied their assumption, insisting it was not what they imagined. Sakura gasped in surprise. Sai blinked and offered an awkward, unrelated comment he'd picked up from the library. Kakashi raised a hand to cut him off. Shuriai laughed, enjoying the attention, and explained that Kakashi had been clingy lately because he had been assigned to guard her. She casually rested her hand on his arm in a playful, public gesture, which made Kakashi visibly stiffen. He wanted to speak but found the words lodged in his throat. The atmosphere remained awkward, though Shuriai seemed unfazed and even a little teasing. Sakura asked if they were dating, and Shuriai quickly replied that she was not interested in that. Shuriai had felt tension as they moved through the forest. The dark purple-haired woman was teamed with Yamato, Naruto, and Hinata. Though Shuriai preferred to work alone, Kakashi had insisted she stay with Yamato. Since Naruto was the Akatsuki's main target, they needed every precaution. Shuriai sighed. The woods were almost unnaturally quiet, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the wind. She felt a presence following them, someone she knew too well. Shuriai asked Yamato if he understood, her voice eerily calm. Yamato looked ahead and acknowledged her, then asked Naruto and Hinata if they understood as well. The two nodded with serious expressions. The four moved quickly, creating distance and tossing a spread of shuriken toward the opposite side of the path. The blades struck trunks and left marks on the trees, but nothing else. An eerie chuckle came from a shadowed spot among the trees as someone stepped into view. Kabuto Yakushi emerged, his appearance mostly hidden by a cloak. Shuriai recognized him immediately and noted his boldness in approaching them alone. Kabuto's voice held a creepy amusement as he commented on the interesting group before him. Shuriai said she knew who he was and accused him of having the audacity to approach them. She called him Orochimaru's new follower. Kabuto replied with a mocking observation about her associating with people she had once despised. Shuriai rolled her eyes and shot back that Orochimaru must have degraded since she left. Kabuto said he wanted to speak with Naruto. Yamato narrowed his eyes and made it clear they were not going to let Kabuto dictate terms. They intended to take him in. Shuriai kept her arms crossed, distrustful. She had worked with Kabuto for a few months before leaving the village and trusted him not at all. Naruto, visibly tense, demanded to know where Sasuke was. Kabuto scoffed and asked whether Naruto was still obsessed with Sasuke, then asked if it was true that Sasuke had killed Orochimaru. Kabuto's tone and expression were unreadable beneath the cloak. He confirmed the rumor and then produced a small, plain black notebook from his cloak. Shuriai watched him closely as he presented the object. He claimed the notebook contained all the information his organization had gathered on the Akatsuki and offered it to them as a gift to Naruto. Naruto reacted with suspicion and tension. Shuriai dismissed the offer as a trick and accused Kabuto of insincerity. Yamato questioned Kabuto's motives, pointing out that Orochimaru was dead and the Akatsuki were not after Kabuto. Kabuto countered that the notebook was simply a token of gratitude for Naruto and reiterated that the Akatsuki was indeed pursuing Naruto. Hinata asked what Kabuto intended to do with Naruto. Shuriai turned to Hinata, smiled with her eyes closed, and assured her that they would handle things smoothly, though the assurance carried a faint chill that did not completely ease the unease about Kabuto's presence. Hinata accepted the reassurance, still visibly unsettled. Shuriai scoffed at the notion of gratitude. Kabuto mocked the idea that she needed an explanation of gratitude and leaned back slightly, a dark, almost deranged glint in his eyes. He spoke of his devotion to Orochimaru's philosophy and how fully he had followed that path, recalling it with a low, nostalgic tone. A tense silence followed as everyone absorbed his words. Shuriai had believed that through his power she could reach a place where nothing could touch her, untouchable like him. She remained silent, unreadable, her mind racing with thoughts of Kabuto's desperate need to prove himself and his obsession with Orochimaru. She knew both men were deeply damaged. Kabuto's eyes darkened and a twisted smile tugged at his lips as he admitted that somewhere along the way he had lost himself. He explained that the more he tried to emulate Orochimaru, the more he had become only a shadow, never truly the man he imitated. He confessed that he had been nothing more than a tool and that, in the end, he realized he did not need to be Orochimaru, he needed to be more than what Orochimaru had been. Shuriai scoffed and accused him of always being power-hungry, then urged that they hurry things along. Kabuto responded that he had always wanted to be like her, to have the courage to make his own path. He said he found her resilience, confidence, and power inspiring and claimed that was why he had acted as he had. Kabuto then removed his cloak, revealing half his face merged with cells reminiscent of Orochimaru. The others widened their eyes at the sight. Naruto murmured in disbelief. Shuriai's expression darkened as Kabuto insisted that if she had advantages, he did as well, hinting that he knew something about her clan that she did not. Before she could finish, the ground beneath them rumbled. A series of rapid, sharp clicks and beeps announced the triggering of explosives. Kabuto's grin widened as he declared in a low, sinister tone that they would now see how unpredictable and clever he could be. A powerful blast followed, sending a shockwave across the area in a burst of light and force. The blast threw them to the ground and filled the air with dust and flying debris. The force pushed everyone to take cover, and the trembling ground made it hard to stand. As the dust began to settle and the ringing in their ears eased, Shuriai rose and looked toward where Kabuto had stood. He was gone. The explosion had left a large crater, and the blast sent the group scattering along different paths. Shuriai continued to run through the forest. Her breath was steady and composed as she moved swiftly between the trees. She had decided it was wise to slip away from the others after Kabuto had appeared. Part of her was relieved that a distraction had shown up, and part of her simply needed air. She had been with Orochimaru only because he seemed to know something she did not, and because of his connections to Danzo, she felt there was more to uncover. She intended to find out for herself. Shuriai landed on a branch and felt, for the first time in a while, that something in the air had changed. She sighed and wondered when a girl might get some peace. A sing-song voice called out playfully from nearby. Toby revealed himself, hanging upside down from another branch in an Akatsuki cloak and an orange swirl mask, waving at her. Shuriai watched him for a long, blank 5 seconds, then deadpanned inwardly at his enthusiasm. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Shuriai remarked that she supposed this was the part where she would be abducted, tortured for intel, and then dumped off a cliff. Her tone was tired and skeptical. Toby feigned outrage and insisted that he would never abduct pretty women, describing an elaborate, joking process that supposedly began with candles and dinner. He flailed his arms theatrically. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and allowed a faint smirk. She accepted the compliment with a bored, dry amusement. Toby nodded eagerly and then, in a quieter moment, asked when the pain had stopped. His playful tone had shifted to something softer, and the words carried an unexpected weight. Shuriai's smile faltered. She studied him for a beat and answered that it had probably stopped the moment she stopped pretending that people mattered. She delivered the reply casually, as if it were a trivial admission in a game. Toby made a light, mocking sound and restored his playful stance, but Shuriai's smile did not reach her eyes. The change in her expression signaled that she was no longer playing along. Shuriai suggested that ignorance might be a bliss, but that bliss was only temporary. Toby went still for a moment, and the air between them tightened. Toby tilted his head and challenged her, saying that she was pretending at detachment and that underneath the facade she was a fallen angel trying to rise again. His words grew colder and more intense, as if something darker had crept into his voice. Shuriai's composure remained outwardly intact, though her eye twitched. She countered dryly that he was wording it wrong, offering an ironic take on his description. Toby pressed on, painting her as an embodiment of decay, a divine creature fallen from grace and doomed to wander, insisting that she still sought redemption and that darkness called to her as it did to him. The words hit harder than she expected, echoing in the quiet forest as if the trees were listening. Shuriai felt a brief pang in her chest but remained silent. Toby softened his tone and spoke of abandonment and pain, suggesting she pretended to be strong while the ache never stopped. Shuriai swore under her breath and fought the familiar, unwelcome urge that rose within her, an episode she had tried to bury long ago. She forced a small, bitter laugh and asked whether fallen angel was supposed to be a flattering reference. The two of them held their positions in the trees, tension settling around them like mist. Toby kept on, describing her condition with unnerving clarity. His voice suggested that he recognized the same wounds in himself. The situation only worsened for her as his words continued to press at old scars. Shuriai stood her ground, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing her unravel. The forest remained still around them, and for a moment neither moved. Then, without warning, the conversation reached a pause and a new silence bridged the space between them. Toby told her that the torment never left. She could bury it deeper every day, but it would not work until she embraced who she really was. Shuriai's vision began to blur. His words washed over her like cold water, and there was something in them that drove her toward the edge of control. She squinted at the man, barely holding herself together. When Toby thought he had the upper hand, Shuriai released a loud, deranged laugh that echoed through the trees and seemed to make the forest itself shudder. The air shifted around them, and Toby felt his shoulders tense. Her laugh was not human. Shuriai paused, then accused him in a low, unnerving tone that broke whatever facade she had been wearing. Her eyes were wide and a smirk curved her mouth. A pressure seemed to seep from her as the walls she had built began to crumble. The woman before him was unraveling. She claimed they were not alike and accused him of pretending to be something he was not. She told him he did not even know what it meant to embrace one's true self and taunted him about feeling nothing. Then she asked him, almost playfully and with a jagged undertone, whether he had ever known what it was to embrace nothingness completely. The question hit Toby hard, as if it had pierced through his mask. For a moment he felt exposed, But he stood still and tried not to show weakness. Shuriai watched him, trying to provoke a reaction. She declared that everything he was had been a lie, an illusion, everything he had built to convince himself was fragile. She accused him of pretending to be powerful and of not understanding what it meant to fall. She insisted she was not waiting for anyone to pick her up and put her back together. Toby felt the darkness claw at him, that familiar dread sinking into his gut. Her words shredded the facade he had carefully constructed, and he realized he had miscalculated by approaching her. He muttered that she was wrong, his voice tight and uncertain. Shuriai widened her eyes with a disturbing spark of amusement and wondered aloud whether he was simply too afraid to admit the truth. She laughed softly, brushing off the label of a fallen angel, then leaned in and declared that she was death, the end, and that he was merely another soul she had passed on her way. The forest seemed to grow darker around them as if it recoiled from the coldness she radiated. She told him he talked too much about fallen angels, preaching like a priest, and that she was not meant for those who fall. She said she paid for others to fall and accused him of still flapping his wings, reaching for something that did not exist. The words made cold sweat bead on Toby's forehead. Each statement she released felt like a dagger, unraveling him further and stirring something he had long buried. He thought his approach had been a mistake. Shuriai asked whether he was terrified of her and whether he was afraid that she could see through him and know his deepest fears. She admitted she did not even know his true identity and then declared that he would never understand because he would never have the courage to destroy himself completely. She told him she did not fear embracing what she was. She called herself a reaper and said he was just another lost soul seeking something non-existent. For a few moments Toby was speechless, trying to process what had just happened. He then forced a light, playful laugh to hide how shaken he felt and put on a childish persona, insisting that life needed its thrills. Shuriai rolled her eyes and, losing patience, told him to stop joking and to state his business. Toby hesitated, keeping his tone deliberately light as he prepared to answer. Toby explained that somewhere about 2 miles away, Deidara-senpai and Sasuke Uchiha were engaged in a playful competition to see whose creations would produce the most spectacular explosions, and he was not joining them. Shuriai chuckled and told him he was boring if he would miss that. Toby tilted his head and hummed again, insisting he was not participating but would gladly show the way since he knew she loved exciting displays. Toby was acting as if he had not faced the scariest things before. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and let her smile turn sly, accusing him of trying to get her into trouble while admitting the idea sounded more fun than working with any of her teammates. She agreed to go with him. Toby jumped with glee and said that if she followed him she would witness Deidara-senpai's art in its truest form, then laughed as he started to walk. Shuriai warned him that if he wasted her time she would end the little field trip quickly and shot him a deadpan look, fully aware that whatever madness Deidara might be planning she was about to have a front-row seat to it. Toby spun dramatically and gestured toward the distance, declaring they were off to the explosion display, a front-row view of art like she had never seen before. Shuriai rolled her eyes and followed him. Kakashi was left to rot. Sasuke did not answer, he simply could not wait. Sasuke declared that, after all, the fun awaited them. A voice urged everyone to get down to business. Shuriai clicked her tongue and slipped away. She intended to have her way one way or another. Kakashi found Shuriai difficult to manage during the mission. Chapter 32 Scarlet Eyes. Shuriai and Toby landed on a tree branch and saw an entertaining sight below them. Sasuke and Deidara faced each other. Sasuke narrowed his eyes in cold fury, while Deidara stood flamboyant, hands on his hips and a grin on his face. The air was thick with tension, each daring the other to move. The spectacle of two clashing egos was pure entertainment to them. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly as she watched. She observed that one combatant was driven by passion and the other by vengeance, and she asked Toby who he thought would win. Toby, quiet for a moment as if thinking, returned to his playful demeanor and said that Sasuke might be the obvious winner, but that Deidara had a huge explosive advantage. Shuriai scoffed at Toby's devotion to Deidara's art and called both fighters idiots in amusement. Toby protested that Sasuke was a broken soul while Deidara was passionate about his art and perhaps doing the world a favor. He defended Deidara as if he were some kind of deity. Shuriai rolled her eyes and then, with a mischievous look, said that she liked a person who appreciated art and teased that perhaps they could make art together. Toby blinked, a little thrown off, and admitted that he already admired Deidara and might make art with him. Shuriai deadpanned that Toby was very clearly attracted to men. Toby ignored the remark and went back to watching the battle in silence. Explosions, clashes, and illusions escalated. Deidara suddenly grew into a towering, explosive form, and Toby, now anticipating a big move, remarked that Deidara always knew how to make an entrance. Shuriai sensed the tension rising and said she was ready. With a deafening roar, the ground shook beneath them. Shuriai smiled with her eyes closed as a reminder of what she had said earlier, then told Toby that this was her cue to leave. She leaped and followed when a giant serpent manifestation surged and carried Sasuke away. She hooked herself to the serpent to keep up. Before she went, she called out a brief parting remark and then departed. Shuriai stood before a huge serpent with purple skin and felt a cold dread as recognition settled in. The massive creature lay on the ground, and its form had just expelled a living thing before collapsing. Manda, the summon of Orochimaru, cursed at whoever had used her voice carrying across the area. Shuriai felt the sweat bead at her temple and did not hide her dislike. Manda's insolence matched the contempt she already felt for Orochimaru. Manda began to accuse her of being controlled, then fell silent. Another voice cut through, noting that someone was dead. Shuriai turned and saw what they meant. Suigetsu and Sasuke stood where the serpent had been, and the snake's body had vanished in a small puff. Shuriai remained still as the lingering scent of the fight faded, her eyes flicking between the two men. Shuriai applauded dryly and, cigarette between her fingers, commented that it was a clever way to escape death. The gesture drew their attention. She tilted her head and offered a small, amused smile. Suigetsu raised an eyebrow and asked if this meant more trouble. Shuriai answered that she did not consider herself the kind of trouble Suigetsu might need to worry about, her tone playful and edged with mischief. When Suigetsu suddenly recognized her, he reacted with a mix of disbelief and joy, calling out that it was really her. He laughed in astonishment and confirmed to Sasuke who she was. Shuriai's smile did not fade. She noted that people changed and hinted that she had expected not to be remembered after time with Orochimaru. Suigetsu went on, describing how he had not expected to see her again and complimenting her looks with an awkward attempt at humor. Shuriai took the comment in stride, accepting it as a compliment and remarking that change was part of life. Suigetsu then tried to introduce her to Sasuke, but his face fell as he remembered a previous conversation and the unnerving sides of the raven-haired man. The atmosphere shifted. Sasuke remained on his knees, his back to Shuriai, but his body was tense like a coiled spring. The intensity radiating off him made the air feel charged. Shuriai watched him with cool curiosity, taking another drag from her cigarette. She saw the difference in him. This was not the same man she had last met years ago. When Sasuke heard her voice and slowly turned, his Sharingan still active from the recent battle, his scarlet eyes locked on her with a colder, more focused edge than before. The way he looked at her felt raw and dangerous. Sasuke's greeting was soft but carried a dangerous undertone. Shuriai did not flinch. She stepped forward, raised an eyebrow, and observed him with a calculating calm, noting how much he had changed. Suigetsu stood awkwardly between them, painfully aware of how obsessed Sasuke had been about this woman in the past and feeling the weight of the moment like a knot in his stomach. Suigetsu called to Sasuke, asking if he was all right, half expecting an outburst. Sasuke did not reply. His gaze remained fixed on Shuriai as if nothing else existed. His body moved almost of its own accord. Despite soreness from the fight with Deidara, he rose slowly, driven by something stronger than pain or caution. Every motion was deliberate and focused entirely on her. Without hesitating, Sasuke reached out and gripped her wrist with urgent intensity. The hold was firm and desperate, but not mutilating, more the clench of someone trying to anchor himself. His voice, when it came, carried a raw edge as he questioned why she had left and why she had not taken him with her. Shuriai regarded him impassively, only slightly amused by the depth of his reaction to seeing her again after so many years. Sasuke was almost shaking. Shuriai did not speak, and the silence felt deafening. Sujetsu wiped sweat from his brow and turned away to whistle, either to ease the tension or to keep himself out of what was happening. He had no intention of getting involved. Sasuke admitted that he had looked for her ever since he left the village, that even in his most hopeless moments he could not forget her. Shuriai hummed and questioned him, asking what he would have done while she fell into darkness and whether he would have followed. Her tone was taunting, and a small, sharp grin crossed her face as she fixed him with a steady look. Sasuke answered that he would have followed her anywhere. Shuriai's lips curved, but the grin never reached her eyes. Whether it was pity or amusement was hard to tell. She told him that if she had let him follow, he would only have held her back. The words struck him harder than any blade, and for a moment he stood frozen as if the world had stopped. Shuriai watched him carefully. She noticed his hands still gripping her wrist, slowly trembling as he registered each word, and the fear and certainty radiating off him. She understood what it meant to be broken and left in pieces, to be torn apart and blame only oneself. Maybe that shared brokenness was something she and Sasuke could understand about each other. What Sasuke did not understand was that Shuriai believed she was beyond being saved. She had been left to rot long ago and had no reason to let anyone pick up her pieces. She sighed, controlled and oddly flat, and told Sasuke that he should have hated her back then, that she was no different from Itachi. She said that if one was going to drown in hatred, it was best to commit to it fully. The truth came from her without hesitation. She had no interest in filling his mind with comforting lies. With him so vulnerable, she found herself almost exasperated by the thought of offering false hope. Silence and tension stretched between them as she continued to watch the unusually quiet young man. Then Shuriai asked if he wanted to know why she had left him, her tone lighter and her expression softening at the sight of Sasuke, though there was no trace of remorse. She recalled Itachi's words that had once been placed in her care. Shuriai explained that it was not because she did not care for him but because things were getting worse and she could not bear the idea of dragging anyone down with her. She said that after Itachi left Sasuke in her care, she felt indebted and believed it would be unfair not to do something for him. She admitted she had nothing to provide him, that she had been trapped in darkness and violence, and that she thought leaving might have been better for him. She did not hesitate, she refused to sugarcoat. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and his grip tightened as he scoffed that she had no right to decide what would have been better for him. He accused her of leaving without word, without a letter or will. Shuriai responded that not everything revolved around him and that there were others she had left behind. It had not been only him she had to consider. Her eyes were detached, her expression emotionless, and she watched as anger and desperation consumed him. Shuriai laughed lowly and suggested that Sasuke was clinging to a version of her he had already buried, romanticizing who she had been and what they might have been. She told him he was no different from her, that he wallowed in pity and hatred as she once had, but that she had learned to swallow it whole and embrace the darkness and the truth. Sasuke's features hardened. He insisted that she could not know what it was like to be left to suffer alone and to lose everything at once. Shuriai's eyes flashed with a mocking light as she replied that he was not the only one familiar with suffering. She said she had been left to rot and felt she stood on the world with no reason to live, but that she had learned to survive without leaning on anyone. She told him that he could not do the same. He was stuck in a cycle of anger and hatred and clung to it as if it were his lifeline, unaware that it was destroying him. Her voice dropped to a whisper as she leaned in and called him pathetic for being unable to stand on his own, insisting that no matter how hard he tried he would always need someone to hold on to, someone to fix him. The words stung. Sasuke's fists tightened, veins standing out in his arms, and his teeth ground in frustration. His obsession edged toward something darker than hate. He rasped that she did not understand, that he needed her and always had. He blamed her for leaving and for taking everything the night she disappeared, saying it was her fault he had become this way. Shuriai did not flinch or look away. A heavy pause settled between them as the past and present pressed close. A neutral stillness followed before they both stepped back into the fragile silence that remained. If anything, she looked apathetic, as if his pain were nothing more than an old story she had read 100 times and no longer cared to revisit. The flicker of his instability did not alarm her. She had seen worse and believed herself worse still. Her wrist remained in his grip, and she did not pull away. She moved slightly closer, close enough for him to see every change in her expression. Her eyes narrowed. Shuriai spoke with a hint of amusement and suggested that he blamed her for what he had become, pitying him for his attachment to a woman like her. The laugh that followed was not light. It was cold and detached, the kind she had come to know well. Shuriai then lost the playfulness in her voice and said flatly that he should have hated her, because anger was easier to survive than longing. She studied him with a tilted head, as if he were something pitiable. She added that instead of hatred he had clung to her like a parasite, turning his pain into obsession and wrapping her name around it as if it were a reason to breathe. Sasuke's grip tightened on her wrist as she spoke, his knuckles paling with tension. His eyes widened, not from fear but from the storm of emotion rising inside him, a raw, desperate need she could plainly see. Shuriai asked why she had left and, with the mockery gone from her voice, delivered a brutal honesty. She told Sasuke that she had left because staying would have destroyed him. She explained that she would have used his pain and his devotion, and he would have let her, and that thought had been unbearable. Her mind flickered to Itachi in a private echo of comparison. She withdrew her wrist from his hand slowly and deliberately, as if daring him to act. Shuriai told Sasuke that she was no different from him and that she, too, was rotting, only she did it in silence. She accused him of rotting loudly, needy and desperate. She stepped back with unwavering, glass-sharp resolve and said that at least she had learned to survive, even if survival meant becoming a monster in her own eyes. A heavy silence settled between them, the kind of quiet that follows a funeral when everyone has gone and only the memory of loss remains. Shuriai had told him she would probably see him sooner than she had expected, and then she asked coldly what they should do next. Shuriai introduced herself and asked if the boy was Sasuke. The 8-year-old Sasuke Uchiha studied the girl standing on the doorstep with careful suspicion. He did not answer at first, only continued to observe the dark purple-haired stranger with his large, sharp eyes and a narrowing of his brow. The 11-year-old Shuriai crouched to meet his height. Her hair was a little disheveled as if she had just come through a storm. She wore a grin that did not reach her eyes, as if she already knew his secrets. Sasuke blinked slowly, thinking of all the companions he had heard about around his older brother, but this girl was different. He wondered who she was and why she stood on their doorstep when Itachi had never brought anyone home before. Sasuke answered that his name was Sasuke. He noticed how carefree and casual she seemed despite their new acquaintance. Her presence felt overwhelming in an odd, almost comforting way. She seemed like someone to be wary of, yet not threatening. Shuriai studied him and observed that he was definitely Itachi's little brother, noting his eyes and pointing out that he was quieter than Itachi. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the implication and asked what she meant. Shuriai explained that he was not as much of a crybaby as Itachi. The remark froze Sasuke, who found the idea ridiculous. At that moment, Itachi's calm voice called Shuriai's name from behind her. Sasuke's expression brightened as his older brother approached, composed and relaxed. Shuriai told Itachi that she was just getting to know his little brother and that she had forgotten he had one, which was why she had come by. Sasuke's face lit up when he saw Itachi. Sasuke ran to his brother and hugged his waist, using the familiar nickname Itachi. Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's head as Sasuke nuzzled against him. Shuriai tilted her head, grinned slightly, and teased Itachi about not showing affection. Itachi introduced Shuriai as his partner. Sasuke questioned why Itachi had not brought her home before, wondering about her absence. Itachi explained that sometimes Sasuke was at school and sometimes Shuriai had been busy, and reassured Sasuke that although she could seem rude and blunt, she was kind deep down. Shuriai glared and crossed her arms when he described her as mean and stupid, responding with sarcasm and a mocking expression. Shuriai remarked that she was clearly meant to keep Itachi in line, and Itachi replied that she was impossible. She winked at him and maintained her relaxed posture. Sasuke watched the two of them together, struck by their familiarity. The warmth and unspoken bond between the pair made him feel both comforted and, briefly, left out, as if a world existed between them that he had not been invited into. For now, he set the feeling aside and followed them inside, his gaze lingering on Shuriai just a moment longer as he wondered whether there might be something about her he could trust. Shuriai taunted the raven-haired boy, asking what he planned to do now. She kept her eyes half-lidded and drew on the cigarette held between her lips, the tension between them thick and deliberate. A faint smirk curved her mouth as she exhaled smoke and suggested that he seemed to believe everything would somehow work out. Sasuke met her with a burning gaze, his obsession and desperation visible in his expression. He told her he intended to kill Itachi and that he expected her to be there with him. Shuriai raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, and dismissed his vendetta as none of her concern. He insisted that he would not let her walk away again and pledged to do anything she asked, offering to kill or destroy at her command if that was what it took for her to stay. Shuriai considered him for a long moment, studying the dangerous edge in his eyes. She did not soften with pity or affection. Instead, she measured him for what he could give her: his connections, his access to Orochimaru's secrets. She smiled slightly, cool and unreadable, and called him pathetic when he continued to profess his willingness to follow her forever. Sasuke, tense and desperate, declared that he did not care if she haunted him for the rest of his life. She scoffed and said that was not why she was there, and moved away when Sasuke tried to hold on. He tightened his grip on her sleeve and promised that she could use or manipulate him in any form she wanted, pleading that he meant every word. Shuriai watched him without pity, letting the smoke hang in the air. The situation shifted suddenly when Shuriai felt a sharp prick at her skin. She twisted and grabbed whoever had attempted to inject her, fixing her gaze on the white-haired boy who clicked his tongue with annoyance. Suigetsu had tried to approach covertly and failed. Shuriai's hand closed on his arm hard enough to leave a bruise as she warned him that she had expected more. Suigetsu managed to shift his body, momentarily escaping the crushing force she had applied, but not before her fingers dug into his shoulder. He hissed and backed away, his cloak stained from the encounter. Shuriai's evaluation of him grew sterner. He was more trouble than she had anticipated. Sasuke released her wrist and drew his sword, only for Shuriai to catch it between palm and thumb. Suigetsu attempted to attack, but Shuriai grabbed him again, and he staggered from the strike, dropping to the ground weak and breathing hard. Shuriai then shaped a katana from a crystallized form of his chakra, the weapon mirroring Sasuke's, and spoke that it would be easier if he came with her. The two swords met in swift, precise clashes. Two more figures arrived and announced themselves instead of sneaking. Karen cried out that they should not let Shuriai get away. Shuriai watched them with amusement as she continued to press the fight against Sasuke. She commented on their numbers and on the village's judgment of Sasuke before landing a kick that knocked him back. He coughed and staggered, still not fully recovered from an earlier battle. Yugo charged next, his chakra flaring and his movements wild, but Shuriai was ready. With a deft twist, she let his momentum carry him past her, leaving his strike to crash into the ground and crack the earth. She moved with controlled grace, barely reacting as she returned to a solid stance and muttered that they were always noisy before they failed. Karen lunged forward with a syringe in hand, making a final attempt to inject a sedative into Shuriai's neck. A brief, tense moment followed as the group closed in, each side testing the other's limits and determination. As soon as she moved closer, Shuriai turned her head and caught Karen's wrist midair. Shuriai identified the two as Karen and Yugo while tilting her head, then forcefully twisted Karen's arm and slammed her to the ground. Karen fell, gasping, and the syringe skittered away across the floor. Shuriai hummed and smirked, her tone making the others flinch. She explained that she knew Orochimaru well enough to recognize his unique experiments, then pressed the tip of her sword against Karen's shoulder, drawing a sharp cry of pain. Her eyes brightened at the sight. Shuriai commented that Sasuke had been clever in choosing whom to target and that, despite their stupidity, the two were special. That comment was interrupted when Sasuke moved behind her and quickly injected her neck with a syringe. The injection made her choke and stagger. Shuriai's eyes widened, and she acknowledged his cleverness in a weaker voice that still held menace. She removed the syringe slowly and deliberately, refusing to give him the satisfaction of showing distress. She told him she should have ended them when they had misled her. Her knees then buckled, enough to shift the air around them. Sasuke caught her before she fell and let out a short breath. Kakashi demanded where Shuriai was as they searched the area for any remaining traces of Sasuke or Shuriai. The woman had vanished during Kabuto's explosives earlier while she was supposed to be under Yamato's care. Kakashi had entrusted her to Yamato not only because she was strong but because she could be unpredictable, and that unpredictability was now their main concern. Yamato cleared his throat and admitted he did not know, explaining that the last time they had seen her was during Kabuto's appearance, immediately before the explosion. His voice trembled with guilt. She had been under his watch when she disappeared. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and accused him of letting her go. Yamato responded that Shuriai was not just anyone, that she was unpredictable and he had not expected her to vanish completely. Silence stretched across the group, tension coiling tighter with each passing moment. Kakashi's reply was sharp and low, expressing his stress at the situation. Sai cleared his throat, the only one breaking the quiet, perhaps unaware of how dire the moment felt. He suggested that Kabuto might have gotten to her. Yamato admitted that was a possibility and turned grim. Naruto pointed out that Shuriai and Kabuto had shared a heated conversation earlier. Hinata, frowning slightly, said she had heard Kabuto taunting Shuriai about something only the two of them knew. Kakashi's jaw tightened, unease churned in him and he regretted not pairing up with her, worried he had underestimated her. Yamato proposed they split up, arguing that with Shuriai missing and the mission at stake they had to stay focused. Most of the team nodded in agreement. Sai said he agreed and reiterated that they should concentrate on the mission and split up, adding that he believed Shuriai could handle herself and might have chosen to disappear. He spoke in a light, detached tone that did not match the tension in the air. Kakashi fixed Sai with a hard look, all attention turning toward him as silence settled once more. A slight sharpness threaded Sai's words, though he seemed unaware of it. He cut off Yamato and suggested that there was a chance Shuriai had chosen to vanish on her own, apologizing for the bluntness as he smiled. Silence stretched and grew heavier. Sakura glanced between them, tense and on the verge of speaking, but she could not. Deep down, part of her feared Sai might be right. Shuriai was a mystery, a weapon with a mind of her own, a woman few truly knew, not even Kakashi. Yamato broke the pause and urged that they should not jump to conclusions, pointing out that it probably had something to do with Kabuto since she had last been seen with him. Naruto chuckled nervously and agreed. Sai acknowledged that his opinion was just that, an opinion. Kakashi remained silent, his thoughts swarming. Even though only a few months had passed since Shuriai had returned to the village, he felt a personal obligation he could not explain. At last he spoke, low and absolute, declaring that he would go after her. The team froze, pausing mid-movement on the tree branches, the younger members reacting with shocked disbelief. Sakura widened her eyes and objected, reminding him that their mission was to pursue Itachi and that their lead to Sasuke depended on that. Kakashi repeated that he was going after her, firmer this time, leaving no room for negotiation. His single visible eye became ice. Naruto looked between his sensei and the others, insisting that Shuriai was strong and could handle herself, and that there was no certainty Kabuto had taken her. Kakashi cut in sharply, insisting that exactly that uncertainty was the problem. He warned that Shuriai was not merely strong, there was something twisted about her. The wind chilled the air as he turned to face them fully, a rare and deep seriousness carved into his expression that fell over them like a silence. Kakashi reminded them that he had placed Shuriai under Yamato's care for backup and responsibility, not out of trust alone. He emphasized that she had once been Orochimaru's apprentice and that the only reason she was not confined was because the Hokage had vouched for her. He admitted that he had brought her back and kept her close, and that it was his responsibility to keep her from falling off that edge again. Sai blinked and asked if Kakashi's stance was about containment. Kakashi answered that it was about accountability. The group stared at him, each keeping their thoughts to themselves. Sakura asked quietly if that was really the only reason, but Kakashi did not respond directly. He looked out over the forest, the wind tugging at his flak jacket as if urging him to move. Kakashi observed that Shuriai was walking into something alone and that, knowing her as he did, she would not come back unless someone dragged her out. His gaze softened slightly, though his voice remained composed. Shuriai groggily woke in someone's arms. Her lashes fluttered and a dull throb pulsed at the back of her skull, but she barely registered it. She felt unusual warmth and an arm draped possessively across her waist, another cradling her as if she were fragile. She had expected Sasuke to pull some trick to drag her. It was one of the possibilities she had prepared for, so she was not surprised. What amused her more was the way he held her now, as if he had already won. A heartbeat sounded near her ear that was not hers. Sasuke's breath ghosted against the back of her neck, steady and controlled, but there was a darkness at the edges of his composure. She let time pass and felt his grip tighten the moment her breathing shifted. His demeanor shifted too, a hint of panic beneath the surface, though no words were spoken. Shuriai moved slow and deliberate. Her hand slipped beneath the fold of the futon to her pocket and closed around a kunai. In a swift motion she was on top of Sasuke, pressing the blade lightly to his collarbone. He stilled, bandages still wrapped around his head from his fight with Deer. Instead of fear, his proximity seemed to stir something in him. Sasuke murmured that she was insane, his voice low, more madness than threat. Shuriai smiled, half-lidded, still recovering from being drugged and unreadable. She leaned in, watching him as the kunai traced the line of his shoulder. He shivered. She knew exactly what she was doing and that it was working. Shuriai hummed and told him she could end things right then if she wanted to, and then suggested that he might not resist. Her tone was quiet and almost playful. Sasuke made no move to protest, though the pressure of the blade across his skin made him wince. She watched him, deciding whether to press harder to provoke a reaction. She noted his trembling and asked why he was so unsettled. Sasuke looked at her with vacant, raw eyes and admitted that she was the only person who could unsettle him like this. Shuriai added a little more pressure, eliciting another wince. He did not bleed, but his fingers twitched at his side, torn between restraint and the urge to close the distance. He wondered, in his own way, if she had any compassion left. Shuriai leaned closer until her breath brushed his ear and told him it was pathetic to be so dependent on her. Sasuke's jaw clenched. He acknowledged, in a rough voice, that she had already broken him once and that he had dreamed of this moment. He wrapped his fingers around her hand, holding the kunai as if to anchor himself. Shuriai blinked, let out a short, unbothered laugh, and slowly withdrew the knife. She stood, the sheets rustling behind her, and stretched with the kunai still in her hand. She moved to the window and let the outside light spill in. The sky was bruised with the threat of rain. She leaned against the frame, arms crossed, and observed him, calling him lost in his own delusions and suggesting that it was almost as if he wanted to get under her skin. She did not face him directly but could feel the heat of his stare. Turning slightly, she raised a brow and asked what he was planning, speculating that he was still after Itachi and stuck in the past. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and replied that the question of being stuck in the past was not the point. The important thing was that he was close to getting what he wanted. Shuriai hummed and asked what that was, and Sasuke fell silent for a moment. Sasuke's lips parted briefly and then closed. His eyes never left the woman's figure, as if searching for an answer to a mystery devouring him. Sasuke said that he wanted to stop feeling like this. Shuriai's eyes flickered and a lazy smile tugged at her mouth as she asked what he meant. Sasuke's lip trembled and then he stilled, as if the words struggled to escape him. He confessed that he felt eaten alive by hatred, that it clawed a wedge between the two of them and Itachi. His tone was splintered and coarse, but it carried an emptiness that spoke volumes. Shuriai watched him for a moment and then scoffed, her tone distant and dry, as if she did not care what he said. She glanced at the kunai in her hand, the tip marked from their encounter, and let out a small, mocking laugh. She accused him of jealousy, suggesting he wanted to unmake what Itachi had left and replace it with himself. She asked if he wanted to overwrite Itachi. The silence between them grew loud and heavy. Sasuke's jaw clenched and his eyes darkened. He admitted that he wanted to ruin whatever version of himself had existed with Itachi, to burn it down and be the only one who knew the real him. He added that this all would happen after he killed Itachi. Shuriai was quiet for a moment and then laughed again, clearly amused by how vocal Sasuke had become. She told him that she was already ruined, that every version of herself, even the one Itachi had known, was gone. She moved closer to the futon where Sasuke sat and crouched on the floor, studying him. She said that the version of herself he clung to was dead. She held the kunai near his neck in a silent, provocative gesture and asked if killing him would make her seem real to him. She offered a hypothetical about ending his life to test whether he would still recognize her, but she did not describe any gore or detail. The moment was a chilling threat dressed in a cold, almost playful tone. Sasuke felt unsettled by this unfamiliar edge in her. He had seen her happy, sad, and angry before, but this otherness was new. Sasuke pushed back, insisting she was wrong to think she had him figured out. He asked if she believed he wanted to hold that other version of her for himself. He admitted that every part of him wanted to destroy that past and strip away what Itachi had left behind. His gaze grew venomous but threaded with something darker and more yearning. He tried to insist it was not about possession, but his voice broke on the confession that he wanted her because she had destroyed him. He whispered that he wanted to be the only one left who truly knew what she was. His hand curled into a fist, the memory of the blade's cold presence still sharp, and he resented how exposed the admission made him feel. He told himself and her that he did not care who she was, as long as he could erase every trace of what Itachi had left within her. He sounded like he was convincing himself as much as speaking to her. He understood the danger of being involved with Shuriai, and he accepted it. She, for her part, remained amused by the unfolding tension. Her grip on the kunai never wavered, and for a moment Sasuke could not tell whether her slight tremor was shared tension or a deliberate game. Despite the threat, Sasuke watched her with a reverent intensity, as if she were something worth fighting for, something he needed to understand. His jaw was clenched, his fingers twitched at his sides, and his expression mixed hatred with longing. Shuriai's smile remained slight and unreadable, colder and more calculating than pleased or amused. Her eyes measured him like a predator sizing up prey that did not recognize the danger. She considered using him, not out of malice but by cold, familiar logic. If Sasuke remained trapped in the past and kept pulling her down with him, she could make the situation work to her advantage. Sasuke's breath hitched. He vowed he would end the rival and make her watch, promising to drive the other's influence from her and to be the one who kept her from losing herself completely. He said the words as if they were absolute, even if he was not certain he believed them. Shuriai did not flinch. She scoffed at him and then drew a kunai back, tracing it along his jaw in a deliberate, controlled gesture that left no mark but served as a sharp reminder. Sasuke was volatile and obsessed, a blade already drawn, and she could see how easily he might become another piece she could move. Perhaps he could be turned into a new pawn for her plans. She tilted her head and, in a quiet voice meant to test him, asked whether he would do anything for her. He did not answer aloud. Silence said enough. She moved in close until their foreheads nearly touched, offered a small closed-eyed smile, and told him that was good. Shuriai sat by the window of Karen's room, cigarette ember glowing between her fingers as smoke curled into the dim air. Karen watched her with a mixture of curiosity and caution, the soft light from the cigarette casting Shuriai as a shadow at the edge of the room. Shuriai smiled lazily and told Karen not to be so tense, noting that she had been staring for a while and asking Karen to share her thoughts. Karen shifted uneasily, weighing the consequences of engaging with someone like Shuriai, and finally asked what Shuriai wanted and whether she expected help with whatever scheme she had in mind. Shuriai laughed softly and dismissed the idea of a scheme, saying she was simply there to have a conversation. Karen kept her guard up and said that she knew Shuriai well enough to avoid getting involved. She remembered that Shuriai had always seemed older and frightening. Orochimaru had told the others to think of Shuriai as a kind of older sister, and Karen had always wondered why. Now, standing face to face, Karen understood why Shuriai had inspired such fear. Shuriai's smile widened, but it was not friendly. She leaned back against the window frame, asked for cooperation, and insisted it would be in Karen's best interest to help. Karen clenched her fists and insisted she was not afraid. Shuriai challenged that claim and stepped closer, making the room feel colder and heavier. Shuriai spoke in a low, cold tone and made it clear Karen had a choice: cooperate, or be shown why Orochimaru had urged respect for her. Karen swallowed hard, aware of who she was up against, but she resolved to stand her ground and pushed her glasses up with a forced smirk, insisting she was no longer the weak girl she had once been. Before Karen could finish, Shuriai lashed out and slammed her fist into the wall beside Karen's head in a sudden, exaggerated motion that echoed like an anime impact through the room. The force rattled the space and knocked the cigarette from Shuriai's lips, which fell between them. Karen flinched and steadied herself as the silence that followed felt heavy and suffocating. Shuriai allowed a grim smile and made it clear she had no time for idle argument. She wiped her hand on her shirt, then returned to the window and urged them to continue with the discussion. Karen exhaled and agreed to answer, wanting the confrontation to end. Shuriai remarked that this was more civilized and moved to the center of the room. Karen folded her arms and reminded her that civilized was not the right word for someone who had just created a scene. Shuriai shrugged and said she had restrained herself by not hitting Karen, implying that Karen should be grateful for that restraint. Turning to face Karen, Shuriai demanded everything Karen knew about Orochimaru's research experiments, data, anything connected to Shuriai. Karen raised an eyebrow at the request, curiosity and apprehension mingling across her expression. Why did Shuriai, of all the people Orochimaru had worked with, want to know something she should already know? Years of observation had shown Shuriai always to be the apple of Orochimaru's eye, and Karen thought it was no wonder Shuriai carried such an ego. Orochimaru had always fed it. Karen was silent before she asked what Shuriai wanted to know. Shuriai smiled, not with the usual pride but with a look that made Karen tense, as if she could see through her. Shuriai explained that she might be Orochimaru's masterpiece, but she had not been given the full blueprint of his objectives. She asked if Karen knew anything about her clan, noting that this was how she and Orochimaru had first met but that she had never seen the whole picture. Karen blinked, unprepared for the sudden shift and the haunted glint beneath Shuriai's composed exterior. She steadied herself and said the only thing she knew was that Orochimaru had been obsessed with Shuriai's bloodline. Karen recalled that he had described the clan as a blasphemy turned into a miracle, whatever that had meant. She added that Orochimaru had never let anyone near his deeper files and had worked alone whenever Shuriai was involved. Everyone had assumed it was because Shuriai was unstable. Karen speculated that even Kabuto might have had access to some of it after Orochimaru's death, since it seemed impossible Orochimaru had not left his hands on every confidential file. Karen admitted she had once snuck into the lab and found nothing about Shuriai's birth or origin. It had been as if Shuriai had been reconstructed. She quickly corrected herself that reconstructed was not quite right. It felt more like Shuriai had been rebuilt again and again. The scans showed irregular bone structures and a nervous system that did not conform to normal patterns. Records hinted that her organs did not age. There were mentions of rituals and carvings, and data logs tagged with her clan's name were repeatedly crossed out, as if someone had tried to hide them. Shuriai did not blink. Her smile stayed fixed while her eyes darkened slowly, like something remembering something unspeakable. Karen faltered as she described a repeating note in Orochimaru's handwriting that sprawled across diagrams and files. The note claimed that Shuriai spoke in frequencies no one could or should hear. The room seemed to chill. Shuriai tilted her head at Karen and let her smile widen until it looked too stretched, as if skin were pulled too tight. Shuriai observed that Karen was still there despite reading the warning and that she had chosen to remain alone in the same room. She added that one thing she knew about herself was that she was not alone. Karen felt that change in the air, a flicker that made the oxygen seem heavier. She noticed details she had not before, like how Shuriai had not blinked the whole time she had been speaking. Shuriai stepped forward and confessed that she sometimes wondered what would happen if she unraveled herself like a puppet to see what Orochimaru had seen. Her voice cracked on the last thought in a way that was not grief but something like startled curiosity. She laughed, a small, strange sound. She said she did not know when it had begun. Her memories were blurry, the voices and the sense of not being alone might have always been there, and perhaps Orochimaru had not put those things inside her but had fed them. She stopped in front of Karen, still smiling but with a distance in her eyes from the smile. She admitted she sometimes imagined peeling away a mask to check if anyone human remained beneath. She described the feeling of a presence, of her own skin seeming to watch her sleep, of quiet, impossible things whispering beyond what her ears should hear. Karen had never seen behavior like this from anyone. Shuriai touched her hair and asked if Karen thought she was unstable. Her tone dropped and she chuckled in a way that sounded like it might break. She said that whatever was keeping her going, whatever was in her mind or body, was all she had. Karen fell silent, unwilling to get more involved. She stiffened and could not find words. Shuriai noticed Karen's tension and told her, in a voice that was both coaxing and dangerous, that if she were Karen she would be asking herself one thing. She stepped closer, closing the last distance until she was only a breath away. Itachi wondered whether she would end up in Kabuto's hands or simply vanish, and he told himself that he might allow it. Shuriai stepped out of the room as soon as Sasuke had been knocked unconscious. The raven-haired boy was still recovering but would soon be ready to resume his plans. She clicked her tongue, brought a cigarette to her lips, and lit it. The thought of Itachi's choices made her grimace as the nicotine spread through her veins, but it did little to steady her nerves. She felt as if she were swallowing a piece of glass. The nicotine offered something to hold onto while her thoughts spiraled. She rested a hand on her eye patch and frowned at how quiet Itachi had been these past weeks. She hated that he took burdens on alone, hated how he distanced himself from her, not out of malice but out of mercy. She hated the way things had turned out between them. A tight feeling twisted in her gut. Her grip on the cigarette tightened as if the ember were burning too quickly. If it died out, perhaps Itachi would too. Smoke curled out of her lungs like fog and she muttered a bitter promise to herself. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a familiar feminine voice. Karen, the red-headed Uzumaki, announced that she had not realized Shuriai was awake and asked whether Sasuke knew she was outside. Shuriai did not flinch. She had already sensed Karen but had been lost in her own thoughts. She knew Sujetsu, Karen, and Yugo from the experiments she had accompanied Orochimaru on long ago. She had run to Orochimaru after vanishing from the village, but she still could not find any information about her clan. Karen's attempt at politeness carried thinly veiled suspicion, curiosity, and a glint of jealousy. Shuriai turned toward her, then stubbed the cigarette out on the ground and scoffed, asking whether Karen's concern was genuine or merely surveillance. Karen adjusted her glasses and protested that it was not that, explaining that Sasuke was resting and that Shuriai should not go only to be cut off by Shuriai's low chuckle. Shuriai challenged Karen, saying that she did not like being ordered around and that she would not appreciate being told what she should or should not do. She noticed Karen's composure falter and took advantage of the moment with a closed-eyed smile before suggesting that, since Karen was there, they might as well have a little chat. Karen replied by asking whether she was speaking to the real Shuriai or to something merely wearing her face. Naruto ran through the forest. The yellow-haired boy wore a determined look as he fell in behind Kiba and Sakura. The group had decided to split up to search not only for Sasuke and Itachi, but also for Shuriai. Since Kakashi insisted on going alone, they had no choice but to follow his wishes. Kiba clicked his tongue and warned that they had to hurry because Sasuke's scent could go anywhere. Sakura narrowed her eyes and suggested that they should split up. Kiba added that they could not separate too far because their radios would not work. Naruto clenched his jaw, sighed, and opened his eyes with the same unwavering determination. Naruto made a hand sign and multiple shadow clones appeared, each heading off in a different direction. As they ran through the trees, Naruto sensed an eerie presence nearby and hid behind a trunk, alert. A figure moved in the gloom, and a crimson eye technique flashed briefly in the dark. Naruto's eyes widened as he wondered if it was Sasuke, but the figure that stepped from the shadows was someone else. Itachi Uchiha emerged with an unreadable, solemn expression. Naruto did not know how to tell the difference between him and Sasuke at a glance, and he watched the older Uchiha warily. Itachi did not bother to scan the area, He simply sighed and directed his words toward the watching figure, asking the person to show himself. Itachi identified the watcher as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto clicked his tongue and reluctantly revealed himself. He had little choice. If he fled, he did not know what Itachi might do. Naruto steadied himself and asked, with caution and visible fear, why Itachi had come and what he wanted. Itachi narrowed his eyes at the young boy and said that he simply wanted to talk. Nearby, Shuriai Kuratsuki walked through the trees. The wind threaded cold fingers through her dark violet hair, and though her footsteps were light, each one felt heavier than the last. A solemn expression settled on her face, one that did not belong to a cold-blooded killer. She thought about Itachi and the way time seemed to be speeding up. She knew some of what he had planned over the years and did not like it. Of all his reckless decisions, this one felt worse to her. Shuriai muttered that if Itachi had asked her to come with him, she would have gladly suffered at his side. She had been used to working with him. She slowed and stared toward the trees for answers, but found none, only wind and the faint scent of smoke on her breath. She sighed. She had always seen Itachi as more than family or friend. He knew her to her bones and soul, and she could not accept the idea that his fate should end at his brother's hands. She scoffed and added, half in jest, that if Itachi were to die, at least she wanted the chance to haunt him first. As if someone had answered her thought, Shuriai suddenly felt a presence nearby and froze. Her eyes widened for a moment before she returned to her usual grin. She moved toward the sensation, hid behind a tree, and found Itachi there with Naruto. The scene struck her as odd, Itachi calm and Naruto tense, eager for answers. Itachi called for Shuriai to step out, his voice calm but unwavering. He kept his attention on Naruto, though his awareness shifted. Shuriai's smile did not change when his voice cut the tension. She had expected that he would notice her. Naruto and Itachi turned toward her, and Naruto reacted with shock when he recognized the woman who had been missing hours earlier. Naruto told Shuriai that Kakashi had been looking for her everywhere. Shuriai gave a sheepish chuckle and claimed she had gotten lost, then stepped away from the tree with a grin that was equal parts mischievous and unsettling. Naruto, incredulous, urged them to focus on Itachi and remember that catching him was the way to find Sasuke. He sounded panicked, a stark contrast to the composed pair before him. Shuriai tilted her head and watched Naruto's frantic energy. With amusement, letting her gaze linger on Itachi just a moment longer. She commented that she recognized him as Itachi Uchiha, and her smile widened slightly before she turned her attention back to Naruto. Naruto glared at her and insisted that she help capture Itachi. Shuriai rubbed the back of her neck and responded that she was not a dog to be played fetch with, and then she asked where Kakashi's tracker dogs were, delivering the question with a low chuckle as she approached Naruto with a closed-eyed smile. Naruto was taken aback and about to answer when Shuriai addressed Itachi with a teasing remark about scaring children. For a brief second, Shuriai's expression softened around Itachi, though the moment passed quickly. Shuriai couldn't help the way she reacted when Itachi was near. He kept his face as impassive as ever, but a subtle shift in posture told her more than any words could. Shuriai noticed that shift every time. Itachi remarked that she was still bullying children, his tone even and unreadable. Naruto, standing there and trying to process everything, did not perceive the barely perceptible intimacy between the two of them. He was focused on Shuriai's sharp manner and missed the deeper current in how she held herself around Itachi. Itachi, of course, noticed. Shuriai allowed her smile to widen just slightly, a quiet understanding passing between them. It did not matter that no one else saw it. Their shared awareness was enough. She murmured that she saw he had his hands full, her voice soft enough for him alone. Naruto's eyes darted between them in disbelief as he demanded to know what they were waiting for, but before he could finish, Shuriai made a hand sign and wove a subtle genjutsu. The effect was instant and gentle. Naruto's expression slackened and he slipped into unconsciousness, collapsing to the forest floor with a soft thud. Shuriai held her hand in the air for a moment as the spell settled. She gave him no further attention. Turning back to Itachi with a closed-eyed smile, Shuriai said that it was her turn to speak with him. Itachi's gaze flickered toward the boy and then returned to her. He did not react to Naruto's collapse beyond that brief look. Shuriai teased him about his tension, suggesting they had not been apart forever. Itachi noted that it had only been a few months. Shuriai tilted her head and observed that, to them, a few months felt like a lifetime time apart, warped by how used they were to each other's presence. Itachi did not respond immediately. He watched her with steady attention, each motion tracked as if catalogued. Shuriai's words hit something within him, an echo of a feeling he had tried to ignore. He missed her presence more than he expected. Then Shuriai's smile faltered, the atmosphere between them shifting. She asked quietly whether his plan was really going to proceed as he intended. The change in her tone made the moment serious. Itachi's eyes softened for an instant, a flicker of regret passing through them. He admitted that he had no choice and that it was too late to turn back, his acceptance plain in the calm weight of his words. Shuriai let out a short sigh, masking the solemnity with a small, hollow chuckle, and told him that he could have at least asked her to die with him. The statement landed between them, raw and frank. Itachi's gaze hardened for a moment, and then he answered that he did not want that fate for her. He insisted that she deserved everything the world could offer and that dragging her down with him did not sit right. His voice fell nearly to a whisper in the quiet of the forest. Shuriai kept her smile, but it had become a mask rather than a comfort. She countered that she deserved to go through the same trials, insisting it mattered to her to stand by him even if their paths were bound together. The edge in her tone made it clear she was speaking from a place of bitter resolve. Itachi pushed back gently, saying that was not true and that they all bore burdens they had not chosen. He did not want her to shoulder his as well. His words carried understanding more than argument. For the first time in a long while, the history they shared felt heavy and present between them. Shuriai's eyes revealed vulnerability she did not care to admit, the usual sharpness dimmed. She stated that she would not stop him. She had never been one to stand in his way, but she would not be indifferent to what came next. She did not want to see him lose himself in this, she added, and the sincerity in her voice was clear. Itachi's expression softened, and he observed that she had a bad habit of making things complicated for him. She scoffed lightly and suggested that maybe that was what he liked about her. He allowed the thought with a brief hum. Shuriai's breath caught for a moment, her heart racing before she smoothed her features and replaced the momentary flicker with a grin. Itachi's lips quirked at the corners, his expression unreadable and his gaze fixed on her. He acknowledged that it was too late to change now. Silence stretched between them, heavy with familiar tension and unspoken words. Shuriai's smile flickered as she stepped closer, her eyes still locked on him. She admitted that she would not let him go into this without understanding what he was giving up, because she knew him too well and did not want him to act alone. Itachi's eyes narrowed. He insisted that she did not have to be part of this and that he had never wanted her to be. Shuriai felt her chest tighten but kept her composure. She insisted that she did not need to be part of his plans to be part of his life. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The unsaid words between them felt heavier than anything. Shuriai let out a slow, deliberate breath and met his gaze. She said she would not stop him, but warned him not to pretend he was doing it alone, because they both knew that was not true. She admitted that she did not want to leave him alone anymore. The words lingered in the air. Silence, thick with the weight of their history, settled over them. Itachi did not answer immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the dark purple-haired woman as he released a small sigh. Sasuke's eyes snapped to the dark purple-haired woman the moment she stepped inside. She stood by the door, returning from a short trip, and met his gaze with the same unfazed expression she always wore. Bandages were wrapped around his head as he pushed himself up from the futon and approached her. Sasuke demanded to know where she had been and said he had been worried sick. Shuriai did not flinch at his outburst. She offered the calm, practiced smile that had become a mask. She felt the possessiveness in his stare but kept her composure. Shuriai reminded him that he was still recovering and noted that his first response was to yell. Sasuke insisted that she had been gone for hours and accused her of leaving without asking his permission. He told her he wanted to know where she was at all times so he could be with her. Shuriai raised an eyebrow and scoffed at the idea of needing anyone's permission. She asked what he meant by permission and then challenged him when he said it was so he could always be with her. She pointed out that anyone who had tried to control her had failed, mentioning that even his mentor had not succeeded and that his mentor had more patience than Sasuke. Sasuke's jaw clenched as he demanded again where she had been and insisted she could not wander off as she pleased. Shuriai replied calmly that she could do whatever she wanted and that he would sit and wait for her, just as he always had. The remark felt like casual ownership, and Sasuke reacted inwardly, feeling as if he were being chained. Shuriai asked him not to be so noisy because she wanted to take a nap before things happened. She walked past him, dismissing his presence with an effortless glide that made him restless. He was not used to being dismissed so easily, and though anger rose in him, he kept silent and tried to calm the turmoil inside. She settled onto the futon and lit the cigarette, exhaling smoke as she relaxed into the small space. The irony of their intertwined paths, Itachi's, Sasuke's, and hers pressed at the edges of her thoughts, even if none of them knew where they were truly headed. Sasuke sat behind her and rested his head against the back of her shoulder. The contact did not make her flinch. She remained still, cigarette between her fingers, leaning back slightly to accommodate him. Tension lingered in the air, a thing neither of them wanted to name. Sasuke remarked that he had thought she had gone to see Itachi. Shuriai did not look at him but watched the cigarette's ember and let the smoke curl into the dim room. After a long drag, she said he asked too many questions and advised him not to waste his breath on things he could not understand. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and admitted, with a roughness that suggested it pained him, that he did not understand her. He asked what Itachi had that allowed him to reach her in a way Sasuke could not. His words hung heavy in the room, and Shuriai could feel the tension like a ticking fuse. Shuriai scoffed and told him that he was wasting his time trying to understand things that were not meant to be understood. Her gaze flicked to him for a moment, catching a familiar look in his eyes that reminded her of something she had left behind long ago. She warned him that if he believed Itachi's path had been easy, he was mistaken. The space between them felt smaller now, charged with unresolved questions and unspoken history. The room tightened around the edges and corners, as if her sudden shift in mood had changed the whole atmosphere. Shuriai leaned back slightly, mouth twitching. She murmured to Sasuke that he had not had it easy and that no one got close to her without paying a price. Shuriai laughed dryly, and Sasuke felt a shiver along his spine. Something about her tone felt wrong, as if someone else shared her presence, not the Shuriai he once knew. Shuriai then warned him that to understand her one would have to go deeper than surface appearances, to face what churned beneath her calm. Her eyes went unfocused for a moment, and the air in the room felt heavier, dark in a way he could not place. She told him that he was not the first to try, that what lay within her should remain buried under many layers, and that few made it through unchanged. Her soft chuckle came out hollow, empty of warmth. Sasuke froze. He remembered a more carefree woman from before. This was different. Still, seeing Shuriai unravel a little of herself made him feel strangely satisfied, even as unease lingered. It was as though he had pierced an invisible barrier she had kept behind walls and cold distance. He lifted his head from her shoulder and told her that if Itachi had tried before, he would not give up. Shuriai looked at him and warned that he did not know what he was asking for. Sasuke insisted that he knew what he wanted and would not stop until he had it. Silence fell. The weight of the moment rested between them, and for the first time Sasuke suspected that Shuriai's warning was broader than just a personal threat. It felt like a caution about whatever path he intended to take. Shuriai stood without sparing him a glance and murmured dismissively that it did not matter. Footsteps echoed in the hall as Shuriai moved toward the door. Karen appeared in the doorway, eyes narrowed, followed by Suigetsu and Yugo, their expressions tense and urgent. Karen announced that some shinobi were on their trail and that they needed to leave by morning before their pursuers caught up. Suigetsu agreed that they had to move quickly, and Yugo's tense stance and clenched fists made his readiness obvious. Shuriai did not flinch at their entrance. She reached for her coat and offered a small, slight smile to the others. She questioned why they would wait until tomorrow when they could leave now. Karen explained that Sasuke was still recovering and that they needed him to be ready for what came next. Suigetsu, unusually serious, concurred. Shuriai hummed and remarked that it was a shame, since there would be opportunities along the way, but she dismissed their worry and said she had business to handle outside and that Sasuke could take his time to recover. Sasuke demanded to know where she planned to go, but Shuriai merely said that she followed the night and disliked being confined to a room all day. She teased that he might need medication, teasing in tone but not unkind. Sujetsu whistled softly while Karen shook her head and crossed her arms, clearly not approving of Shuriai joining them. Sasuke's jaw clenched in frustration, but Shuriai was already moving toward the door, lazily flicking a cigarette between her fingers and promising that she would be back by dawn, instructing them to make sure everything and everyone was ready to go by then. Sujetsu slammed open the door to Karen's room, his entrance shattering the tension as he demanded to know what was going on. He barely registered the atmosphere. Behind him stood Yugo, orange hair tousled, following close. Sujetsu grinned and joked that he must have walked in on a cat fight, calling it girl gossip and dismissing it as lame. Yugo, expression flat, warned that they should not get between women because they could be scary. He tilted his head toward Shuriai, his eyes showing suspicion not for her but for what she might have done. Karen stood quiet and stiffened, giving the impression she might have done something. Shuriai chuckled and wrapped an arm around Karen's shoulder, insisting that she had done nothing and that she simply enjoyed gossip. Karen clicked her tongue, her eye twitching, and turned away. Sujetsu raised an eyebrow and teased that Karen looked so frightened she might as well have seen someone float in the air and speak Latin. Karen glared and told him to shut up, coming dangerously close to strangling him before Yugo intervened with a reminder that Sasuke was still resting and they should go back. Shuriai scoffed at the fuss and said she had business to handle but would return soon. She lit a cigarette, drawing suspicious looks from the group. Sujetsu folded his arms and warned that if Sasuke woke up and did not find Shuriai nearby, he could cause chaos in the village searching for her. He joked that Sasuke had a kind of Shuriai disease and was hopelessly infatuated. Shuriai exhaled a curl of smoke, smiled, and assured them she would not be gone long. She added that she did not like being ordered around and asked them to tell Sasuke she would be back. She stepped forward and urged them aside, and for once they obeyed. She told them to be good watchdogs and pass on the message that she would return before his abandonment issues took over, then brushed them off and walked away. The three watched her go as her presence lingered in the air like static. Karen muttered through clenched teeth that Shuriai was going to be the death of one of them. Sujetsu scratched his head, unfazed, and said he was not volunteering. Yugo said nothing, still staring down the now empty hallway with furrowed brows, aware that Sasuke would be furious. The three hoped he would not throw a tantrum. It felt like bad luck. Shuriai told them to meet her back in the forest that night to talk properly. It was nighttime. Shuriai stood alone in the middle of the forest, the moon scattering pale silver through the branches and casting long shadows. Cold air brushed her skin as she rolled her shoulders and hummed a soft tune while flipping a lighter open and closed, watching the ember flare and fade. She was patiently waiting for someone, a raven-haired figure. Leaves began to rustle nearby, and Shuriai let out a small chuckle. She joked that she had been starting to think she was going to be stood up as she turned and saw the infamous Uchiha step into the moonlight. From the shadows emerged a tall, unmistakable figure. Itachi moved forward, his presence as commanding as ever, and his gaze locked on Shuriai. His expression remained unreadable, though there was a faint flicker of amusement in his eyes that hinted at something deeper. Itachi reminded her that she knew better than that. Shuriai smirked and admitted that she had begun to doubt him, but since he was here she would forgive him just this once. Itachi observed that she forgave easily for someone cruel. Shuriai protested that cruel was too harsh a word, suggested he merely found her difficult, and teased that perhaps he liked it. Itachi accused her of always assuming things, and Shuriai pointed out that he had once said her predictions were never wrong. It was unusual to see Itachi without his Sharingan active. Shuriai resented that he used it so often because of his illness. He said that her unpredictability was what made her difficult, and she laughed it off. When she asked why he had wanted to see her, she began softly and teased him about being good at making people wait while wondering what exactly he had been waiting for. Itachi remarked that she was not as patient as he remembered, And Shuriai countered that he was not as predictable as he used to be. Silence stretched between them, their eyes locked in a familiar, unspoken exchange that left both feeling vulnerable in a way that had become routine. Shuriai stepped closer. She told him that he had never been the type to make things easy. Itachi held his gaze, intense and unreadable, and finally answered that he was not. Shuriai's breath caught. She reached out and rested a hand against his cheek. For a long, quiet moment they simply held that closeness, sharing a charged, tender look before the brief intimacy eased. Itachi was the first to step back and take a steadying breath. He then instructed her to follow him.